Li Yao's heartbeat was immediately beating at the highest speed from stillness. Even his ribs were aching, as if his heart was breaking them apart. This was the only opportunity. It concerned the control of a Nuwa warship, which could possibly take off later. Wang Shi had been hit by Yin Liren's attack. Her combat ability must be at the lowest point. It was definitely worth a try, even at the risk of exposing his identity. Boom! Li Yao lunged out of the corner, as if he had stepped on 10,000 crystal bombs. Before the gate was fully close, he sprinted into the room and collided with Wang Shi's waist directly. Having just opened the gate to the bridge of the Nuwa warship, Wang Shi was still overwhelmed. Out of her expectations, something ferocious was coming at her from behind, and the 7-alarm rune arrays gave no warning at all. Wang Shi's face dropped. She immediately realized that her metamorphosis must have been witnessed by the stranger. In her shock, she reacted much more slowly than she should have. Hardly had she turned around when Li Yao knocked her away. The two of them rolled into the bridge of the Nuwa warship, one in front and the other behind, with the gate finally fully closed behind them. This was an enormous space that was as splendid and magnificent as a palace. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, but 100 giant pillars were standing. Every giant pillar was riddled with countless holes and connected together by thousands of crystal cables. It was a certain crystal processor system of an unprecedented scale. Despite the hibernation of hundreds of thousands of years, the crystal processor system was not entirely ruined. Instead, under the protection of the blue inert gas, they were releasing vague, glamorous colors, illuminating the bridge as if it were a natural paradise. However, the paradise had turned into a hell of fighting. Since Wang Shi's greatest secret was exposed, she could not have looked more hideous. Before she came to a stop after Li Yao's blow, she stepped on one of the giant pillars and swung back like a soft feather. Her crystal sword that had been hidden somewhere rushed out and evolved into a whip dozens of meters long, covering every part on Li Yao's body. The bones on Li Yao's right arm cracked quickly, and the sharp claw, the bone spurts, and the energy-concentrating crystal all protruded out. After all, Wang Shi had already seen his apocalyptic body last time, and it would not hurt if she saw it again. In the meantime, he picked up a metal claw with his right hand and dealt with Wang Shi's whip with dozens of molecular mica threads. The two of them boosted their spiritual energy to the maximum. It was a pity that the blue inert gas inside the bridge seemed to boast a weird function to absorb the spiritual energy and restrain the magnetic field, which suppressed the flames of spiritual energy burning on the two of them into faint balls of light. Most of the auras that they launched were instantly swallowed by the blue gas before they hit their target. Realizing that, the two of them chose close-distance combat, which was crueler and more dangerous, almost simultaneous. They turned into dozens of streaks of brightness and entangled each other like vipers. Chi! Li Yao's shoulder was pierced through by the rushing crystal cluster. The flesh around the hole the size of fingernail was in a weird, translucent crystallization state, as if it had been contaminated by an unseen virus. Shua! Long Yangjuan's abdomen was also ripped with 3 bloody wounds by Li Yao's sharp claws. An inconspicuous attack of the cell obliteration cannon almost boiled all her internal organs. Bam! Despite the heavy wounds, the two of them did not even bother to blink their eyes. They summoned all the spiritual energy inside their bodies and had a head-on clash without any fancy tricks. Their total weight was merely several hundred kilograms, yet 2 monolithic mountains seemed to have crashed with the most devastating landslides. Even the stagnating blue gas was rippling out due to their collision. Li Yao and Wang Shi both grunted and were blown backward. They both felt that their veins and nerves were broken, their internal organs were burning, and their souls were shaking hard like a lone boat on a surging ocean. This is not going to work out. Li Yao gritted his teeth. His cultivation was on par with Wang Shi's. Although Wang Shi's leg had been cut by Yin Liren's sword earlier, now that she had gone on a rampage in her fury, it was not easy for Li Yao to execute her directly. Moreover, Li Yao did not want to execute Wang Shi at all. He merely wanted to capture her alive and ask her about the backstory of everything. He was even hoping to learn the methods to control the Nuwa warship through Wang Shi. I have no choice except to resort to my ultimate skill now. With dangerous brightness beaming out his crimson left eye, Li Yao squinted. As the saying went, you might as well be hanged for a sheep as for a lamb. Wang Shi had been suspicious about his identity for a long time, and it was impossible for him to flawlessly explain everything. Besides, it was already extremely uncanny that he had appeared there. There was no way that he could fool a schemer of Wang Shi's level with any excuse. It was not Li Yao's personality to be passively beaten, and he was not particularly fond of being suspected and interrogated while doing nothing. For the Nuwa warship and the factory of the Colossi, exposing the existence of his crystal suit was an acceptable cost. Anyways, he should capture Wang Shi alive and take the initiative of the situation first. Li Yao's eyeballs were rolling crazily as he inputted the distribution data of the 100 pillars into his brain and analyzed dozens of different tactics. When the crystal sword pierced toward his thigh again, he pretended that he had no time to dodge, and he nearly tripped himself over because of the long wound on the external side of his thigh. He leaned to the right side, but he threw dozens of super tiny crystal bombs through the thousand fingers soft bones technique toward the route of Wang Shi's attack that he predicted. The super tiny crystal bombs were the essence of the most advanced explosive magical equipment in the Star Glory Federation. Although they were only the size of fingernails, they were multiple times more powerful than the grenades of the Ancient Sage's sector. The bombs spurted out and exploded between Li Yao and Wang Shi, establishing a colorful wall of spiritual energy. Even if they could not wound Wang Shi, they would still be able to stop her for a second. It was exactly the critical second that Li Yao was trying to buy himself. Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit Implement. With everything progressing so far, there was no need for disguises. Li Yao tapped the center of his eyebrow with his fingers. His spiritual energy surged out together with his sound waves. Dozens of black and red streaks of brightness darted out of his cosmos ring and condensed into an awe-inspiring crystal suit around his body. My combat ability is on par with Wang Shi's. The Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, which has been significantly upgraded through the technologies on Kunlun, will at least double my combat ability. When I catch her unprepared, I can definitely capture her alive. With the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit on his body, the familiar feeling and the intense confidence filled Li Yao's chest again. After his roar, the 18-power rune arrays on the two sides of the spine of the crystal suit spurted out dazzling flames, pushing the crystal suit forward to tear apart the aftershock of the previous explosion and crash at Wang Shi brutally. If everything went as Li Yao had planned, the blast this time would definitely sabotage Wang Shi's spiritual energy circulation and briefly cast it into disorder. Then, he would be able to launch a series of dazzling follow-up attacks. Li Yao had calculated Wang Shi's 99 possible reactions. But whatever her reaction was, she was not getting away from Li Yao. The problem was what the heck? After the aftershock of the explosion was ripped apart, Wang Shi, who was sprinting at him at full speed, had changed her appearance yet another time. Her shoulders, arms, legs, and chest were covered in a crystal suit that was an integral whole with her skin that was exposed to the air, as if it were part of her flesh and blood and triggered from her bones. Detecting the unbelievably high spiritual waves, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit immediately sent out ear-splitting alarms. But it was too late. The two parties were too close to each other for Li Yao to change his route of attack. He could only grit his teeth and crash at the enemy anyway. The only comfort for him was that, at the moment of impact, he seemed to see an equally stunned expression on Wang Shi's face on the opposite side. Boom! Li Yao felt that he had crashed into an iron plank that was fully embedded with nails. He even lost his consciousness for a brief second, during which time he could see nothing but a bunch of mottled butterflies flying in front of his eyes. When his soul was condensed again, he immediately heard the cries of the mainframe crystal processor of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, which was reporting the plummeting performance parameters of the key units. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Li Yao swallowed the blood and shook his head. He grabbed the handle of his saber with one hand and pressed the ground with the other, ready to launch a few hundred six-barreled Vulcan machine guns and crystal bombs to bombard the enemy. 100 meters away from him, Wang Shi was also shaking in dizziness as if she were drunk. She tried 3 times to stand on her feet, but failed. She could only breathe quickly on one of her knees while staring at Li Yao with half astonishment and half confusion. The unimaginably gorgeous crystal suit was still growing on her body. 4 octagonal, shiny crystals were rotating around her like satellites. Although they were much more lackluster than before, they should be more than enough for her self-protection. The situation was indescribably awkward. Li Yao had thought that, as soon as he summoned his crystal suit to double his combat ability, he would capture Wang Shi without any trouble. Then it would totally be up to him how he would deal with the captive. But outside his expectations, Wang Shi had exactly the same idea, and she had been hiding such a critical trump card. The scales were balanced once more, with neither of them able to defeat the other, and the only outcome of continuing the fight would be that they would both suffer great losses. It was his last trump card, but how could he be sure that Wang Shi did not have other trump cards? When he was hesitating, Wang Shi laughed coldly and said, "It is indeed you, Master Spiritual Vulture, or should I call you? Anyway, your scheme has been seen through. This trap was specially prepared for you. Just wait for my subordinates of the ghost character to come." Li Yao was suddenly alarmed, wondering if his identity had been fully exposed. However, half a second later, he realized that Wang Shi was bluffing. Ghost character? Would you dare let anyone in the ghost character see your creepy appearance right now? Li Yao burst into laughter. Surrender now. Your struggle will be in vain. We've had our eyes on you since long ago. You gave yourself away after hiding for almost 100 years. You have your ghost character, but I have my reinforcements too. Let's just see whose backup comes here first. Wang Shi was dazed and sneered. Are you trying to fool me with such a petty trick? Li Yao laughed in contempt too. As if you weren't ting. Do you really know who I am? The two of them glared at each other with 100 meters in between and rested in silence for 3 minutes. Naturally, neither ghost character nor Li Yao's reinforcements arrived. The atmosphere became increasingly weird. Neither knew how they should break the impasse. It appears that you have come here alone without any conspirators, Wang Shi suddenly said. Are you any different? You apparently didn't want anyone to discover your secrets and plans. Li Yao snapped back. The fully enclosed armor on your body is quite advanced. Wang Shi continued. A lot of super tiny gadgets seem to have been embedded into it. It looks like neither the traditional armor of the cultivators nor the primeval treasures. It is even less likely to be a product of the legendary Great Zhou dynasty. It seems that my guess is correct. You are indeed not Master Spiritual Vulture. It's true that I'm not Master Spiritual Vulture, but if you were just a common eunuch, how can you secrete such a weird crystal suit from your body and enter the bridge after passing the identification of the highest level? Li Yao's eyes narrowed until they were like 2 thin sabers. You are as much not lead eunuch Wang Shi as I am not Master Spiritual Vulture. Wang Shi, however, was slightly dazed. 2 clusters of brilliance burst out of her eyes as she mumbled. Is this place called a bridge? You do seem to know a lot of stuff. Li Yao was confused. What? You didn't know what a bridge is? Am I supposed to know? Wang Shi frowned. Well, Li Yao was even more confused. Wang Shi rolled her almost transparent eyes, but her killing intent, which had been blossoming like thorns just a moment ago, gradually faded back below her skin. Taking a long breath, she casually said, Therefore, we are both alone without any support, and we both have secrets that we would rather nobody knew. Yet, as it happens, we have learned each other's secrets. Seems so, Li Yao said. I am not Master Spiritual Vulture, and you are not lead eunuch Wang Shi. We have both appeared at this place uncannily when there is absolutely no reason for us to have. Also, you can't kill me, and I can't kill you. How do you propose we should handle such an awkward situation? Wang Shi scanned the mystic skeleton battlesuit with her gloomy eyes, as if she were evaluating her odds of success if she suddenly charged forward. A moment later, she smiled bitterly. You're right. Neither of us can kill the other when we are both on high alert. Gazing at his opponent, and without letting go of the tiniest movement all over Wang Shi's body, Li Yao added, While we are talking here, A large batch of uncontrollable cultivators are wandering on this Nuwa warship. They are more saboteurs than helpers. I'm sure that neither of us want to see them mess around and damage the key parts of the warship, right? Nuwa warship? Wangshi blinked and said, "So, the real name of the Divine Palace is the Nuwa warship?" Huh. Li Yao was utterly dumbfounded. You can enter the bridge by swiping your face, and you don't know that this is a warship of the Nuwa clan? There was another moment of awkward silence. Breaking the silence, Wangshi said, one word after another. "If this is some sort of trap, and you have been acting the whole time, then I've got to say that your acting skills are so unbelievably incredible that I feel that I'm going to be fooled." I was going to say the same. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. "If you've been acting the whole time while preparing a flawless trap to bait me into confessing my secrets, then your acting skills are certainly the best that I've seen in my entire life. I'll admit my failure even if I'm fooled by you. Let me make a bold assumption." Wangshi gradually recovered from her bewilderment. Her voice was calmer and calmer than before. "You must have a clandestine plan after sneaking into this place under the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture. Naturally, in your eyes, I have a mysterious plan too. We have both learned part of each other's secrets, and at first glance, it is obligatory that we fight each other until one of us lives. However, allow me to reiterate what I said in our last encounter. Our plans that are equally scared of the sunlight might not necessarily be in conflict, especially when it is obvious that we both know a lot of things that the other guy doesn't, but are quite interested in. There may still be chances of cooperation. After all, we are now in a secret chamber. While we are watching over each other, it is impossible for either of us to run away. The people outside are unlikely to break in. If we have to kill each other, should we at least exchange our intelligence first and get everything straight before we start fighting? That way, we will at least know what we die for." Li Yao tilted his head for a long while. "How do I know that you will not be lying to me?" "Of course, we may be lying to each other," Wangshi said unhurriedly. "However, a lot of critical information can also be analyzed and retrieved from lies. It is certainly better than dying with each other for no good reason, isn't it?" "Sounds reasonable." After considering for a moment, Li Yao nodded quickly. "For the sake of fairness, I propose we ask each other questions in turn. If a question is too sensitive, we are allowed to refuse to answer it and demand another question. What do you think?" "Very good." Wangshi's eyes were glittering. "As a gesture of our sincerity, should we remove our armor?" She was not a particularly beautiful woman in the beginning, but when the plain face was adorned by the glittering eyes that were as shiny as diamonds, her entire body was enshrouded in an elegant, ethereal vibe. When she spoke that sentence, there was inviolable intimidation in her voice. "We should." Leonudda. Removing his mystic skeleton battlesuit meant that he was almost exposed to the mysterious Wangshi naked. Naturally, he was under a lot of pressure. However, nothing was going to work out if the impasse went on. Also, he was very curious to watch how exactly she would remove her weird crystal suit. Li Yao tapped the center of his eyebrow with 2 fingers. The mystic skeleton battlesuit dissected into streaks of brightness and flew back to the cosmos rings. The crystals all over Wangshi's body, however, spread out rings of ivory halos as they gradually softened. Then, like some sort of thick fluids, they were absorbed into her body through the skin. It made Li Yao more certain about his judgment. The crystal suit was not a piece of magical equipment, but part of Wangshi's body, just like the scales, bone spurs, and energy-concentrating crystal that Li Yao had after activating the primeval cells, except that it was much more weird and advanced than Li Yao's additional features. Li Yao had been in touch with all kinds of bizarre demons when he was in the blood demon sector, including some weird mutants among the chaotic blood demons. However, he had never seen or heard of any existences that could secrete a highly advanced armor from inside the body or transform their sex freely. Thinking quickly, Li Yao said, "Since I was the one who ambushed just now, you may ask first." "Lord Wang." Wangshi was right. Lies had to be founded on the pieces of truth. The facts that his opponents were trying their best to hide were very likely to be concealed in the questions that they raised. Therefore, the askers might not be at an advantage, and the answerers might not necessarily suffer losses. "All right, Wang Shi seemed even more earnest than Li Yao. She asked in a hurry, "You said just now that this place is a Nuwa warship. What is it exactly?" Li Yao found it queer. "Lord Wang, you know the passwords of this place. You passed all the procedures of identification, and you were the one who found the map of the Divine Palace and initialized the quest for the Divine Palace. Why do you not even know what kind of place this is?" Wang Shi sniffed. "I'm the one asking questions now." Li Yao was deep in thought. He had nothing to hide about that question. If Wang Shi was a spy of the Imperium of true human beings or some other mysterious forces, there was no reason at all why he did not even know the Nuwa warship. The primeval war between the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan was not a secret in either the Imperium of true human beings or the Alliance of the Holy Covenant. The files regarding the war in their possession would only be much more than what the Star Glory Federation knew. Therefore, if Wang Shi did not raise the question intentionally to ease Li Yao's wariness, it would suggest that she knew absolutely nothing. The Nuwa warship is a starship of the Nuwa clan, a prehistoric civilization. Judging from the facilities and structure of this warship, it probably falls into the category of medium-sized assault warship, which is mainly used in the battles in the orbit of planets, but can also carry out the assault missions within the atmosphere. This warship must have crashed somewhere between 100,000 years ago to 500,000 years ago, probably because of the serious damage that the Panga clan caused to the engine compartment. But the rest of the cabins, especially the bridge and the mainframe crystal processor, are still well preserved. A lot of valuable stuff should be able to be uncovered. Li Yao scratched his hair, shocked by Lord Wang's ignorance. Such general information was not a secret to the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, or any other force in the universe. It did not concern the safety of the Star Glory Federation either. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao selected some obscure, basic concepts and explained them to Wang Shi. Of course, all the information was retained to the war between the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan per se. As to exactly why the war broke out, the role human beings played in the God-sealing war, and the 3 fundamental laws, that was all omitted. He was not going to give away the history about the conversion from the ancient cultivation civilization to the modern cultivation civilization easily, either. Wang Shi listened quietly. Tears as clear as pearls suddenly flowed out of her glittering eyes, as she declared in excitement, "I was right. My dreams were true. The ancient sage's sector is indeed just a narrow, deep well, and only if we crawl out of the well can we view the boundless world." Li Yao thought of something and took the opportunity to ask, "If you didn't know anything about all this, how did the idea to explore the Divine Palace even occur to you? Also, Lord Wang, you seem to be very familiar with the internal structure of the Nuwa warship, and it is quite baffling that you can pass the identification tests of the most crucial cabin." Wang Shi glanced at Li Yao. The brilliance inside her eyes dimmed. This time, she did not reject it coldly, but said in a gentle voice, "If I say that I don't know the reason, either, will you believe me?" "You don't know?" Li Yao was dazed. "What do you mean?" "I don't know what this is all about. That was why I spent my entire life searching for the Divine Palace at all costs." Wang Shi furrowed her brow. "There have been some voices and modeled pictures in my head, telling me that I will be able to crack everything and find out who I am after I find the Divine Palace." Li Yao was greatly shocked. He held his breath in case he disrupted Wang Shi's memory. Leaning against one of the giant pillars, Wang Shi slowly slid and sat down. She took a long breath and, staring at something non-existent in midair, spoke hesitantly. "Since you dared to participate in the exploration of the Divine Palace, you must have read my files before and know that I was born in a remote valley at the border between Great Qian and Ghost Qian. Our poor village was the only settlement of human beings in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby." Li Yao nodded. It was exactly as the files said. Lead eunuch Wang Shi was not a person who jumped out of nowhere. It was impossible for the royal family to allow a eunuch of ambiguous backgrounds to approach the emperor. However, something is not recorded on any of the files. After a long hesitation, Wang Shi finally spoke it out. "I was not exactly born in that village. My foster parents told me before their death that I landed from the sky enshrouded in a fiercely burning fireball to an unvisited place deep inside the valley. When all the flames died down, it was a black, iron shell in the crater. My foster parents were both poor, illiterate villagers. Their only son had been killed in a raid of the wolves that year. While they were grieving, they noticed the anomaly in the sky and traced it to the crash site, where they found the mysterious iron shell. The iron shell split apart from the center. A lot of thick blue liquid spurted out, with a wrinkled baby soaked inside. Naturally, it was impossible for them to figure out what exactly the iron shell was. They thought that the heavens had mercy and delivered a baby to them to ease their grief of losing the son. So, they took me back to their home and raised me. Big iron ball from the sky, thick blue liquids, wrinkled baby. Li Yao thought quickly and had some fuzzy speculation in his head. At first, they naturally didn't tell me my real birth. I grew up together with the other naughty kids in the village, Wangxi said. Although I wasn't their blood child, my foster parents treated me very well because they thought that I was a blessing, and they had me when they were quite old. They paid a visit to the nearest town hundreds of kilometers away and found a scholar to pick a name for me. My foster father was surnamed Long. Long Yangjun is my real name. Li Yao blinked and took the opportunity to ask, "So, this is your real appearance. Are you a woman?" Long Yangjun coughed in embarrassment. Instead of answering Li Yao's question, she simply went on. However, as I grew older, I gradually discovered some uncanny features on my body that couldn't be explained in any way. I was too different from other kids. Since you are the bloodline of the barbarians and you can display the distinctive features of the ferocious beasts with the berserker arts, you should know that most of the people in the borderland between the Great Qian dynasty and the Dark Cloud Prairies are hybrids who have some bizarre features more or less. Tusks, feathers in their private parts, and even tiny horns on their heads are nothing unusual. However, even compared to the bizarre-looking kids, I could also be called the strangest one. For example, the crystal external skeleton that I can trigger at will from my body is one of the inexplicable features. However, my weird body is not worth mentioning at all compared to the pictures and sounds that often appear in my head unbearably. I don't know if you have had similar experiences, but ever since I can remember, every time I went to sleep late at night, the most dazzling and inexplicable pictures would always show up in front of my eyes. I would also hear a lot of noises and people talking. You dream what you think during the day. Generally speaking, however creepy one's dream is, it can't be far away from the real world that they are living during the day, despite the twists and distortions. My dreams, on the other hand, were absolutely nothing that a 4-year-old kid could bear. They crawled into my head like vipers at night, causing me excruciating pain and driving me crazy. Li Yao's heart was pounding, and he almost moaned out. He struggled to ask, What were your dreams about exactly?" Long Yangjun shook her head and said gloomily, "They were like the swirls made of countless bodies of mottled butterflies. It was very rare that I could understand part of the information. In general, some of the bizarre-shaped humans were fighting each other, or they were moving in the boundless universe surrounded by burning stars. The real stars." Li Yao's breath grew more and more hasty. "Are you referring to the God-Sealing War in the primeval era?" "I don't know," Long Yangjun said straightforwardly. "I didn't know the concepts about the Nuwa clan, the Panga clan, and the God-Sealing War until today. How could I have understood the meaning of the uncanny dreams 100 years ago?" Li Yao was silent. Two different thoughts were fighting hard inside his brain. Although Long Yangjun's answer was not completely flawless, it was indeed logical and contained tremendous information. It did not seem to be entirely made up. The mental devil, however, shouted desperately inside his brain. "False! False! It is certainly false. Wang Shi, or Long Yangjun. She is one of the most terrible existences in the ancient sages sector, who manipulated the entire world of cultivators by herself. How can such a great schemer trust an alien of unknown backgrounds in just an hour and tell her birth to you honestly? That's too childish. She must have dug a great pit waiting for you to jump in. Watch out. I know that you haven't had a competition of beliefs with Ding Ling Dang for 100 years, and you must be thirsty. But even if you are to fall for a woman, You must not be fooled by the quirky lady boy. Fair enough. Li Yao calmed himself down, but he was not so sure. However, she is indeed by herself and did not foresee that I would break into the room. The wound that she suffered from Yin Liren is authentic too. All this suggests that even if there is a trap, she did not prepare it in advance, but is improvising. Therefore, this is unlikely to be a trap targeting me or the Star Glory Federation. I must have been involved by accident. Assuming that she is lying, what is her real purpose exactly? Who knows? The mental devil sneered. Chances are that she is trying to earn your sympathy with her pitiful past, so that you will help her gain control of the Nuwa warship. Do you think that she will be as friendly as right now after she gets the Nuwa warship up and running? Exactly. Li Yao was suddenly alarmed. For such an enormous Nuwa warship, even someone who was deeply associated with it in the past would not be able to maneuver it on their own. Li Yao was a master of refining, and he appeared to be quite familiar with the Nuwa warship. It was possible that Long Yangjun was tricking him into being her assistant. After they finished maintaining the Nuwa warship and soared into space, Long Yangjun would reveal her real face. When then, Li Yao secretly wiped off his sweat in his head. Long Yangjun glanced at him coldly and said, "Don't you feel that your question is too long? Shouldn't you trade your own background for such priceless intelligence regarding the secrets of my birth? Who are you exactly? What is this mysterious force behind you that has the capability to craft such a delicate armor?" Chapter 1479, This Isn't a Coincidence. Li Yao sniffed in confirmation. The mystic skeleton battlesuit is a crystal suit built in the industrial system of the modern cultivation civilization was greatly different from the armor of the ancient cultivators crafted purely by hand. Anyone who is not blind would be able to tell that. I'm not surprised that you are an extraterrestrial cultivator. What surprises me is why you have shown up in the ancient sage's sector, Long Yangjun said. You are obviously on your own without any support. If you didn't end up here in an accident, you must be some sort of scout collecting intelligence for the main troop behind you, right? Li Yao's heart nearly skipped a beat. He did not know that Long Yangjun's senses were so keen that she had figured out his real identity through the insignificant traces. Long Yangjun's eyes suddenly grew sharp, and her voice turned cold. If you have countless warships similar to the Nuwa warship that we are standing on right now, coveting us outside of the dark nebula, I don't see any possibility of cooperation between us. Make no mistake. Sensing her rising killing intent, Li Yao hurried to reply. We mean no harm to the ancient sage's sector. Then it is quite odd. Long Yangjun raised the critical question immediately. Since the ancient sage's sector is hidden inside a dark nebula and can hardly be noticed by the rest of the universe, why are you here if you mean no harm? In fact, it was the ancient sage's sector that sent a signal to my world first. After pondering for a moment, Li Yao attempted to narrate the whole story in a fuzzy way. I cannot tell you the specific details right now, nor can they be explained in a few words. Let me just put it this way. One peaceful summer night, when you are resting in your own house, you suddenly hear someone chuckling right next to you. You rise and investigate in shock, only to discover that the laughter was probably from a mountain thousands of meters away from your house. What would you do in such a situation? Long Yangjun was slightly dazed and deep in thought. The laughter from thousands of kilometers away found its way into my house late at night. I'm afraid that I would not sleep well until I found the source of the laughter. Precisely, Li Yao said. You may consider me as an investigator who has come to the ancient sage's sector to locate the source of the laughter. Long Yangjun rolled her eyes. Then, have you located it? Not yet, Li Yao admitted frankly. The distance between the ancient sage's sector and my world is much longer than you can ever imagine. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator with infinite spiritual energy rushes at full speed for 10,000 years, they may not be able to cover the whole journey. To deliver the laughter to such a long distance away requires some very advanced magical equipment or rune array. However, although I've been active in the ancient sage's sector as a magical equipment specialist, gathering the intelligence of the magical equipment in this world, even including the groundless tales, I've found nothing useful. But considering that the Nuwa warship we are on is so well preserved, even if it cannot cruise in space anymore, it is possible for the warship to send out a few chuckles to the outside world. Are you saying that someone sent a message to beyond the dark nebula through the Nuwa warship about 100 years ago? Long Yangjuan's eyes suddenly turned extremely dangerous. When specifically? Liao calculated for a moment and said, "Exchanged to the time of the ancient sage's sector, it was probably 97 years and 8 months ago." It was quite odd that the time cost for the ancient sage's sector, the heaven's origin sector, and the blood demon sector to revolve around their respective stars was almost identical. Therefore, the calendar that they used was more or less the same. Perhaps the worlds that allowed carbon-based life forms such as the Panga clan, the Nuwa clan, and human beings to survive and thrive into brilliant civilizations shared something in common. 97 years ago. Long Yangjuan's face suddenly turned extremely weird. I am 97 and a half years old right now, but I have always counted my birthday from the day when I was picked up by my foster parents, which means that I could have been born 97 years and 8 months ago. The hair on the back of Liao's head was all standing up. He felt as if creepy, cold air was rising all the way up from his spine to his skull. It could not have been a coincidence. According to the calendar of the ancient sage's sector, something must have happened on the Nuwa warship 97 years and 8 months ago that resulted in the launch of the mysterious signal and the birth of Long Yangjun. We seem to be approaching the answer to the puzzle. I have a theory about your identity too. Liao threw out a bait. However, in order to find out the truth completely, I would like to hear your answer to the last question. How exactly did you find the Divine Palace? You know who I am? Long Yangjun rose up suddenly and glared at Liao for a long time before sliding down against the pillar of the crystal processor system again. I grew up in the remote valley until I was 8, bearing the torture of the uncanny dreams every day and reluctant to hang around with other kids because of the irregularities of my body. I preferred to wander in the wilderness by myself. Gradually, I became a freak in my village. All the while, my strength was awakening. The folks living in the borderland were very tough. Infamous bandits often choose to hide in such places. There were a few fighters in my village who claimed to have killed a lot of people. I used to learn fighting skills from one of them, but after only a few days, I began to feel that his martial arts were too shabby and not nearly as effective as the weird arts that I received from the uncanny dreams. But at that time, I was too young to control my strength, and I was loathed by the villagers when I almost beat several children who were 5 or 6 years older than me when we were playing. So, I was even less willing to go back to the village. I found a cave in the valley and lived in seclusion. My foster parents regarded me as a blessing from the heavens because of my mysterious backgrounds. They did not dare to discipline me, but simply let me go. At that time, I trained myself and hunted in the wilderness during the day. At night, to get away from the torture of the uncanny dreams, I sat outside of my cave and looked at the sky. All kinds of weird questions occurred to me. What was beyond the sky? What were the so-called deities all about? The enormous bones that were occasionally found in the wilderness were claimed to be the ectasis of the primeval deities and worshipped by everyone. Temples and altars were even established to enshrine them. But when I touched the bones, I did not feel any reverence at all, but only familiarity and sorrow. Why was that? Of course, what I thought about most were still my dreams. Was everything that happened in my dreams just my fantasy, or was it real? Was the picture where the stars in the universe exploded instantly and 10,000 starships were burning something that I saw in my previous life? Just like that, the modeled pictures and the squeaking noises, after being repeated in the dream countless times, gradually condensed into an inexplicable belief. I was somehow told that the answer lay at the end of the land of eternal night. As long as I came to this place, I would find out who I was exactly. After saying that, Long Yangjun paused for a moment and took a long breath. With vague sorrow on her face, she quickly said, "Later, the village that my foster parents were living in was pillaged by a bunch of defeated soldiers from the prairies. At that time, the divinity transformation stage, Cultivator Ming, Qixin, and Wu Suiyun had both vanished in the land of eternal night, and the new dominator Han Bailing was yet to distinguish himself. The situation on the dark cloud prairies was extremely chaotic. The tribes and the few sects were fighting each other all the time. The soldiers who were defeated always plundered all the way while they were running as bandits. My hometown was unfortunately caught by them. All the villagers were massacred. When I trained myself in the wilderness, I chose the most inconspicuous spots, sometimes even the underground crevices, in case other people ran into my secrets. I didn't know it when it happened. It was not until my training section was done and I saw the rising fire on the horizon that I realized something terrible had happened. After I returned to my village, the only things awaiting me were the burnt, dilapidated buildings. My foster mother was hiding in an underground burrow. She was already dying because of the high temperature and the intense smoke and passed away after she managed to tell me about my birth. I tracked the bandits, trying to kill all of them, but outside my expectation, there were quite a few tough fighters among them. Also, my strength was newly awakened. Eventually, although I executed each and every one of them, I was also heavily wounded and nearly dead, and I wasn't myself again until 3 days and 3 nights of slipping in and out of consciousness later. However, it was exactly because of the life and death struggle that my intuition grew much keener. The pictures and sounds in my head were clearer than before, too. My hometown had been destroyed, but an origin that was much more remote seemed to be concealed inside my body. I suddenly felt a strong urge to find my real hometown and figure out who I really was. What was odd was that I should have been extremely ignorant since I grew up in the wilderness, uneducated, and barely visited the town hundreds of kilometers away before. But my head was extremely clear at that time. I reached the conclusion instantly that it was absolutely impossible for me to reach the land of eternal night on my own. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to find my destination, which was hidden in a certain place on the vast snow field. I had to conduct real training to improve my capabilities. I also needed to establish my own force and gather more intelligence about the land of eternal night. It is none of your business. Long Yangjun suddenly grew alarmed, and her voice grew cold again. All in all, you only need to know that I smoothly entered the royal palace and became a common eunuch. My uncanny dreams endowed me with extraordinary analysis and planning abilities. Even the most experienced old eunuchs were manipulated by me without them realizing. I worked as a librarian in the royal library for decades in order to search for everything related to the land of eternal night from the books that were as vast as oceans. It was during that period that some scraps about the divine palace aroused my interest. I was gradually certain that the dreams that had been haunting me must be associated with the divine palace. However, even the latest books about the divine palace were written thousands of years ago. Nobody today knew specifically where the so-called divine palace was. Most people simply regarded it as an illusory place cited in folklore. But I knew that the divine palace was in the real world. In the decades that followed, I tried to determine the specific coordinates of the divine palace until I found the map core and the Thousand Stars tray in the end. It was a pity that I didn't know where the map core was hidden exactly, and that the Thousand Stars tray had already been dissected into more than 10 parts that were held by multiple sects as their secret treasures. In order to collect the components of the Thousand Stars tray and reassemble it, I would have to break into the sects. That explains a lot. Deep in thought, Li Yao remarked. That's why you established Ghost Character and instigated trouble among the Cultivators to help the Emperor keep the main sects in check. You even led Ghost Character to annihilate a lot of sects in person. Exactly, Long Yangjun said. At that time, I had already joined an underground sect that had been passed on among the eunuchs for 1,000 years in the royal palace. I had trained the apparitional night arts to the highest level and was acknowledged as the leader of the clandestine force. The Emperor wanted to curb the Cultivators, which was exactly what I wanted too. Therefore, I established Ghost Character based on the enormous resources of the underground force. While I was leading the charge and running errands for the Emperor, I collected the pieces of the Thousand Stars tray. Finally, I also found out that the map core was actually hidden in East Peace County. Long Yangjun paused for a moment when she reached this part, as if she was still angry about what happened next. If I were still the dominating Wang Shi in the court, After a year and a half's planning, I would have been able to retrieve the map core openly and establish an exploration team that was absolutely loyal to me. Then, I could have made my way to the land of eternal night and searched for the divine palace without alarming anyone. The old emperor was completely under my control. The cultivators were too busy minding their own business to compete with me, too. However, it never occurred to me that an existence as weird as Zhu Zongyo would suddenly jump out of nowhere and completely disrupt my whole plan. He almost killed me without leaving me a place for burial. Zhu Zongyo was Emperor Phoenix, the new emperor who had ascended to the throne last year. Calling him by his name, Long Yangjun apparently hated his guts. Li Yao raised his eyebrow and asked, "So, are you not on the same boat?" The old emperor was entirely manipulated by me and no better than a puppet. Why would I trouble myself by making a new emperor? Long Yangjun said coldly. Even if a new puppet was needed, I had already picked quite a few suitable targets who would absolutely not hinder my plan. In retrospect, the death of the old emperor was definitely a scheme, and the leader of the scheme was Emperor Phoenix, the then 13th Prince Zhu Zongyo, who was hidden in the Thunder Martial Temple and had been forgotten by most people. It's a pity that I focused my full attention on searching for the map core and the Thousand Stars tray at that time, so I was too sluggish to realize the severity of the issue in time. When I finally realized it, my own forces had already been uprooted by Zhu Zongyo as fast as lightning. Wait a moment, Li Yao found it strange. Logically, Emperor Phoenix should have had absolutely no support in the divine capital. How could he have uprooted the forces that you had raised for decades, including the enormous ghost character? It's exactly because of the impossibility that I underestimated him. Long Yangjun replied hatefully. Zhu Zongyo is definitely not as simple as he appears, but the force lurking behind him is even more terrible. The elite assassins of Ghost character were absolutely no match for his newly founded Fiery Phoenix Legion during the collisions in the darkness. Several of my subordinates who had been loyal to me for decades betrayed me overnight. Their motivation puzzles me even to this day. Li Yao sighed and said, "So, you could only turn to the last resort and cooperate with Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Qi Chongsheng?" Exactly. Long Yangjun gnashed her teeth. A rat on the street that everybody stomped on, a public enemy for everyone in the world. I didn't care about any of that. The idiotic cultivators wanted to capture me? Not going to happen in 100 years. But the secret force behind Zhu Zongyo had been strangling me in the darkness all the time. He was apparently going to crush me and glean all my secrets from me. My force grew weaker every day. After only half a year and a half, 90% of the members of Ghost character had already been lost. The rest of them were living in panic every day like shocked birds. I was fully clear that if I didn't have one last struggle and embark on the quest for the Divine Palace, I might not have the opportunity later. Having no other options, I could only tell the secret to Han Bailing, Qi Chongsheng, and Wan Mingzhu. The four rapscallions teamed up to look for the Divine Palace. Li Yao rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, "Let me make a guess. You intentionally revealed a loophole during the battle at East Peace County so that I would follow. Then, you told me part of the truth to attract more forces to join the quest for the Divine Palace, right? You are quite smart." Long Yangjun was rather surprised. She looked Li Yao up and down carefully again. Exactly. I wanted as many forces to participate in the competition in the Divine Palace as possible. The reason is very simple. Under the attack of Emperor Phoenix, Ghost character had been significantly undermined. It was not nearly as strong as it appeared to be. Chances were that it was the weakest of the four forces under the command of the four rapscallions. Also, I was the one who called for the operation. From the perspective of Han Bailing, Qi Chongsheng, and Wan Mingzhu, it was easy for them to reach the conclusion that I must be keeping some critical information for myself. Then, it would be possible for the three of them to stand on the same side and deal with me together in order to exploit all of my secrets. As long as they grew slightly hostile, they would see through my weakness right now. I would be caught in the awkward situation where I couldn't fight back at all, which was definitely unacceptable for me. Didn't you mention on the desolate land in the East Ocean that since you were all by yourself, You could only introduce as many forces into the exploration mission as possible so that you would be able to fish for what you wanted in the dirty water. The same logic applies for me. If more forces participated in the operation, it would be more likely that they would harass and even kill each other, and I, with the crucial information, would be given a precious opportunity. After all, our goals are different. The goal of the others is the Cloud Sheen gold statues, but my goal is to look into the background of the whole issue and find out who I am. Therefore, I will not fight bloody battles in front of the Cloud Sheen gold statues like them, at least not in the beginning. Li Yao nodded slowly. After hearing that, he finally felt that some of the puzzles that he had in the beginning were solved. One more thing. After a moment of hesitation, Long Yangjun said, "It is just my vague intuition, not backed by any proof, but I somehow feel that Zhu Zonyo knows something about the Divine Palace. Even if I hadn't revealed the secret, it's very possible that he would have established an exploration team in secret to search for this place." Judging from his thunderous approaches when he dealt with Ghost character, the exploration team would be much more than what Han Bailing and the other forces combined could handle. Since I couldn't stop him, I might as well make it big and introduce more forces into the game. The more, the merrier. What? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. On second thought, it was indeed very possible. The news about the Divine Palace was publicly revealed only after the battle in East Peace County. In just one short month, Emperor Phoenix had already launched aggressive attacks all over the country and established a well-equipped exploration team with sufficient resources. Logically, the whole preparation should have taken much longer than it actually did. The only explanation was that long before the Battle of East Peace County, and before the map core fell into the hands of Wang Shi, he had begun planning everything. The puzzle was too complicated to be solved for the time being. Li Yao calmed himself down and sorted his messy thoughts. So, you passed the maze-like internal pathways on the warship, and you knew the passwords to open the gate to the bridge because the uncanny dreams in your head told you the information. No, it was just spontaneous. Long Yangjun eyed the crystal pillars around and mumbled, "I didn't know any of that in the beginning. However, the moment that I entered this Nuwa warship, I had a feeling that I'd come home. I seemed to be familiar with the distribution and direction of every pathway, and I would not make a mistake even if I walked through them with my eyes closed. I reached this place with just my natural instincts. The same goes for the 3 identification procedures. I didn't know the way to crack them before. However, as long as I cleared my mind and relaxed my body, my fingers were already bouncing on their own as naturally as breathing." Chapter 1481, Li Yao's shocking speculation. There is no need for me to lie to you about such unimportant things. After all, I'm more eager to know who I am than you are, Long Yangjun said coldly. If your speculation makes sense, there will still be a possibility for our cooperation. If you turn out to be lying to me, I'm afraid that only one of us will be able to walk out of this bridge. This is my speculation. Li Yao coughed lightly and explained at ease. Assuming what you said is true, you landed from the sky in a fiercely burning iron shell when you were an infant. The critical question here is whether you fell from outside of the atmosphere or within the atmosphere. Or were you shot beyond the atmosphere like a cannonball first and drifted for a while in orbit before you cut into the atmosphere again? Right. Do you know what the atmosphere is? Of course I do, Long Yangjun said. I used to soar into the sky and break into the universe through the clouds. Naturally, I know what the atmosphere is. However, is it really important from where I fell to the ground? In every way. Li Yao nodded and said solemnly. Generally speaking, after hearing your story, people will suspect that you have arrived from the depths of the universe far, far away and landed on the Ancient Sages sector. However, the Ancient Sages sector is enshrouded in a thick, dark nebula, which is not easy for a super warship equipped with the best navigation magical equipment to pass through. Is an iron shell simple in structure and not large in volume really capable of passing through the entire dark nebula? I strongly doubt that. Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. She mumbled, I have never seen the thing that carried me to this world with my own eyes. After my foster parents passed away, I try my best to look for it, too, but without a precise location, and when 10 years had passed, where could I find it? However, since they described it as an iron shell, it should be a vehicle that was extremely simple in structure and not very large in size. That's it. Liao clapped his fists and said, an iron shell that is simple and small but sturdy and blast-proof, based on my experience, is unlikely to be a warship that can cruise for a long distance in the universe. It is more similar to an escape capsule on a warship. It means that you did not fall from the sky. Instead, you were actually launched from a certain starship and flew for some time, presumably not very long, before you re-entered the atmosphere. Judging from the uncanny dreams in your head, you were probably one of the most important people on this Niwa warship. You were launched from this place in an escape capsule. Long Yangjuan's eyes suddenly glittered. She eyed Li Yao up and down carefully before she nodded. Up to this point, your speculation is rather reasonable. However, the Niwa warship crashed on the land of eternal night more than 100,000 years ago. Could anyone have slept in the escape capsule for such a long time? Li Yao hesitated for a moment and said, theoretically, maybe, but I feel that your case is different. Of course it is different, Long Yangjun replied. If I were truly an important person on this Niwa warship, why was I in the form of an infant with absolutely no memories of my past? Perhaps, Li Yao said, it is not your past but your previous life. Previous life? Long Yangjun chuckled in amusement. Are you referring to possession and reincarnation? I've thought of the possibility since a long time ago, but it doesn't make sense. There are many great irregularities with my body that can never be manifested by the local cultivators of the ancient sages sector. If I had reincarnated, the best I could expect should be the mutation of my soul. Why would there be drastic changes in my body? Besides, you saw with your own eyes that I passed multiple identification tests successfully with this body of mine. It suggests that the relevant information about this body has indeed been stored in the, what did you call it? Right, in the mainframe crystal processor previously. How can you explain that? I have come up with two possibilities. Li Yao extended his two fingers and said, firstly, is it possible that the Niwa clan boasted a certain mysterious technique that allowed someone to grow reversely from old to young, from an adult to a child, from a child to an infant, and even from an infant to a fetus or even a zygote? Long Yangjuan's eyes suddenly shone. What are the benefits of such a practice? The greatest benefit is that it allows a much longer hibernation, Li Yao said. For an adult, especially an unparalleled expert, their body of flesh and blood and their immense soul consume astronomical spiritual energy every second. It is barely possible for them to hibernate for 100,000 years. It was true that Li Yao had come across a member of the Panga clan who came back to life after a hibernation of hundreds of thousands of years on Kunlun. But that was a very special case. Kunlun had been constructed based on a pulsar, which had been providing energy for it incessantly during the hundreds of thousands of years. That was why the member of the Panga clan had been kept alive in the hibernation state. Under normal circumstances, barely any magical equipment or energy source could allow someone to hibernate for such a long time without damaging their body. I know of a special lotus, Li Yao said. When the environment changes greatly and the weather is too dry for its survival, its seeds will enter a very special spore state, where they will be like lifeless pebbles and sleep for tens of thousands of years, or even longer until the weather is moist and there is a water source. Then, they will be unfrozen from the spore state and thrive again. Perhaps that was the methodology of the Niwa clan, too. In the case of an emergency that dictated a long hibernation, when there was a lack of sufficient spiritual energy and nutrition, they would force the individuals to enter the reverse growth state, where the individuals would grow from adults into zygotes. Then, they would envelop the zygotes with a unique shell, turning them into spores that barely consumed any spiritual energy and nutrition, but were extremely sturdy. Then, with the tiniest bit of spiritual energy and nutrition, and the room no larger than a fist, the individuals would be able to sleep for hundreds of thousands of years. Wouldn't their chances of survival be greatly improved? After hundreds of thousands of years, when the world changes and the dangers are long gone, when enough spiritual energy and nutrition have accumulated, the unfreezing procedure will come. The shell will split apart and release the zygotes, which will develop again in an environment similar to an artificial womb. Just like that, they will be reborn. When you grew reversely into a zygote because your head had completely vanished, most of the information and memories stored in it were naturally lost. That is why you only had certain modeled memory pieces that were displayed in your strange dreams. Perhaps, as your brain continues developing, you will find more and more memories in the future, won't you? This is the first possibility that I speculated. Are there any questions? Long Yangjun was dumbfounded. Well, she hesitated in confusion and at a loss. She seemed to be going crazy as she said, "Wait, you said too much too fast. I need some time to digest it." "I need time." She was dazed for a long time with her eyes unfocused. Finally, she took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Reverse growth, spore state, and second maturation? Did the deities and devils in the primeval era really have such amazing techniques? "I don't know," Li Yao replied honestly. "This is just my wild speculation based on the information that you gave me and everything I've seen so far." "All right," Long Yangjun said, still not entirely calm. "Naturally, the truth is still too far away from us to be found out right now. But your speculation does sound reasonable. Why don't you tell me the second possibility?" "The second possibility shares the same purpose as the first possibility but differs in approach," Li Yao said. "Perhaps the Nuwa clan did not have such a mysterious technique as reverse growth. However, they might have another amazing method. I wonder, have you ever heard of genome duplication?" "Genome duplication? What's that?" Long Yangjun was confused. To put it simply, Li Yao said, as long as a hair, a drop of blood, or a fingernail is retrieved from you, it is possible to create a clone that has an identical genome to yours without the slightest difference in any cell. Of course, it cannot be a tall and healthy adult like you are right now, but a fetus that contains the entirety of your genome. You may find it hard to understand what the genome is, but it doesn't matter. All you need to know that once the fetus grows up, it will turn into someone exactly the same as you. Exactly the same as me? Long Yangjun touched her face subconsciously. To be more precise, exactly the same as her, Li Yao said coldly. Exactly the same as her, the woman who left her hair, blood, fingernail, or some other bodily material hundreds of thousands of years ago. I got it now. Long Yangjun's hands were shaking. Are you saying that hundreds of thousands of years ago, someone on the Nuwa warship left her hair, blood, or fingernail and refined it into a fetus, and hundreds of thousands of years later, the fetus has grown into a clone? Long Yangjun stared at Li Yao without blinking. She was in such a trance that she looked like a lost ghost. In your world, is the genome duplication technology already highly developed? We are not able to accomplish such an incredible thing yet. Li Yao opened his hands and frankly admitted the truth. However, that is not necessarily so for the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan. To ensure the continuity of their civilization, there is a good chance that they went through all the trouble to create many mysterious, if not horrifying, techniques. Long Yangjun paced back and forth anxiously. At a loss, she asked, "Why was I launched 100 years ago, but not any other point?" Li Yao thought for a moment and said, "Assuming that the iron shell that you were in was indeed an escape capsule, it is possible that the Nuwa warship sensed the invasion of certain dangers and automatically ejected you. Normally speaking, if someone on the Nuwa warship left a fetus by means of reverse growth or genome duplication hundreds of thousands of years ago, hoping that it would be revived in a suitable environment, there would be no reason for you to be launched into the wilderness tens of thousands of kilometers away. The dangers and unexpected factors out there were too many. Unfreezing and incubating you directly on the Nuwa warship, protecting your safety with the Nuwa warship, and restoring your memories and reminding you of your destiny through a certain automatic educational tool. That would be the most sensible choice. Unless, of course, certain great changes that took place on the Nuwa warship made the system reach the conclusion that it was no longer safe for you to stay on the warship as a fetus, in which case you were put into a special escape capsule and launched somewhere far, far away. You see, although the Nuwa warship has been in the hibernation state for hundreds of thousands of years, part of the facilities, including the gates to the bridge, are still functioning normally. I believe that the alarm system and the escape system didn't completely hibernate, but were placed in a certain half-active state. It would definitely have been possible for the warship to launch an escape capsule. Long Yangjun wanted to speak, but hesitated. She was caught in a long silence. The brilliance inside her eyes seemed to be mixing with the spots of light that were shining on the crystal pillars around. It was as if she was being drowned in the bridge. Having finished the analysis, Li Yao contemplated on his own issues in silence, too. Are you considering our own origins? The mental devil surfaced inside his brain again, with the rarely seen graveness on its face. Yes, Li Yao sighed gloomily. The reason that he could come up with two relatively plausible possibilities from the few clues that Long Yangjun had offered in such a short period of time was naturally because he had been thinking about these questions since a long, long time ago, when his self-consciousness just popped up to the surface of the water from the prolonged chaos. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? When he broke free from the creepy, unpredictable dreams at night with headaches and sweat all over his body and looked at the dim, yellow sky that was entirely different from his memories, the questions always tightened him up hard like invisible boas until his soul was shivering and he could barely catch his breath. Long Yangjun was like another version of himself. Or rather, she was like an abridged version of a certain being. The two of them were both lost outside of their real homes. They both recalled part of the experiences in a different time and space under the stimulation of uncanny dreams. They were both determined to find out who they were and what kind of destiny they shouldered at all costs. They were the same type of person, lost wanderers in the wilderness. However, Long Yangjun was more fortunate than him. She had only been thrown tens of thousands of meters away from her origin, which was still on the same planet as she was. Also, after 100 years of hard work, she had finally returned to the place of her origin and figured out what kind of being she was exactly. Either it was reverse growth or genome duplication. And despite the possible flaws in the details, Li Yao believed that his speculation was not too far off the truth. But what about himself? His origin was probably on the other side of the universe across billions of stars. The method that delivered him to the heaven's origin sector at the edge of the cosmos was definitely 100 times more sophisticated than reverse growth or genome duplication. When would he be able to find his origin and the real significance of his life, like Long Yangjun? Li Yao took a deep breath and pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to get away from the random thoughts that were of no help. Long Yangjun had figured out her origin, but there was no telling what her stance and attitude were yet. In the meantime, thousands of cultivators who had been corrupted by greed and might go out of control at any moment were still wandering outside. Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo, a mysterious person that was a headache even for Long Yangjun, and the immeasurable mysterious force behind him were also lurking somewhere in the darkness. Besides, it was not the time to play the thoughtful philosopher yet. He might as well focus his attention on figuring out the truth in front of his eyes. If his speculation was right, and Long Yangjun had been tossed out by the Nuwa warship through an escape capsule because of the arrival of certain dangers, then Li Yao's body was suddenly stiff as if he had an electric shock. The blood all over his body was flowing into his head and raising a tsunami there. I have a brand new assumption about the mysterious signal that was launched to the heaven's origin sector and the flying star sector. Li Yao roared excitedly inside his head. Oh, tell me about it. The mental devil grew interested, too, with its two small ears flapping. The whole time, we have believed that the mysterious signal was launched intentionally by an unknown force that could be either friendly or hostile. That is why we came to the ancient sages sector after such a long journey in search of the force, right? But what if we have been wrong since the very beginning? The signal might not have been sent on purpose by someone or some force, but was triggered in a passive state. Or rather, the signal was activated when the triggering conditions that were set a long time ago were met. Triggered in a passive state? The mental devil was confused. Triggered by what? I assumed that it was a distress signal or an alarm signal. The more Li Yao spoke, the faster his tongue became, and the brighter his eyes were. If we accept that Long Yangjun was launched by the Nuwa warship when it decided that the inside of the warship was no longer safe because of certain new dangers, it is quite easy to understand the signal. It is a distress and alarm signal that the Nuwa warship sent to the Sea of Stars, partly to remind the Allies nearby that there were enemies here, and partly to ask the Allies to help search for and rescue Long Yangjun. The mental scratched its hair hard. Allies? Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and both the Panga civilization and the Nuwa civilization are gone. Where are the Allies or enemies? Yes, we know that very clearly, but when the Nuwa warship crashed in the land of eternal night, the God-sealing war was still raging. Who could have expected that the two primeval civilizations that once dominated the entire universe would perish with each other? Even the creator and the pilot of the Nuwa warship wouldn't have been able to see that coming, would they? Look, Kunlun is not far away from the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. Traces of the Nuwa clan and human soldiers at the early phase of the war have already been detected there. In the meantime, the ancient sages sector was well hidden in the depths of the dark nebula. It was possibly a war base with enormous firepower and a regional military center. Can you make a reasonable assumption that the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector were already occupied by the Nuwa clan in the early years of the God-sealing war and became the rear bases for the Nuwa clan, whereas the ancient sages sector was not attacked by the Nuwa clan until the last years of the war? The mental devil pondered for a moment and said, "It seems to be a justifiable assumption." Li Yao clapped his hands and said, "It is even possible that this very Nuwa warship took either the Heaven's Origin sector or the Flying Star sector as the mother port and the other world as a supply base. It took off from our hometown and flew all the way to the ancient sages sector for an assault. If such an assumption is true, it is not strange at all that the Nuwa warship boasted certain techniques, allowing it to communicate with the mother port and the supply base instantly. I don't know what exactly happened when the Nuwa warship crashed, but it had probably stored a distress and alarm signal inside the mainframe crystal processor and set the signal to be sent to the mother port, the supply base, and the possible allies in the entire universe on certain conditions. Or maybe the Nuwa warship meant to send the signal at that time, but because of the exhaustion of spiritual energy or the chaotic magnetic field caused by the battle, it went into its hibernation state before the signal was launched successfully. About 100 years ago, the Nuwa warship finally collected enough spiritual energy after the hibernation of hundreds of thousands of years, which allowed it to recover the most fundamental functions. At that time, something that made the Nuwa warship believe that it was no longer safe to keep a fetus such as Long Yangjun inside the warship occurred. When it launched Long Yangjun out through an escape capsule, it dutifully carried out another mission, which was to send a distress or an alarm signal that contained tremendous encrypted information to the places that it believed to be the mother port or allies in the vast universe. Then, our target now is very clear. Deep in thought, Li Yao said, "Now that the first puzzle has been solved, we only need to figure out what exactly happened on the Nuwa warship 100 years ago, which will also prove or disprove the veracity of our hypothesis." It was definitely not as simple as the invasion of two divinity transformation stage cultivators. The mental devil thought for a moment and said, "The tales about the Nuwa warship have been passed on in the ancient sages sector for tens of thousands of years. It is regarded by the locals of this world as the Divine Palace, who also created magical equipment such as the Thousand Stars Tray and the Map Core. It is evident enough that somebody entered the Nuwa warship a long time ago. Yet, none of the reactions were triggered at that time, which suggests that, by the Nuwa warship's criteria, it is not a big deal if some locals trespass on the Nuwa warship, and they will not be a threat to the safety of the warship itself and the fetus. Just like the round, silver ball, which must be part of the automatic defense system. Didn't it abort the attack after determining that you were a real human being? If the Nuwa warship did not wish to be infiltrated, it could have switched to a different grand illusionary land to test if you were one of the original crew members, and it would barrage and kill you instantly as long as you were not one of them. Li Yao was suddenly alarmed. The mental devil did have a point. It seemed that Emperor Phoenix was not the only target whom he should be wary of. There might be something seriously wrong with the Nuwa warship itself. What had happened 100 years ago was certainly much more complicated than the invasion of two divinity transformation stage cultivators. Then, what should he do next? The mysteries about Long Yangjuan's birth and her motivations of planning everything had basically been figured out. Although she must have kept something to herself, what she had confessed seemed rather trustworthy. Was there any chance for him to cooperate with Long Yangjun? I still feel that something is wrong with her, the mental devil said worriedly. It is quite odd. My intuition tells me that everything she said just now is probably true without much distortion, but my intuition also tells me that she is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Why? Liao thought hard for a moment. If Long Yangjun is truly a clone or a reversely grown version of a core crew member on the Nuwa warship hundreds of thousands of years ago, she should be standing on our side. Didn't the Nuwa clan help human beings against the tyranny of the Panga clan? Also, I can tell that Long Yangjuan's physique is greatly different from the tall, strong members of the Nuwa clan who had human heads but serpent bodies. She probably still falls into the category of human beings. Although she can secrete a weird crystal suit from inside her body and transform between sexes freely, it is probably because she belonged to a special unit that had received the genetic modification of the Nuwa clan, just like the Thunderstriker Legion that we found on Kunlun. All in all, she is still a human being, one of our own. The purpose of our journey is to look for allies to fight against the Imperium of true human beings together. If Long Yangjun is truly a reborn human soldier who was modified and edified by the Nuwa clan personally hundreds of thousands of years ago, she will be a priceless treasure for the Federation. Also, the bridge of this Nuwa warship is too weird for us to activate and manipulate purely on our own. She's going to be the key to our current dilemma. How are we going to get the warship if we don't cooperate with her? Lastly, what can I do even if I refuse to cooperate with her? I can't kill her at all. Should we just confront each other here at an impasse until we die of old age? Li Yao's words were not entirely unreasonable. However, the mental devil ignored them and suddenly widened its eyes. I know why I felt ill at ease just now. Even if your speculations are all right, Long Yangjun is truly an elite warrior raised by the Nuwa clan. And the Nuwa clan did stand on the human being side and sincerely helped us to overthrow the tyranny of the Panga clan. It still doesn't mean that Long Yangjun has to cooperate with the Federation. The key problem is this. Who is US? Li Yao was dazed. Who is us? Exactly. If we classify the attitudes of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan according to a simple and straightforward criterion, which is whether or not they support human beings to have independent emotions and self-awareness, the Panga clan will be the guys who regard human beings as puppets and tools and restrain them with the three fundamental laws. And all the human beings with independent emotions and self-awareness will be regarded as the allies of the Nuwa clan. They are all us, right? Li Yao thought for a moment and said, probably. So what? So what? You still don't understand what's going on here? The mental devil raised its voice. If that's the case, Long Yangjun, as an elite warrior raised by the Nuwa clan, will certain detest the alliance of the Holy Covenant and cooperate with us to resist the Covenant alliance and the Panga clan together self-willingly. But why does she have to choose the Federation? The immortal cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings also boast independent feelings and self-awareness. Even for the humblest slaves in the Imperium, their bodies may be tortured, and their lives may be reaped, but their feelings and self-awareness will never be deprived. Li Yao was utterly dumbfounded. Therefore, the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of true human beings are in fact both us. We are all the rightful heirs to the spirit of the Nuwa clan. The mental devil shook its head and said, what makes you think that the Federation is the only worthy partner in Long Yangjuan's eyes? It is possible that she will find the regime of the Imperium more appealing. Are you serious? Li Yao thought for a moment and was still not convinced. Will an elite warrior of the Nuwa clan identify with the autocracy of the Imperium that borders on slavery? How do you know that she won't? The mental devil sneered. Few relics of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan have been excavated so far. A tiny Kunlun is far from enough to depict the civilization system and the social stratification in the primeval era hundreds of thousands of years ago. We have no idea at all what kind of political system they adopted. You wouldn't believe that the Nuwa clan is necessarily in favor of equality, democracy, freedom, and other similar CR*P, would you? Well, Li Yao was rendered speechless again. The mental devil's concerns made a lot of sense. From the perspective of modern human beings, the Panga clan was indeed bad, but it did not necessarily mean that the Nuwa clan was good. In the collisions and competitions of different civilizations, the notions of good and bad were juvenile in the first place. Perhaps everybody's moral standards were entirely different. Many things that the Nuwa clan and Long Yangjun considered to be self-justified might be utterly outrageous in the eyes of the Federation and Li Yao. However, after considering carefully, Li Yao still believed that there would be more pros than cons if he could establish a partnership with Long Yangjun. There were no absolutely risk-free deals in the world. If one had to negotiate only after determining that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the potential partner, one would not be able to make any partners at all, much less a partner as strong as Long Yangjun. Most importantly of all, under normal circumstances, the odds of success for the Federation to win against the Imperium were extremely low. They were probably below 10%. In a game whose outcome was almost obvious, the potential winner would always try to eliminate all sources of interference, even if the interference might slightly raise the odds of success. It was because they did not need any unexpected factors to win the game. As for the potential loser, if they wanted to win the game, they would have to introduce as many unexpected factors as possible, even if the factors were highly dangerous, because even if they avoided the dangerous factors in order to be safe, it was highly probable that they would fail and be doomed in the end. Therefore, even if Long Yangjun wavered between the Federation and the Imperium, introducing the uncertainty was still in the best interests of the Federation. I do not object to the cooperation with Long Yangjun. The mental devil immediately understood what was on Li Yao's mind. It said calmly, right now, besides Long Yangjun, there are also Emperor Phoenix and the mysterious force that is backing him in the darkness. It will be tricky to resolve the conundrum if we don't cooperate with her. I'm just saying that, even if we have to cooperate with the ladyboy whose pants might be hiding something that is a shock to everybody, we must stay on high alert and not completely believe everything that she says. We must not be in a hurry to expose all of trump cards either. Of course, Li Yao spat. If I were so idiotic, I would have been devoured by you a long time ago, and she wouldn't even have the chance to. Calming himself down, Li Yao cast his eyes to Long Yangjun again, and Long Yangjun happened to be looking at him, deep in thought. Their eyes entangled and tested each other in midair, but no sparks of hostility burst out. Fellow cultivator Long. Li Yao coughed for a moment and changed his form of address for her. Now, you and I have exchanged tremendous intelligence and grasped a lot of each other's secrets. It appears that going our separate ways is no longer an option. We have only two choices. We can fight a bloody battle with each other, in which case we will die together, or one of us may leave the place heavily wounded and extremely feeble. Or we can upgrade our cooperation and join our hands in a more intimate way. We will bind our interests and plans together and integrate them into a whole so that we will gain benefits or suffer losses together. You see, after the tiny bit of information we exchanged just now, we have already dug out the secrets about your birth. It suggests that the cooperation between us will definitely do us both good. Long Yangjun listened quietly. Then, she suddenly asked, have you ever seen anyone like me in your world before? Then, how do I know that everything you said is true, and that you are really unaware of anything and all by yourself? Li Yao said sincerely, instead of covetous about my force that you are preparing a shocking trap to deal with. Of course, we can suspect and close our door to each other, but it is useless. To be honest, after the mysterious signal was sent 100 years ago, it is very likely that the coordinates of the ancient sage's sector have already been exposed. However thick and mysterious the dark nebula is, it can't protect you or restrain you forever. Even if you don't believe me and do not cooperate with me, The ancient sage's sector will be discovered sooner or later. Burying your head in the sand like an ostrich is the most useless action. Whether you are willing to or not, walking out of this secluded world and embracing the boundless sea of stars is the only viable option. If you refuse to embrace the universe will crush you and the world you are living on sooner or later. Li Yao's words were like a bash in the head and cast Long Yangjun into a long silence again. She lowered her head and pondered for a long time, as if she were weighing the pros and cons to cooperate with Li Yao, or maybe she was simply searching for the loopholes in Li Yao's declaration. Suddenly, she raised her head, with cleverness beaming out of her eyes. She put on a vague smile and said, "I realized that your face was a bit weird when Emperor Phoenix, Zhu Zongyo, was mentioned earlier. You seem to be hostile and highly vigilant of him. It is reasonable for me to hate Zhu Zongyo. After all, he almost sabotaged my plan, which I have been toiling at for decades. But there should be no personal grudge between you and him. So, where were your hostility and vigilance from?" Well, Li Yao was dazed for a moment. He did not realize that Long Yangjuan's eyes would be so keen, such that she had been observing his micro-expression in secret the whole time. Also, he was too dwelling in the secrets of Long Yangjuan's birth just now to be 100% mentally prepared. Besides, Long Yangjun said unhurriedly, "I am curious about one other thing. If you did not end up in this place because of an accident but came here well-prepared on purpose, you certainly have a certain technique that allows you to communicate with your hometown or return there conveniently. You should also be able to summon reinforcements from your hometown. Yet, you didn't do any of that. Why not?" The cold sweat behind Li Yao's neck was dripping down. "I have come up with a possibility." Long Yangjun stared at Li Yao and said, "The force that you belong to isn't the only force that has detected the ancient sage's sector. It is possible that some other forces that are hostile to you have discovered the ancient sage's sector, too, and sent out spies or scouts, if you will, just like you, to the ancient sage's sector. You fear that those people will discover who you are. That's why you have been acting so mysteriously and why you are so desperate to cooperate with me and drag me over to your side. As for the boy Zhu Zongyo, he is the person that you are most suspicious of right now, and the force that is hostile to you may be hiding behind him, right?" Li Yao was rendered speechless. He slapped himself hard in his heart. Long Yangjun was truly an extraordinary person. Just based on the few clues that he had accidentally exposed, she had almost completed the whole puzzle. One really could not be too careful when dealing with such a dangerous person. "I'll take the lack of a response as acknowledgement." Long Yangjun smiled. She gradually recovered from the disturbance caused by the revelation of the secrets about her birth, and regained her full computational and manipulation abilities. "Your suspicion makes a lot of sense. Without the help of outsiders, how could Zhu Zongyo, whom nobody had high hopes for or supported, and who was thrown into a wretched temple waiting to die, have risen miraculously after only a few years and even control a magnificent, mysterious armed force? On the other hand, if I were an extraterrestrial cultivator who intended the ancient sage's sector harm, and I were interested in raising a puppet, a member of the royal family such as Zhu Zongyo, who is simple-minded, lacks social experience, and has more ambitions than his talents can afford, would certainly be the best target for me, especially when he is not involved with any other forces. So, it appears that Zhu Zongyo is our common foe now." "Exactly." Li Yao took the opportunity to make a suggestion. "Whether or not we proceed with our cooperation, we should at least dig out the force behind Emperor Phoenix together right now. As you said, Emperor Phoenix might have known a thing or two about the Divine Palace a long time ago, and he had been planning for the quest for the Divine Palace earlier than he should have. So, his target is definitely much more than a few Cloud Sheen gold statues. Chances are that he already knows something about your identity, and this is a special trap for you." Long Yangjun chuckled and glanced at Li Yao with a fake smile. "Do not try to mislead me with your alarmism. I have my own judgments. It is absolutely impossible that Zhu Zongyo knows my birth. However, you do have a good point. Keeping him and the force behind him active will do neither of us any good. If you want to cooperate with me, you will have to promise me a few things first." Li Yao's heart was racing. "What are your conditions?" "Firstly, I want the secrets about my birth to stay in this room. Without my permission, I don't want them to be learned by anyone, including the force behind you. Long Yangjun said coldly. If our roles were swapped, you would have proposed the same terms, wouldn't you? That did make sense. The issue was Long Yangjun's greatest secret. If everything learned of it, she would be mired in infinite trouble. Li Yao thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I promise you. But there will be nothing I can do if somebody else finds out by investigating themselves. We are both smart people, so I'll skip all the unimportant details, Long Yangjun said. Of course, you can try lying to me, but you'd better make sure that you can kill me once and for all. Otherwise, you will bear my boundless wrath. Since you have been assigned to such a dangerous and critical mission, you must be one of the most distinguished warriors in your world, which means that the strongest warriors in your world will not be too high above the nascent soul stage. Then, the overall combat ability of this world can't be too high. If you infuriate me, I can and will certainly find a way to die together with such a world. Li Yao cursed in his heart secretly. Long Yangjun was indeed insane. She had inferred the overall capabilities of the Star Glory Federation just based on his cultivation. However, she was wrong about one thing. 100 years ago, Li Yao did indeed stand for the top warriors of the Star Glory Federation, but he was not sure that he still could after 100 years. Besides, under the industrial system of the modern cultivation civilization, in the Star Glory Federation, which had stepped into the interstellar information-based society, the importance of personal combat ability had in fact been undermined. A nascent soul stage cultivator was enough to be a dominator in the ancient sages sector. However, in the Federation, even if his cultivation doubled, his influence on the whole society would be incomparable. Even the strongest nascent soul stage cultivator might be killed under the bombardment of multiple cannons. So, their roles were less important. However gifted and smart Long Yangjun was, she had been born and raised in the ancient sages sector, and her mindset was restricted. It was impossible for her to estimate the full potential of a modern cultivation civilization. However, Li Yao did not intend to lie to her. The Federation was faced with too many powerful threats. The Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant was each incredibly brutal. At such a critical time, it was highly unnecessary to piss off such a mysterious person who could be an heir of the Nuwa clan. Serious cooperation with her would be the more rational choice. Secondly, I'm aware that you are very interested in this Nuwa warship. You must be hoping to activate it to help your force fight against the hostile force, right? Long Yangjun said casually. It's not unnegotiable to help your force in a battle. After all, it is impossible for me to maneuver the Nuwa warship purely on my own. I will need the support of crew members and resources. However, if I do help you, when I recall my destiny later, will you give me a hand, too? Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, as long as your destiny does not contradict with the national interests of my country, I will try my best to persuade our national leader to help you without reserve. Even if our leader refuses my request, which is quite unlikely, I will still try my best to help you personally. All right. Long Yangjun stared at Li Yao for a while. These are my only terms. I'll believe your replies for now. We'll talk later after we work together and get the problem of Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo taken care of. Li Yao was refreshed. How are we going to take care of it? Let me see if I can activate part of the techniques on the Nuwa warship. Long Yangjun smiled bitterly and said, it was supposed to be the first thing I did after I entered the bridge. I've been delayed by you for long enough. She paced slowly among the 100 enormous pillars that were almost 100 meters tall. While pacing, she touched the stripes on every pillar, and her back was completely exposed to Li Yao's eyes. Li Yao pondered for a moment, but did not launch a sudden attack. Long Yangjun observed and groped on every pillar carefully for a long time. Her face fell into a trance every now and then, as if the zigzagging patterns on them reminded her of something that had been buried in the deepest depths of her soul. Eventually, she stopped before a pillar that was particularly tall and about 5 meters in diameter at the front of the bridge. Chapter 1485 Crystal Cameras activated. The threads were bouncing like the strings of a piano, while Long Yangjun was cast into a dizzy, half-asleep state. as if guided by a certain strange force. She was enchanting spells that Li Yao could not comprehend at all and sounded like the dozens of overlapping syllables. The spells were spreading out like ripples. Hum, 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 hum. As Long Yangjuan's speed grew higher and higher, the entire bridge was echoing in feeble but clear spiritual waves like a forest that had just been awakened. An amazing thing happened. The pillar in front of Long Yangjun turned into what seemed to be a real tree. Flames of spiritual energy were flowing out of the gaps on the spiritual stripes before they condensed into synapses that looked like the branches of the tree. Countless translucent synapses of spiritual energy were spreading out, like a tall tree that was expanding and growing more branches. It was flourishing at a visible speed. Several synapses, like the hands of a human being, slowly rolled to the side of Long Yangjuan's head. Two light balls that looked like buds slowly blossomed at the ends of the synapses. Hundreds of extremely thin threads of light grew out of the pistol and pierced into Long Yangjuan's temples softly. Inside Long Yangjuan's eyes, the blue threads were immediately entangled by hundreds of golden, shining threads of light. The blue threads and the golden threads contacted, interweaved, and collided, unleashing brilliant sparks. Li Yao observed from nearby. He could not help but feel awed by the techniques of the Nuwa clan. No wonder the bridge was designed in a vastly different way from those on the warships of human beings. It was because the Nuwa warship actually served the joint combat force made of multiple species whose body sizes could vary significantly. Some of them, like the members of the Nuwa clan, were 8 to 10 meters tall, with human heads and serpent bodies. Some of them range from 1.6 meters to 2 meters tall like human beings. Some other special species might have even more extreme heights. The tallest of them could be dozens of meters tall, and the shortest of them could only be half a meter. If the control interface was designed for the convenience of only one species, it would be quite awkward when other species were trying to control the warship. Through the 100 crystal pillars, the spiritual energy was transformed into the threads of light that transmitted the information between the mainframe crystal processor and the brain of the user. Such a problem could thus be resolved. Li Yao thought of something. Did such a control pattern on the warship suggest that other species on the Nuwa clan side also played an important role, and that the Nuwa clan treated the vassal species in a relatively equal way? Glamorous colors were beaming out of Long Yangjuan's eyes. She was engaged in a profound thought exchange with the Tree of Light to issue instructions. Suddenly, her eyeballs turned into almost ivory, like two powerful light bulbs, from which hundreds of electric arcs were unleashed. As her eyes were dazzling, the Tree of Light before her also emanated thousands of electric arcs that spread to the rest of the crystal pillars nearby, triggering a chain reaction immediately. The 20 or so crystal pillars nearby were immediately awakened. Countless branches were extending out, and every branch was teeming with clusters of light-like buds. A lot of light clusters were blossoming slowly, revealing the pistil that was shivering slightly in the middle. Li Yao felt that he was at the bottom of an ocean of light. The 20 or so crystal pillars around seemed to have turned into the glittering, colorful seaweed in actinia. The light clusters that were gradually expanding were spreading threads of light into the distance. They looked like some sort of glowing jellyfish. Li Yao estimated that every flower of light represented an operation post on the Nuwa warship. As long as one connected their brain to the threads of light, they would be able to operate with their telepathic thoughts. I am feeling very strange. Long Yangjun was seemingly both mumbling and moaning. She appeared to be sighing in great comfort. I feel that I have melded with the warship. The warship is my body. I don't need to know the specific ways of control, nor do I need to activate any menu. Just like I can control my breath, heartbeat, and nerves, I can also manipulate it easily. Ouch. Her eyes suddenly shivered, and she put on a miserable expression. The warship is seriously damaged. Most of the cabins have problems. I feel that my bones have all been broken and my guts have been scorched, although my skin still looks intact. Long Yangjun gritted her teeth. Of all the 188 glittering pillars, Only 24 of them are still usable at this point. Only 10 to 20% of the computational and control abilities of the warship can be restored. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Oh, I'll try to activate the warship with extreme spiritual energy and see if I can switch it from the hibernation state to some sort of self-recovery state. She bit her lip so hard that her teeth were deeply embedded into it. Her eyeballs trembled at a high speed. Even her plump body was slightly shivering. Wait! Liao's heart suddenly raced. He shouted to interject. Long Yangjun managed to free herself from the uncanny state where she and the warship were melded. She stopped her movement and asked, "What's wrong?" "You can't do that." Liao thought of something critical. Cold sweat was pouring from his temples as he said, "In case you have forgotten, something terrible happened 100 years ago here, which caused you to be launched out of the Nuwa warship and a mysterious signal to be sent to my world. Whoever or whatever did that thing, it is very possible that they are still lingering on the Nuwa warship, or they may be monitoring the status of the Nuwa warship in secret through one way or another. We have only just entered the bridge and awakened part of the pillar-shaped crystal processors. There shouldn't be much influence on the warship itself yet. Even if there is some, it must have been eclipsed by the chaotic battles of the thousands of middle-level and high-level cultivators outside. However, if you completely activate the Nuwa warship and somebody is indeed lurking in the darkness, they will certainly notice the anomaly on the bridge." Long Yangjun was dazed for a moment. Cold sweat was popping up on her face too. Very reasonable. Existences that are more terrifying than Emperor Phoenix, Zhu Zhongyo, could be hiding on the Nuwa warship. If we act recklessly, we will essentially be feeding ourselves to them. Even if we are just fretting and there isn't such a force, Liao said, if the thousands of cultivators outside notice the weird behavior of the warship and trace it back to this place, we don't know if the gates that have been inactive for hundreds of thousands of years can really stop all of them. After all, there are dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and hundreds of core formation stage cultivators outside. If they all go on a rampage, even the solidest warship could be torn apart. Even if they can't tear it apart, they can still guard the gates instead of going anywhere. It's not like we can hide inside the bridge for the rest of our lives, right? Therefore, before we completely figure out the situation outside and get everything under control, let's not make any random attempts. After all, nobody knows how severely the warship has been wrecked or the consequences of the instructions that you sent out. It's very prudent of you, Long Yangjun said solemnly. Then, what should we do? Just sit here and wait? Liao took a few deep breaths and rubbed his temples with his thumb and his middle finger. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? I don't know whether or not the Nuwa warship boasts such techniques, but theoretically speaking, there should be. You can have a try first. Firstly, try and see if you can activate all the internal surveillance systems on the warship with the pillar-shaped crystal processors in the hibernation state, so that we will know what is going on in the cabins through the cameras deployed everywhere on the warship. Secondly, check if there are any teleportation arrays directly leading to the central cabins, and if they are still functional after sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years. The two techniques are the fundamental functions on every super-large starship. There's no reason that the Nuwa clan's warships would not be installed with them when their technology is apparently so developed." Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Fair enough. After the two techniques are activated, we will have countless eyes that are distributed in every corner on the warship and grow a pair of wings that allow us to go to every part of the warship. Shwa, 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 shwa. The branches of light and flames on the 10 or so crystal pillars nearby were interweaving with each other. Quite a few flowers blossomed, delivering the pistol of light to Long Yangjuan's hands and entangling her fingers. Long Yangjuan's fingers grew ever faster, as if she was playing a musical instrument, until they became a cluster of hazy mist. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and her breasts were shivering. Even the sweat leaking out of her skin was translucent, like glittering pearls. "Found them!" Long Yangjuan's voice sounded as if it came from a deeper world far, far away. She suddenly clenched countless threads of light in her hands before she threw them away. Her telepathic thoughts were transmitted to 24 crystal pillars through almost 100 light threads like ripples. The glow from the pillar-shaped crystal processors waxed and waned, as if they were running intensive computations. The spiritual waves in the air were growing more and more intense. A moment later, almost 100 branches of spiritual energy dangled down from midair, with a shivering cluster that was blossoming like a flower at the end. They then turned into almost 100 3D light beams. Ivory flames were bouncing on the light beams first, but they gradually turned clear and manifested the surveillance footage on the Nuwa warship both inside and outside in hundreds of different scenes. You're not wrong. Surveillance cameras are indeed scattered everywhere on the warship. Also, their activation clearance is very high. They can be turned on even if the warship is in the hibernation state. Long Yangjun exclaimed in a low voice. It's a pity that most of the surveillance cameras have been damaged or require a lot of computational ability from the glowing pillars to be activated. The pictures right now are the only things that we can see. Liao first cast his eyes to the few pictures that were occupied by whiteness at the periphery of the spindle. They were the real-time image sent back by the probe cameras installed on the shell of the warship to observe the situation of the outside world. Right when he and Long Yangjun were having the game in the bridge and exploring the pillar-shaped crystal processors, the environment of the outside world had undergone drastic changes. Perhaps because of the breaking ice shell, an enormous pit, dozens of kilometers in diameter and more than 10 kilometers deep, had appeared on the ground and affected the microclimate of the local area. An overwhelming snowstorm was raging, filling everything between the sky and the earth with whiteness. The howls of the wind were the only sound in the footage. The entire canyon had been covered in a layer of thick snow. The majority of the cultivators had escaped into the Nuwa warship. Those who were too heavily wounded to move were buried under the snow, unlikely to live through the disaster. The survivors had been sealed within the Nuwa warship, at least for now, until there was a result to their fighting. Liao thought of something and suddenly felt that those glowing flowers were somewhat weird. He tried extending his hand into them. Something weird happened. The 3D light beam blossomed violently like fireworks and constituted a translucent, half-step grand illusionary land, making him feel that he was actually in the middle of the freezing canyon outside of the warship. Not only could Liao clearly feel the sting when the snowflakes smashed into his eyes and hear the broken rocks of ice cracking because of the heavy burden of the snow, he even sensed the utter iciness from the depths of his bones. Such surveillance cameras can completely simulate the environment of the outside world. Not just the visuals and the sound, even the smell, the touch, and the subtle spiritual waves of the outside world are being collected. This is amazing. Liao was quite astonished. He exited the half-step grand illusionary land and scanned forward step by step from the engine quarters at the rear of the warship. Most of the cultivators had escaped into the Nuwa warship in time. However, while they could get away from the terrible gales and blizzards on the land of eternal night, they could not get away from the internal fight caused by greed, mistrust, hatred, and fear. Not everyone could be as calm and rational as Liao and Long Yangjun. The inside of the Nuwa warship had already turned into a gory slaughterhouse. It could be seen clearly from the surveillance light beams that the bloodiest battles took place at the end of the dozens of interweaving jet tubes, where the fuel cabin and the engine cabin were located. The battles were particularly fierce in the fuel cabin because some of the fuel tubes that were stored hundreds of thousands of years ago had survived to that day. In the eyes of the locals of the ancient sages sector, the delicate cubes that contained tremendous spiritual energy were definitely priceless treasures. Liao glanced at the broken limbs scattered on the ground and the sweeping river of blood. He watched the blood-stained faces that were frightened, baffled, extremely twisted, or filled with reluctance to leave the human world. Even though he was not particularly fond of the ancient cultivators, he still could not help but sigh in his heart. He could totally imagine what had happened. The cultivators that belonged to two sides and more than 10 different forces crept in through the engine tubes at the rear part of the Nuwa warship and reached the end without meeting any hindrances. They then made use of their wisdom and released their techniques to blow up the walls of the engine tubes. Finally, they reached the engine cabin and the fuel cabin simultaneously. The fuel tubes that contained vast spiritual energy became the best reason for their fighting. After only a brief moment, the precious lives of hundreds of cultivators were left in the cold cabin forever. Going forward from the engine cabin and the fuel cabin, the 10 or so subsequent cabins and the zigzagging pathways were the same. Fresh bodies and blood that was not entirely frozen, yet were lying everywhere on the warship. Most of the dead bodies were piled up at the entrances of the cabins or the turns of the pathways. The fatal wounds were all on their backs. A lot of them were crouching on the weapons and armor of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan, with fascinated smiles on their faces. It appeared that they had been ambushed from behind and killed in their ecstasy after discovering the primeval treasures. Li Yao and Long Yangjun looked at each other, and both sighed gloomily. If the hostile cultivators that belonged to different sides could not keep their distance from each other in the open territory on the ground and dilute the intense atmosphere with enough space, then, inside the Nuwa warship that was dark, narrow, and complicated, with so many primeval treasures as fuses, the battles had already reached the most heated phase the moment they started. The ancient sages sector did not have an advanced tactical local area network like the modern cultivation civilizations. There was not even a public communication channel for the members who belonged to the same force. It meant that either Emperor Phoenix, Han Bailing, Qi Changsheng, and Wan Mingzhu, or the elders and leaders of the 6 major sects could only command the subordinates that were within their sight or the range of their telepathic thoughts. The problem was that they had been separated from most of their subordinates since the very second that they broke into the Nuwa warship. The members of the two parties had been completely mixed up in a mess. They were doing well if a nascent soul stage cultivator could gather 20 subordinates around them. Most of the people could only return to the most primitive state and fight all their way forward with their remarkable personal abilities. Traces of living people appeared from the 9th surveillance light beam that Li Yao observed. Perhaps it was because all the valiant and reckless cultivators had been killed earlier. The survivors were the calmest and most prudent guys. They tried their best to suppress every spiritual wave in their body while they lurked at the turns of the dark pathways or on the ceiling, or buried themselves deep under the primeval armor and bones. Even their eyes were not fully opened, but only revealed a tiny gap. They stared at the darkness coldly, waiting for the arrival of the next rash prey. Even if somebody was moving, they would also choose to slowly crouch and wriggle over the floor, but those who made such a choice were often those who died fastest. Li Yao saw that 3 great Qian cultivators wearing the robes of the central plateaus were rushing forward in a pathway in streaks of brightness together, trying to pass an intersection as rapidly as possible, only to be minced into pieces by 5 corpses that jerked up in the darkness. Although they were probably high-level cultivators in the core formation stage, they ended up as broken body parts with a rain of blood before they even had the chance to scream. Under the illumination of another highly conspicuous camera, 2 ghost Qin cultivators were extending their hands to a glittering armor of the Pangu clan greedily. However, the moment that they touched the armor, more than 20 grenades attached by tiny threads to the back of the armor exploded abruptly. Before they came back to themselves from the shock of the serial blasts, almost 10 flying swords had already minced apart their hearts. Similar scenes were happening in dozens of pictures simultaneously. Therefore, when the last brave, reckless, and idiotic cultivator died miserably, the survivors made the most optimal and rational choice at the same time. Hide themselves. Hide themselves as much as possible. The inside of the Nuwa warship immediately turned into a tiny, dark forest. In the depths of every dark pathway was hidden a dark hunter. They controlled their breath, heartbeat, and scent carefully so that they did not expose themselves in any way. They deployed as many traps around them as possible without caring about anything, regardless of whether or not it was necessary and who the victims might be. They activated all their remote magical equipment. Swords, locusts, nails, venomous smoke, mist, everything was set. Other than the top players at the peak of the nascent soul stage, the personal strength of the other individuals was not the key to their life and death. However strong one was, it was very possible that existences who were stronger than one and hostile were lurking around one. Hiding. Hiding was everything. Their coordinates became the most important things in this cruel world. Once their coordinates were exposed, or so much as the very fact that they existed was exposed, they might suffer stormy blows from every direction. Therefore, after the screams and explosions lasted more than an hour, the Nuwa warship suddenly fell into a weird silence. But the silence was like a bow that had been stretched to the maximum, or an ice shell that was uttering the same noise as the exploding firecrackers. There was a dangerous, suffocating air everywhere. However, for Li Yao and Long Yangjun, two observers who had grasped higher clearances, such a dark forest was obviously non-existent. They could see the whereabouts of almost every dark hunter from the ubiquitous surveillance cameras. Li Yao even saw that two cultivators, one with the Great Qian dynasty and the other belonging to Ghost Qin, were hiding themselves within armor of the Pangda clan and remains of the Nuwa clan respectively, just one corner away from each other. At such a close distance, they waited attentively and nervously for the possible prey. Perhaps, for them, it was an ambush and a hunt that would decide whether or not they would live. Whoever ran out of patience and dashed around the corner first would embrace death first. However, from Li Yao's perspective, he only felt that the two cultivators that had only one wall between them were as hilarious as clowns. The more nervous and solemn they appeared, and the more anxious they were about the incoming enemy, the more hilarious they were. Despite the extreme tension on board, the small dark forest on the Nuwa warship made Li Yao think of a lot of things beyond his control. He recalled the dialogue that he had with pirate potentate by Xinghe on Spider Den in the past. Chapter 1487 Warehouse of the Colossi. Under such a theory, the relation of the countless civilizations in the universe would be exactly like the Nuwa warship, where everybody was carefully lurking in the darkness without saying anything or moving. They tried their best to preserve themselves and waited for other people to attack one another so that they could swoop in at the end. Those who were bold and arrogant enough to summon their companions promptly were often the primary targets for the Dark Hunters and would be wiped out in the first round of strikes. It seemed to be a very reasonable theory. Li Yao, however, did not like the Dark Forest theory. Not at all. He had once established the organization named Skyfire, hoping that he could turn into a spark that would ignite the weeds, bushes, and trees in the dark forest, until the entire dark forest was burnt to the ground. However, there was a difference between ideals and reality. However hard he considered, he felt that the dark forest theory was at least self-consistent even if it was not flawless. Was theory really coherent? How should it be cracked? At this moment, after he witnessed the small dark forest on the Nuwa warship as an observer, Li Yao finally thought of two interesting questions. Firstly, just like Long Yangjun and him, two observers who had higher clearances existed in the small dark forest, was it possible that certain observer civilizations of higher levels existed in the real, boundless universe? If that was the case, every dangerous hunter in the dark universe was actually a clown performing in an invisible spotlight. They were hiding, ambushing, deceiving, misleading, attacking, and conducting all the other seemingly mysterious and unpredictable operations with all their wisdom and efforts. However, chances were that they were being scrutinized under the surveillance camera of a certain observer civilization and only raised a round of chuckles at some point in the deep universe. Then, closing the doors and fighting each other under the guidance of the dark forest theory would be a meaningless endeavor. It was the right path to be united and find the observer civilization. The level of the observer civilization was not necessarily higher than the civilizations being observed. It was very possible that the observer civilizations only gained access to certain clearances by accident, which allowed their observation. It was just like right now. Li Yao and Long Yangjun's combat ability was not higher than the overall combat ability of the thousands of cultivators outside. They were not stronger, smarter, or swifter than those outside. They just had some information that was of paramount importance. If the thousands of cultivators outside could be united, even if Li Yao and Long Yangjun could see their every action clearly, they would still be able to break the gates of the bridge and annihilate the two of them. It was a pity that because of the dark forest theory, the thousands of cultivators could in no way join hands, at least not before they realized the existence of the observers. Then, the observers would be able to set up traps unhurriedly and exploit the victims in secret by taking advantage of the asymmetric information. Were the same things happening in the real universe? Was the dark forest theory a truth? Or was it a certain virus thought disseminated by an observer civilization intentionally so that it could take advantage when the countless civilizations in the sea of stars slammed the door in each other's faces and killed each other? Secondly, even if the dark forest theory applied to certain local areas, such as the narrow pathways and dark cabins on the Nuwa warship, could the Nuwa warship stand for the whole world? No. Beyond the Nuwa warship, there was a world that was hundreds of times broader, where everybody had enough room to do anything that they wanted. Was it possible that the 3,000 sectors that human beings were familiar with were just a Nuwa warship? Or maybe they were just a tiny cabin on the Nuwa warship? Human beings, civilizations, universe that was really... Hey! Long Yanjun glared at Li Yao. With obvious discontent and suspicion, she asked, "You aren't daydreaming, are you?" "Huh?" Li Yao swallowed his drool and hurried to shake his head. "No, of course not. I was thinking about very important strategic questions that concern our future." "You can stop thinking about that. We don't have a future." Long Yanjun pulled dozens of golden threads with both hands and enlarged a cluster of light beams. The half-step grand illusionary land was displayed clearly. She pointed at it and said, "Look at this. A warehouse of the Cloud Qin gold statues. There are really colossi." All the complicated feelings about the dark forest theory in Li Yao's head instantly vanished. His eyes were glittering like a weasel that had run into a roast chicken. He discovered that the cabin displayed on the light beam was in the middle section of the Nuwa warship. It was the largest, most spacious cabin on the warship, which was as magnificent as an arena for the giants. The entire cabin was covered in a bluish mist that was similar to the air in the bridge. It could vaguely be seen that human-shaped dents were collapsing inwardly on the wall around. The smaller dents were around 20 meters tall, and the largest of them were more than 60 meters tall. They should be the garages where the colossi were stored. At the center of the warehouse, many platforms that looked like enormous altars were lying. Hundreds of interconnected rails could be found on every platform. The rails were either teeming with complicated runes or installed with a myriad of tools that could glide along the rails. Some of the ragged colossi that were riddled with holes were placed on some of the platforms. Their shells had almost been entirely broken, and the internal components that could not have been more precise were revealed. Those colossi must have been under maintenance. Some of the platforms were heaved high and vertical to the ground. Some of the colossi that were done with their maintenance were standing quietly on them. After hundreds of thousands of years, the metal shells of the colossi had already turned lackluster. Some parts of them were even seriously rusted. However, a dominating aura was silently leaking from every gap on their body. Although they were just on the light beam, Li Yao could still feel an intense urge that made his heart pound and his blood boil. He was thirstier than ever. Suddenly, his eyes fell to the end of the warehouse. There, a colossus that should have been done with its maintenance was ensconced on a unique platform that looked like a throne made of black iron. The colossus was about 30 meters tall, but its torso and limbs were extremely thin, which made it look like an enormous skeleton made of black iron. Outside of the long, slender bones, there was a layer of scale armor that looked like black feathers, making the colossus seem to be donned in a broad cape or cloak. There was nothing on the narrow, slim face on the skull except for a deep, cross-shaped dent that divided the facial cover into 4 parts. A red crystal camera was embedded in the center of the dent, not in the color of burning fire, but more like frozen magma and dried blood. Although the colossus was hibernating, the crimson crystal camera still gave Li Yao the feeling that it was beating fast like the powerful heart of a ferocious beast. Other than that, quite a few whips condensed from red crystals were entangled in rings on the limbs and torso of the colossi that looked like a black skeleton. They looked both like vines on the bones of a boa and the veins and nerves of the colossi that had been exposed to the air. The color and design of the red crystals were very similar to the style of Long Yangjuan's crystal suit. They must have been a regular material of the Nuwa clan's blades. However, in terms of permeability and the facet smoothness, they were apparently much better than Long Yangjuan's crystal suit. Elegant, mysterious, cruel, dominating. The colossus that looked like a black skeleton, surrounded by the deep red vipers, was crouching higher on the throne like a king of the universe and stared at all the other colossi in derision. Li Yao's eyes were glued to the colossi. He found it impossible to move them away at all. After seeing the colossus, he suddenly felt that all the colossi that he had ever used in the past, including Draconic Phoenix, were not nearly as intriguing as this one. He could not hold himself from extending his arm through the light beam to touch the shell of the black skeleton and the veins and nerves made of the crimson crystals. "It's mine. I'm definitely going to get it." A thunderous storm was blowing inside Li Yao's head. It was not until he heard the laughter and the curses in the warehouse of the colossi that Li Yao finally broke free from his brief trance. He enlarged the somewhat fuzzy details to get a clear look at the people who were hiding near the colossi, the remains of the Pengda clan and the Niwa clan, and the corners of the maintenance platforms. The locals of the ancient sages sector had beaten them to the warehouse of the colossi. Li Yao was slightly dazed for a moment. Then he immediately realized that it had nothing to do with luck. The main reason was that the maintenance warehouse for the colossi took up too much room. Also, to make it easier for the colossi to enter and exit the warship, broad pathways to every corner of the warship had been established. It was barely possible to overlook such an enormous cabin. Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada. All four great experts are here. Long Yangjun adjusted the angle and resolution of the surveillance picture carefully and locked onto the super experts one after another. Han Bailing, Qi Changsheng, and Wan Mingzhu have arrived too. This is rather intense. A battle is going to break out at any time. Hardly had they recovered from the shock of discovering dozens of Cloud Qin gold statues when they noticed each other. The fiercest battle immediately broke out. Broken limbs and pieces of magical equipment covered the ground. The traces after serious explosions were clear, too. They were all indicative enough of the intensity of the battle. Even the super experts on the two sides, such as Qi Zhongdao and Han Bailing, were not unharmed following the previous confrontation. Qi Zhongdao's left shoulder had caved in. Weird black gas was slowly spreading out from his broken bones where his blood was also leaking out. The black gas condensed into a hideous images of snakes, bugs, rats, and other pests in midair. He had obviously been invaded by some sort of extremely eccentric fire that was corrupting his body. Of his 18 pearls the size of fists, Master Bitter Cicada had only 13 left. The other 5 had turned gray and looked like rocks that were riddled with holes. There was not the slightest sign of spiritual waves anymore. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar's face had become so green that fluids threatened to drip off at any moment. It was cramping beyond his control every now and then. The greenness was also marching toward the depths of his eyes. It appeared to be an extremely weird, lethal poison. The nascent soul stage cultivators of the 6 major sects were all wounded too. Some suffered colorful poisons. Some were struggling with fiendish fires or mists, and some were riddled with holes that were deep to the bones. They could not have looked more devastated. As for the 3 rapscallions, they were no better. Han Bailing's chest had deeply collapsed, as if he had been hit hard by a meteor that was rushing close. All his ribs had broken. There was also a long, narrow wound caused by a sword on his waist. Although the bleeding had stopped, half of his bare-hide robe was already soaked in blood. It was not hard to imagine how heavily he had been wounded back then. Wan Mingzhu was even more heavily wounded. Shattered was not nearly sufficient to describe her appearance. Her head had completely fallen down, her skull blown to smithereens. Her right arm was missing. There was also a deep hole the size of a bowl on her abdomen through which one could see what was on her back from her front. She was a spectral cultivator, and the body was nothing but a shell for her. So, the seemingly heavy wounds were not critical. However, the gloomy brilliance shooting out of her dry eyes was much more lackluster than before. It was shaking like a candle in a storm, as if she could not support the broken body any longer. Qi Changsheng boasted an indestructible body blessed by the fire fiend. Theoretically speaking, He should not have been scared of any physical attacks. However, he was coughing hard non-stop, and he seemed to be vomiting his internal organs out as pus after every cough. White steam was spreading out from his every pore, and his entire body seemed to be melting. The three rapscallions were already as miserable as that. Naturally, their trusted subordinates were even more severely maimed. Many of them had broken their limbs, and their blood had almost run dry. They were merely standing on their feet because of their worship toward their leader and their greed for the Cloud Qin gold statues. Li Yao and Long Yangjun looked at each other. They each immediately understood what the other was thinking. If the two of them did not reach a deal, but had started a fight, what had happened to the people in the light beam would have happened to them, too. The warriors on Qi Zhongdao's side and on Han Bailing's side, having just endured a gruesome battle, were all hiding behind the maintenance platforms and the Cloud Qin gold statues for a brief rest. They had all paid a great price in order to break free from the battle, looking at their own wretched appearances in silence. None of them wanted to fight again. Master Righteous One, squatting behind the round shield on the arm of a Cloud Qin gold statue, Han Bailing shouted when he only showed the blood-stained bare head on his head. Are you really obstinate enough to go against the Cloud Qin and seek your own death? What benefits can you get if we die with each other? In the end, it will be those from the 6 major sects behind you who take all the advantage. I discovered just now that the few nascent soul stage cultivators from the Grand Mystery sect, the Purple Pole Sword sect, and Thunderstorm Valley were certainly not doing their best. They are definitely not as heavily wounded as they appear to be. It's just some bruises. They may look unsteady and lethargic right now, but I assure you that they will jump to their feet gleefully the moment that you die. Qi Zhongdao's face was gloomy. He did not respond, nor did he look at the nascent soul stage cultivators of the major sects who looked rather ill at ease behind him. Master Righteous One, fellow cultivator Qi, Han Bailing waved his blade and continued shouting. The cultivation sects are the cancer of the world. Nobody will benefit from those cultivation sects if they continue their existence. You must understand it better than anybody else as the leader of the great Qian cultivators, right? Have you not suffered enough from the ungrateful, treacherous, and downright despicable cultivators? Why are you still standing on their side and fighting against us? You have done everything you can for them, but have they ever respected you as the real leader of the great Qian cultivators? I heard a thing or two about what happened in Roaring Tiger City. They truly do not deserve you as the leader of all cultivators. We are the same. We both want to establish a set of rules for the world. Fair, just and efficient rules. The great Qian dynasty has rotted to the bones from the court to the cultivators. It is destined that you cannot save it purely on your own. Cloud Qin is the only place that can help you fulfill your wish and realize your rules. Han Bailing's magical equipment was quite strange. It was an enormous hammer with a long handle. However, the front end of the hammer had been forged into a fat bear's paw. When it was waved in midair, a ferocious beast seemed to be roaring. Han Bailing, you are truly a great speaker. Before Qi Zhongdao could reply, Ba Xiaoyu, who was hiding behind the heel of a Cloud Qin gold statue, shrieked in a joyful tone. Stop stirring trouble. Right. We are not united on our side, but are there no gaps on your side? Qi Changsheng, Wan Mingzhu, and you, Han Bailing. Are any of you not acting weak and pitiful and exaggerating your wounds, trying to preserve your strength so that you can take advantage later? This beggar suggests that you pay more attention to the two of them behind you. You are more or less a man on the dark cloud prairies, Han Bailing, but Qi Changsheng and Wan Mingzhu are 2 rabid dogs. You must be careful in case they bite your butt later. Ba Xiaoyu. Qi Changsheng gnashed his teeth. The heaven-battering army has no grudge with you whatsoever. We are homeless peasants, and you are a beggar. As underprivileged people, we should look after each other and fight against the common foe. Why are you and Master Bitter Cicada involved in this mess? What benefits have Emperor Phoenix and the 6 major sects promised you? If you are here for the Cloud Qin gold statues, we can give one to each of you after we take over the Divine Palace. Ha! Ha ha ha! Holding his belly, Ba Xiaoyu burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he was kicking, and tears were flowing from his eyes. Chi-Chong-sheng. You surrendered to the court and the main sex 7 times, only to rebel again 7 times later. You are a temperamental, utterly untrustworthy dog. I might as well believe that a pig can ride a flying sword before I believe your promise. Master Bitter Cicada was holding the pearls that had partly turned into stones. Despite the heavy wounds, he still spoke unhurriedly. Fellow Cultivator Han, fellow Cultivator Chi, fellow Cultivator Wan, it's true that fellow Cultivator Ba and I are here for the Cloud Sheen gold statues. However, it is definitely not because we want the Cloud Sheen gold statues for ourselves, but because we do not want the destructive, dominating magical equipment to reappear in the human world. If they fall into the hands of ambitious, disobedient fellows, a storm of blood will certainly be raised, and the ordinary folks will suffer. The ordinary folks will suffer? High-pitched laughter burst out from Wan Mingzhu's broken skull. You are either a stupid monk or a bad monk. The ordinary folks will suffer if the Cloud Sheen gold statues fall into the hands of the ambitious and disobedient fellows such as us. Is the world not mired in a storm of blood where the ordinary folks suffer when there aren't any Cloud Sheen gold statues? The millions of civilians in the southeast watch the most fertile lands get planted with the jade crystal pellets helplessly, and we have to starve to death while we are smelling the fragrance of the jade crystal pellets. Do the common folk not suffer? When the febrile typhoon and the flood rampage, all the cultivators hide in their bases and fortresses and lock their gates with defense rune arrays, ignoring us while we are burnt, drowned, famished, corroded in the fire and blood. Do the common folk not suffer? The Northwest has suffered from droughts for several years. Many lands have absolutely no yield at all. But none of the cultivation sects are willing to open their barns and distribute the food to the people. They would rather feed the food to the animals and mounts that they have domesticated than offer a grain of their food to the disaster-stricken victims. When the disaster victims are forced to rise up as an army of homeless peasants, you then vilify the peasants as inhuman and even cannibal. Do the common folk not suffer? Even if there truly is cannibalism, it is because the cultivators are forcing them. You are forcing them. You are a stupid and bad monk. So many people are suffering right before your eyes. I don't believe that you see and hear none of it. But what have you done except for your pretentious rituals to appease the deceased? Even if you appease 100 ghosts a day, 10,000 ghosts will have popped up elsewhere in the meantime. Meanwhile, those high and mighty cultivators are still enjoying their life in their strongholds. What can you do? You are just fooling yourself. Now, we people who have nothing are going to resist with the Cloud Sheen gold statues and smash the injustice in the world. Yet, you are jumping out in fear that people will suffer? Ha! Ha! Good monk. You are truly a knowledgeable and respectful monk. Chapter 1489, Where is the Sparrow? Han Bailing continued roaring loudly. His wild voice sounded somewhat genuine and sincere. Fellow Cultivator Chi, fellow Cultivator Wan, and I are certainly not just conspiring for the interests in front of our eyes. We are really trying to change the world with our own hands and accomplish something great by saving the ancient sage's sector from the swirl that it has been mired in for 100,000 years. Have you never noticed? Over the past 100,000 years, countless glorious dynasties have been founded in the ancient sage's sector, and too many unbelievable experts have emerged in the world of cultivators. However, after 100,000 years, all the glorious dynasties have been destroyed, and even their remains have been reduced to smithereens and vanished in the wind. There are fewer and fewer experts among the cultivators, with lower and lower cultivation levels. The magical equipment and the cultivation arts are becoming more and more shabby and underdeveloped. Once upon a time, hundreds of divinity transformation stage cultivators walked on the ancient sage's sector and galloped in the destructive Cloud Sheen gold statues. They were even able to establish bases on the dark planets beyond the sky. But nowadays, while the nascent soul stage cultivators such as us can dominate the ancient sage's sector, it is absolutely impossible for us to set foot on the dark planets where there is no air or water. Once upon a time, a glorious dynasty could endure 5,000 years or even longer. Thousands of enormous airships flew in the sky, and the giant beasts 100 meters tall bolted on the ground as soldiers. But nowadays, the Great Qian dynasty is already one of the most brilliant dynasties in the past 10,000 years after it has existed for only 1,000 years, and when it only has 100 airships. What does this suggest? Our world is slowly retrograding. We are moving closer to our doom every day. If we all turn a blind eye to it, the day will finally come when we can't find even one intact primeval treasure, one nascent soul stage cultivator, or one dynasty that can survive 500 years. By then, the ancient sages sector will be screwed. Utterly screwed. I know that many of you condemn and hate me because I am a lord of the barbarians. You think that I just want to whip the central plateaus and bog down your lands with your blood. If that is what you are thinking, I have to say that you have terribly underestimated me. In the past 100,000 years, the lords of the barbarians once dominated the central plateaus, too. But so what? Did their reign not collapse after several thousand years? I may choose not to do it, but when I choose to do something, I will certainly accomplish the greatest things that will radiate for thousands of years. I want to establish a perennial dynasty together with the fellow cultivators here, and the Cloud Qin gold statues will be our starting point. Fellow Cultivator Qi, fellow Cultivator Ba, Master Bitter Cicada, I know that you are different from the commonplace, selfish guys of the 6 major sections. You are the great heroes who have dreams and ambitions, and you are not satisfied with the current situation of the Great Qian dynasty. However, wolves are everywhere in today's world that is constructed from rotten wood. It is impossible for one or two people to stop the deterioration alone. Why don't you stand on my side? We can discuss what kind of future is in the best interest of the ancient sages sector and how we can remove the toxins deeply buried inside the ancient sages sector so that the world will be revived. Han Bailing was talking so enthusiastically that even he seemed to be moved by his words. He could not help but slightly extend his neck out of the round shield of the Colossus. Schwa! The moment he craned his head, an arced light that was 100 times more aggressive than lightning rushed close from the opposite side. Without any fancy tricks or techniques, it just slashed right toward Han Bailing's head. Han Bailing's eyes widened so much that his eyeballs almost popped out of his face. Not even having the time to scream, he stomped on the round shield brutally and moved backward with the counterforce. The arced light brushed past the tip of his nose at a close distance, cutting away half of the bare head on his head. Crack! The arced light's momentum was not reduced at all after it chopped off the bare head on his head. It went forward and cut apart dozens of airborne rails for the maintenance of the colossi, until it was deeply embedded in the cabin wall, made of super alloys, leaving a trace that was 1 finger deep. Smoke was popping up from the mark, and the inside of the mark was glowing bright orange, evidence of the immensity of the spiritual energy contained in the attack. Half of Han Bailing's head had been chopped off, turning it into a sock made of bear hide. His gray scalp could vaguely be seen, and some of his hair was flying in midair. The previous attack had in fact shaved quite a lot of his hair off. Even part of the skin at the center of his skull was peeling. If he had reacted slightly slower, the ambitious hero from the prairies would have had to change the world from hell. Yen Liren retreated his sword slowly not far away. He grunted in dissatisfaction. I don't know why you waste so much time talking. Just draw your swords, and everything will be done. General, Yen Liren's astounding attack greatly shocked the subordinates of the 3 rapscallions. With flames of spiritual energy spurting out crazily, almost 100 coldly blinking flying swords were raised from a corner of the temple of the colossi. A fierce light was hovering around every flying sword. They were all set to launch thunderous strike at any time. Seeing that their enemy was prepared, the super nascent soul stage cultivators, including Qi Zhongdao and the experts of the 6 major sects, all gritted their teeth and activated their most treasured magical equipment. Suppressed by Qi Zhongdao's heaven-flipping seal, the entire temple was creaking as if it was being pressed down on by an invisible mountain. The air was so thick that a bloody rain seemed to be taking place at any time. Qi Zhongdao's face was rather dark. He called drily, fellow cultivator Yin, is there a problem? Yin Liren looked at Qi Zhongdao innocently. He offered his head for me to slash it. I would have felt sorry for him if I hadn't slashed such a greasy, shining head. Wait! Wait! Han Bailing was still hiding behind the round shield of the Colossus, but he did not have the courage to peek out anymore. He simply shouted at the top of his voice. Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, don't presume that I am scared of your heaven-flipping seal and your sword. If you are determined to get yourselves killed, me and my partners will certainly satisfy your wish. However, don't you find it weird that Wang Shi, Zhu Zhongyo, and Master Spiritual Vulture, three critical people who have the capability to change the balance of the battle, haven't shown up yet? Only the 7 of us and those from the 6 major sects are fighting blindly here. When a mantis is hunting a cicada, a sparrow might be lurking aside, coveting them both. You understand such simple logic, don't you? The more I think about it, the more I feel that something is off. If Wang Shi and Emperor Phoenix have prepared the trap together to force us to kill each other, won't your recklessness be exactly what they want? His cynicism cast Qi Zhongdao into deep thought. The high-level cultivators of the 6 major sects, who had been preserving their strength and observing the situation, rolled their eyes for a moment and then put on eureka expressions. Even Li Yao and Long Yangjun were somewhat dumbfounded. With such a fierce battle going on in the Temple of the Colossi, where had Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo, the greatest suspect so far, fled to? Emperor Phoenix was not in any of the surveillance pictures scanned all the way to this place. You do have a point, fellow cultivator Han. Qi Zhongdao deserved to have been the leader of all the cultivators for many years. His nerves were calm and tough enough despite the chaotic situation. After quickly thinking, he immediately changed his attitude. Before we find Wang Shi, Master Spiritual Vulture, and His Majesty, let's not act recklessly in case any unexpected changes take place. Then, get the Yin lunatic on your side under control. Next time it happens, we may fall into the trap of the Wang, Shi, and Zhu Zhongyo together. Han Bailing shouted rather helplessly. Qi Zhongdao glanced at Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada first. Then, the 3 of them stared at Yin Liren with thoughtful eyes together. Fellow cultivator Yin, Master Bitter Cicada said solemnly. As the saying goes, stop. There's no need for a lecture, Master. I can always slash him later. Yin Liren rubbed his nose and retreated to the back row, not entirely satisfied, while holding his short sword. Fellow cultivator Han. Qi Zhongdao was relieved. He raised his voice and shouted, right now, we are all stranded in the Divine Palace, whose porches and verandas are rather twisted and mysterious. It does not seem to be the glamorous heaven that we imagined it to be. I have a feeling that things might not be as simple as they appear. Right now, the situation outside is already beyond our control. If we become engaged in a life-and-death battle, I'm afraid that few of us will be able to walk out alive. All the cultivators, be they from the Great Qian dynasty or the Dark Cloud Prairies, will suffer a destructive blow. If the motivation for our battle is the Cloud Qin gold statues, won't it be hilarious if we shed our blood below them when we don't even know how to rain the Cloud Qin gold statues yet? Your words are truly wise, fellow cultivator Qi. Before we find Wang Shi, Zhu Zhongyo, and Master Spiritual Vulture, and before we crack the secrets about the Cloud Qin gold statues, there is indeed no reason for us to perish with each other. Glancing at the flying swords in midair that were brimming with spiritual energy, Han Bailing narrowed his eyes and said, in case of any accidents, I suggest that we put our flying swords and magical equipment aside and keep a distance of 10 meters away from all the Cloud Qin gold statues. Then, we will figure out a way to control the situation outside and regroup our respective subordinates while we search for Wang Shi, Zhu Zhongyo, and Master Spiritual Vulture. We will make further plans after everything is clear. What do you think, fellow cultivator Qi? Chapter 1490 They're here. Then, just retract your flying swords and magical equipment. Qi Zhongdao pondered for a moment and said, the situation is becoming more and more chaotic. This divine palace does not look like a place where the deities live at all. There is also the matter of Wang Shi, His Majesty, and Master Spiritual Vulture. Let's not act recklessly before we find them. right? Where has Zhu Zhongyo been? On the bridge of the Nuo warship, both Li Yao and Long Yangjun were a bit anxious. They examined every grand, illusionary land with their bloodshot eyes, but they failed to find any trace of Emperor Phoenix anywhere. Even the 10 or so bodyguards from the fiery Phoenix Legion that had always been close around Zhu Zhongyo had gone missing, although Li Yao had paid special attention to them before. How strange! Li Yao scratched his head hard. Have they hidden in a certain corner as dark hunters? It was a pity that most of the surveillance cameras had been damaged or rusted after such a long time. Some of the intact surveillance cameras could not be activated because of the insufficient computational ability. The 100 or so pictures were only enough to cover 1% of the space on the entire Nuo warship. In the Temple of the Colossi, surveillance cameras had been deployed in the four corners and the middle of the dome. But at that moment, the only functioning one was the camera in the northeast corner. Observing the entire temple from that perspective, the picture near was of reasonable quality, but the picture far away was blurred as if it were covered in a mist. Long Yangjun pulled the threads of light to adjust the angle and resolution of the picture. She suddenly pointed at the dome in the depths of the half-step grand illusionary land and shouted, "Wait, what's that?" Li Yao narrowed his eyes. He shaped his spiritual energy into translucent membranes and covered them on his retina in different layers in order to strengthen his eyesight before he looked into the hazy mist. For the convenience of maintaining the colossi, almost 1,000 mobile rails have been installed on the dome of the Temple of the Colossi so that the large-scale tools and facilities could be moved more easily. A lot of bizarre-looking maintenance magical equipment was also dangling down from the rails, like the vines falling down from the branches in a murky forest. The rails on the dome that were almost hidden in darkness did not have anything that called for attention at first glance. Only if one observed in the most careful way would they notice feeble airwaves spreading out slowly, like the ripples in a pond caused by a gentle breeze. "It's dust," Li Yao mumbled, his eyelids bouncing. A tiny bit of dust was blown softly and spreading in the air from quite a few rails. It's almost like something invisible is crouching on the rails and crawling forward slowly. As for their target, Li Yao marked the few rails that were spraying dust and looked at the intersection of their extensions. His eyes went straight downward, but his heart instantly froze. Below the intersection of the rails was the colossus that looked like a black skeleton with red nerves. "What's that? What's that exactly?" Li Yao suddenly grew anxious. He was certain that some weird, invisible beings were approaching the black skeleton-like colossus, which seemed to have finished its maintenance and been fully charged with spiritual energy with the dozens of thick tubes connected. They were moving stealthily above, while the cultivators on the Great Qian Dynasty side and on Ghost Qin's side were fiercely arguing with each other. Li Yao and Long Yangjun looked at each other and noticed the anxiety in each other's eyes. "Is there any way that we can see who they are?" Li Yao gnashed his teeth. "It's very difficult. If we activate the automatic defense rune array inside the warehouse of the Colossi, it is very possible that somebody will notice our existence." Long Yangjun thought quickly and bit her lips softly. She put on a vague smile and said, "However, there's a way that is worth a try. This Nuo warship hasn't been maintained for a long time. A lot of magical equipment has aged and deteriorated. They can be functional for a while and non-functional a moment later. For example, some of the fire-extinguishing magical equipment and the recovery magical equipment. Despite her plain face, she had a pair of stunningly beautiful hands. When her fingers were bouncing, it was like a gorgeous dance on the threads of light. As the small finger on her left hand curled, a light ball no larger than the size of millet rushed out of the tip of her finger and entered the pillar-shaped crystal processor, like bioelectricity. On the surveillance picture, from one of the rails where feeble ripples were spreading out, a cluster of thick blue gas spurted out. The gas was designed to extinguish fire and should have surged out incessantly. However, as a piece of unmaintained, aged magical equipment, under the stimulation of the spiritual waves of the outside world, the device was only able to produce one cluster of inert gas, which seemed acceptable enough. When the cultivators on the two sides were staying at the highest alert, such a noise that sounded almost like a fart was as shocking as thunder. Qi Zhongdao, Han Bailing, Yin Liren, Qi Changsheng, Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, Wan Mingzhu. All the super nascent soul stage cultivators darted their keen eyes toward the rail instantly. The being behind the invisible ripples crouching on the rail never expected, even in his wildest dreams, that a cluster of bluish gas would suddenly spurt out right above him. Although he reacted promptly enough and retreated immediately, part of his body was still outlined by the blue gas. In the fuzziness, it appeared to be armor. Somebody is in midair. Although the target was exposed for only 0.1 seconds, Qi Zhongdao, Han Bailing, and the other super nascent soul stage cultivators were too extraordinary to let go of him again now that his traces had been seen. Shua! The brilliance of the sword burst out of nowhere like lightning and darted toward the invisible man from dozens of tricky angles in the sharpest auras. Yin Liren had attacked again. Who's acting mysteriously up there? Get out! Yin Liren sniffed. As his spiritual energy surged out, the sword auras entangled the rail almost 100 meters above the ground like visible dragons. Clang! 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 A series of dazzling sparks erupted on top of the rail. Outside of everyone's expectations, the invisible man was not hurt, but retreated fast into the darkness in a feeble ripple. Huh! Yin Liren was slightly dazed. His smile was even more brilliant. He shook his short, thick right arm, and the dragons of lightning phantomized by the sword auras expanded by almost 10 times in spluttering noises. The bloody mouths of the dragons that were wide open bulged into balls of lightning and exploded everywhere around the invisible ripple. Z, 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 Z. Under the stimulation of the intense electric arcs, the invisible ripple suddenly uttered a dull scream, and his body was fully revealed. It turned out to be a cultivator wearing a fully enclosed, weird armor. His entire face was covered by a spider helmet. There was no telling who he was exactly. This is in the bridge. Li Yao and Long Yangjun jumped to their feet simultaneously. Isn't it the armor that you were wearing just now? You have other accomplices. Long Yangjun blinked dozens of kilometers away in almost 20 shadows. The red crystal suit was entangling and condensing on her arms again, while she glared at Li Yao angrily. He is not one of my people. The style of his crystal suit is obviously different from mine. You will see it if you look at it more carefully. Li Yao smiled bitterly. He had already seen the badge of trident-like black lightning on the chest of the stranger's crystal suit. It was the emblem of the Imperium of true human beings. His worst fear had become reality. There were indeed spies of the Imperium of true human beings in the ancient sages sector. They appeared to be a tough tactical squad, and they had discovered the Nuwa warship too. Long Yangjun thought quickly and immediately realized what was going on. They belonged to your hostile force? When the air in the bridge was growing tense, the atmosphere in the Temple of the Colossi was tenser than ever. While all the cultivators were confronting the mysterious person in the crystal suit anxiously, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu shrieked, "There are other rats on the ceiling." Pooh! She raised her broken arm and shot out a section of broken bone from her body, which exploded in an overwhelming smoke in midair and covered the rails like raging, ferocious beasts. The smoke seemed to contain weird waves. Wherever the white smoke reached, the stealth techniques were instantly cracked. With a series of cracking noises, the 10 or so people wearing crystal suits on the rails were all exposed. The Exos looked at each other in bewilderment. Realizing that they had already been uncovered, they simply leapt down and formed a well-trained battle formation around their first companion, who had already been shocked unconscious. Although Qi Zhongdao, Han Bailing, and the other super nascent soul stage cultivators were knowledgeable and broad-minded, they were stunned briefly when they saw the crystal suits built in the industrial system of the modern cultivation civilization, for the first time like Long Yangjun earlier. The joints of the fully enclosed armor, the streamlined design to reduce the windage to the minimum, the shimmers beaming out of the gaps when they were moving, and the external rune arrays that were extremely strict in structure and could be carved within 1 square inch. Everything made the locals of the ancient sages' sector uncomfortable. Who are you people exactly? Qi Zhongdao demanded, raising the heaven-flipping seal into midair. The silver balls and the rails were rotating at the highest speed, all set to go. Faced with the mysterious strangers, the cultivators from the great Qian dynasty and the ghost Qin were equally baffled. The chasm between them was somehow shortened. Master Righteous One, do not attack. They are my imperial guards. At the center of the 10 or so exos, one of the strangers wearing a phoenix helmet with crimson, fiery stripes on it suddenly smiled. Then, he touched his temples slightly. The helmet of the crystal suit immediately dissected into hundreds of pieces and folded back to his neck, revealing Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo's young and immature face. However, the young emperor had a mysterious smile. Your Majesty, Qi Zhongdao and the rest of them were greatly surprised. Looking at Emperor Phoenix and his imperial guard's fancy attire, they were lost for words. This. Your emperor is lying. There is definitely something wrong with him. Han Bailing chuckled coldly. If he was truly of a mind to besiege and annihilate us, he should have moved to our rear along the rails. However, he was getting farther and farther away from us in the darkness. Besides, if he did not have ill intentions, he would have told you everything in advance so that you could work out a trap to deal with us together. He was acting so stealthily, and his bullsh *T is full of loopholes. Who's going to buy that? Also, the weird-looking armor does not look like something that the great Qian dynasty can produce. I have never seen such an eccentric model in the collection of armors from the previous dynasties from the past 100,000 years, either. This little emperor did not ascend to the throne properly in the first place. Who knows what exactly happened in the Forbidden City in the Divine Capital last spring? You all claim that the previous emperor died because he was too angry about me, but I say that he was poisoned by this little emperor. Had he not foreseen that the old emperor was about to die, how could he have made thorough arrangements in the Divine Capital and bought over the few imperial troops and the experts in the palace? How could the other princes, even including the crown prince, have been suppressed when they did not know what was going on? Also, he was just a lone ghost who was exiled to guard the ancestors' temple. Where did he find the support to help him control everything? Have you ever considered such things, fellow cultivators from the Central Plateaus? The forces behind the little emperor are much more powerful than we can imagine. Today, he has finally decided to reveal them. Fellow cultivator Qi, fellow cultivator Ba, Master Bitter Cicada, a word of advice. You must watch your backs carefully. The weapons in my hands are obvious, but the weapons in your little emperor's hands are invisible and odorless. Chances are that you will not be able to feel it until it is plunged into your stomach. Elders and leaders of the 6 major sects, it is not the time for you to gloat. It's true that your little emperor hates our guts, but does he not hate you? Does he not want to mince you apart and burn you to ashes? The 6 major sects and even the entire world of cultivators are as much trouble for the court as me and my companions are. It is especially so in light of your clandestine business during the natural disasters in the southeast. Do you think that any emperor would not be infuriated after he learned that? Your little emperor is smiling at you right now. But who knows what he is thinking in his heart? It will soon be your turn after he eliminates us, and you are still laughing and watching like idiots. All the cultivators began sweating hard after hearing what he said. It was a publicly known secret that Emperor Phoenix did not claim the crown properly. The contradiction between the court and the cultivators was apparent even to the blind. This time, everybody had only teamed up because of the pressure of the Rapscallions and the temptation of the Divine Palace. They each had their own plans. Right now, Han Bailing had ripped apart their last disguise, which had made everything feel harmonious. Also, Emperor Phoenix's actions were indeed sneaky. The elders and the leaders of the 6 major sects were all the most astute people in the world. Now that questions of the past and present had surfaced together, how could they fight for Emperor Phoenix blindly? Sensing everybody's reluctance, Emperor Phoenix grew anxious. Red blood spots were bursting out on his face as he roared furiously. Elders and leaders, do not listen to his aspersions. Go up together and kill them. Kill them all. I will share all the Cloud Sheen gold statues here with everybody evenly. Evenly. The Cloud Sheen gold statues are the most important weapons for a country and an army. Han Bailing raised his voice too. One Cloud Sheen gold statue is enough to trample on a city. How can you really mean to divide them with everybody evenly? The better your promise sounds, the more schemes you have planned. Masters, elders, and leaders. We did not have any grudges in the past. Many of you have even had very pleasant deals with Cloud Sheen. Are we really going to fight each other while letting the little emperor who hates our guts take all the benefits? Do not be swallowed by your greed, or none of us will be able to walk out of this terrible divine palace. Kill them. Kill them now. Whoever executes Qi Chongxing and Wan Mingzhu will be rewarded with one Cloud Sheen gold statue. 2 if you kill the barbarian chief Han Bailing. Emperor Phoenix bulged his eyes. The Cloud Sheen gold statues are unowned, and whoever is qualified can claim them freely. Han Bailing wasted no time castigating the enemy. They are not yours to reward. Moreover, where did you get your armor? How did you bring the Imperial Guards under your control last year? If you don't explain that, I will start to wonder which of us is the actual evil. All the high-level cultivators, regardless of their side, were all highly anxious, not knowing what to do in such a situation. Right then, it was Yin Liren, who had been silent the whole time, that reacted first. His short sword shook violently, but his attack was aimed at neither Emperor Phoenix nor Han Bailing, but a certain point in midair. The sword auras surged out into dozens of raging dragons again, covering the 100 square meters nearby once more. Z, 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 Z. Nothing could be hidden under the illumination of the intense auras and light. A member of the tactical squad of the Imperium, who had run away from the main force in secret and snuck above the black skeleton-like Colossus, popped up from nowhere and landed on the shoulder of the Colossus precisely. There's still someone out there, including Li Yao and Long Yangjun, who were observing from the bridge. Everybody was suddenly alarmed. It was not until then that they realized that Emperor Phoenix was not easy to deal with at all despite his young and juvenile appearance. The reason that Emperor Phoenix had chit-chat and dawdled for so long with Han Bailing and Qi Zhongdao, even pretending that he had a weak case, was to buy more time for the last person so that he could jump onto the Colossus. The guy's skills were rather impressive, too. Wan Mingzhu's overwhelming smoke had covered hundreds of square meters nearby. Yet the guy had slipped away without a sound and without releasing any spiritual waves. He must be the core of Emperor Phoenix's whole plan. Get down here. A second sword appeared in Yin Liren's left hand. The body of the sword was only 1.5 feet long, yet the soaring aura from the sword was like a waterfall sprinting from the heavens. This time, Emperor Phoenix cut in between Yin Liren and the mysterious Exo. A long sword that seemed to be condensed of fire was unsheathed and spraying out waterfall-like auras. A waterfall against a waterfall. Boom! Deafening noises were echoing in everybody's ears. It should have been a crisp noise when 2 swords crashed. However, when the edges of the swords collided thousands of times in a moment, the sounds were as terrifying as a raging flood that had broken through a dam. Yin Liren grunted. He leapt backward and rolled hundreds of times like a meatball before he finally got rid of Emperor Phoenix's sword auras that were haunting him like parasites. There was not any suspicion, hesitation, fear, or frustration on his face. Only excitement. It seemed that, for him, failure was not a problem, and the identity of the enemy was even less of a problem. Anything would be fine as long as he could fully unleash his sword arts. Emperor Phoenix's crystal suit, on the other hand, was rippling with light, as if a thin membrane of light had covered the surface of the crystal suit. A string-light suit, Li Yao thought to himself. Emperor Phoenix's crystal suit adopted the same technology as the 3 immortal cultivators on the Kunlun relics did. The string theory and the membrane theory had been applied. They could be called the upgraded version of the regular crystal suits and qualified to be known as light suits. Their performance was a significant improvement compared to that of the regular crystal suits. The fact that Emperor Phoenix had access to a light suit implied the immeasurable combat ability of the tactical squad of the Imperium. Yin Liren's cultivation, on the other hand, was even more horrifying. He was not wearing any armor and just carrying two short swords. Yet he could have a head-on clash with a nascent soul stage expert in the crystal suit. Insane. It was pure insanity. Li Yao, for one, would never crash into an enemy of the same level as himself and enhanced by a crystal suit when he was naked. Shwa, 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 shwa. The moment that Emperor Phoenix took action, the exos around him moved, too, and cut in between the locals of the Ancient Sages sector and the black skeleton-like Colossus. Dangerous brilliance was beaming out of the gaps of their crystal suits. The attack units hidden below the shoulder armor and the breastplate were shrieking ear-splittingly without disguising their hostility at all. "What do you want, Your Majesty?" Qi Zhongdao's face looked extremely awful. "I've long been told that Elder Yin Liren of the Purple Pole Sword Sect is the best swordsman in the world. Your sword arts are even more extraordinary than the rebellious eunuch Wang Shi. I can tell that the rumors are true after testing you myself today." Emperor Phoenix's cultivation was not as good as Yin Liren's, but with the enhancement of his crystal suit, he was able to draw even with Yin Liren. For a moment, the redness on his face was even deeper. He glanced at everyone in satisfaction before he suddenly put on a grave expression and coldly said, "If you are still the loyal subjects of the great Qian dynasty, stay where you are. Whoever moves will be traitors of the court and the great Qian dynasty." At this moment, we must cast aside our differences and fight against Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo together. Emperor Phoenix sneered, glaring at Qi Zhongdao and members of the 6 major sects in front of him. He shouted intimidatingly in a voice that resembled the rumbling thunder in the sky. "If you are loyal subjects of the great Qian dynasty, I will certainly not be petty when it comes to the rewards. I stand by what I said. Whoever executes Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Qi Changsheng will be rewarded with a Cloud Qin gold statue. You may not know how to use the Cloud Qin gold statue, but it doesn't matter. I can teach you. Otherwise, the sword in my hands will not hesitate or show mercy to those who are corrupted and turned into traitors of the great Qian dynasty. The treacherous thieves will be punished by everybody. Not only will they die without a burial themselves, their family and their sex will be implicated. A lot of people will be ground to dust, and a lot of people will be beheaded with their dead bodies thrown out onto the street. Your families and sects have supported and cemented the great Qian dynasty for 1,000 years. You have made great contributions. The court has never wronged you either. You are allowed to live as local magnates in the world of cultivators. Right now, the torrents of changes are upon us again. Your family and your sect may thrive because of your decision, and they may be destroyed because of the same thing. Do not hurt yourselves and those related to you with your own imprudence. Don't listen to his CR*P. Attack together now." Han Bailing was sweating hard in anxiety. "Qi Zhongdao, cultivators from the 6 major sects. What are you waiting for? Do you think that your emperor will talk so nicely to you after the Cloud Qin gold statues are activated? Just think about the 4 princes who have died of acute diseases in the past year. They all mocked your emperor in the past. You should know Zhu Zhongyo's pettiness more than anybody else. It will all be too late after he gains control over the Cloud Qin gold statue." "Too late, Your Majesty." Taking a long breath, Qi Zhongdao finally made the decision. He glanced at Yin Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and the members of the 6 major sects who were next to him before gnashing his teeth. Right now, the situation is unclear, and everybody is anxious. Please ask your Imperial Guards to retreat from the Cloud Qin gold statues for now, and we will talk more slowly. Master Righteous One. Emperor Phoenix was slightly dazed. Every tiny blood spot on his face grew more vivid than before, as if somebody had thrown red beans all over his face. He was laughing in anger and demanded, "Are you going to betray me, betray the court, betray the great Qian dynasty, and mess around with the barbarians and rebellions as an immoral, unethical, and disloyal thief?" "I dare not." Holding back the pressure, Qi Zhongdao stared at the Imperial Guard, who was still working on the shoulder of the Colossus far away. He replied, "I only have a question that I would like you to answer. Why are your people wearing such peculiar armor? And why do they know how to use the Cloud Qin gold statues?" In the Great Qin dynasty, the emperor was on relatively equal terms with the high-level cultivators. During times of peace, when they were showing respect to the emperor, the nascent soul-stage cultivators would also degrade themselves by saying, "Your Majesty." However, at that moment, Qi Zhongdao had dropped the "Your Majesty," so the hostility was quite apparent. Also, the question that he threw out was quite tricky, like a critical blow from a viper. All the high-level cultivators from the 6 major sects grew alert. That did make sense. Judging from Emperor Phoenix's behavior, he was obviously confident that his subordinates could activate the Cloud Qin gold statues. But how was that possible? The Cloud Qin gold statues had not been seen for 10,000 years. Where exactly did he find the method to pilot the Cloud Qin gold statues? In the legends, the Cloud Qin gold statues boasted the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Even if it was an overstatement, dealing with 100 or so nascent soul stage cultivators would still be a piece of cake for them. If Emperor Phoenix truly gained control over the Cloud Qin gold statues, all the cultivators would be caught in a passive situation. The 3 saints, the 3 rapscallions, the cultivators from the 6 major sects, and Master Bitter Cicada were vaguely shifting away from Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zongyo's side. Emperor Phoenix, however, was not in the least scared. There was even a hint of derision on his face. He glanced at the Imperial Guard on the shoulder of the black skeleton-like Colossus. The Imperial Guard was on one knee. His crystal suit was different from other people's in the first place in that its head was particularly huge and packed with all kinds of interconnected tubes and wires. The guy was connecting all the wires to the back of the Colossus head. All the wires were straightened. There was no telling what he was doing. He is cracking the Colossus. On the bridge, Li Yao was the only one who could tell that the mysterious person, who seemed to be a special agent of the Imperium, was cracking the control permissions of the Colossus from outside with a crystal suit that was dedicated to infiltration and decryption. The guy was also examining the status of the Colossus and making the final preparations to activate it. Li Yao's mouth was suddenly dry because of anxiety, and his sweat was dripping from his back. He looked at Long Yangjun and nervously said, "We cannot stay here and watch anymore. If Emperor Phoenix truly gains control of the Colossus, there will be dire consequences. He must be stopped. There must be teleportation arrays in the bridge. Is there any way that you can activate them and teleport us into the Temple of the Colossi directly? What do you think I've been doing so far?" Long Yangjun said coldly. There was bright golden bead of sweat on her forehead too. "I have been searching for a way to turn on the teleportation arrays, but they are much more difficult to activate than the surveillance picture. I need time." Pausing for a moment, she bit her lip and narrowed her eyes before she mumbled, one word after another. "This warship is mine. Nobody messes around on my warship. There's no time. He's activated the Colossus." Li Yao's voice was full of desperation, as was clearly visible in the grand illusionary land. Cracked by the special agent of the Imperium unstoppably, the head of the black skeleton-like Colossus slowly leaned backward. The bones and black feathers at the throat split apart like petals, revealing the deep, dark entrance for the user. The special agent of the Imperium was agile enough to leap down into the Colossus. "He's already in. Don't you see? The guy has truly activated the Cloud Qin gold statue." Han Bailing's voice was filled with intense regret and frustration. "Qi Zhongdao, 6 major sects, if you don't work together to pluck the guy right now, let's just die together." Die together. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when a sharp sword aura, raising a storm of coldness, dashed right toward Emperor Phoenix. It was Yin Liren again. Qi Zhongdao was still considering the big picture. The nascent soul stage cultivators of the 6 major sects were all hesitant and calculating what they might gain and lose. Some people were intimidated by Emperor Phoenix's warning about the consequences of their decision. Some people were gradually grasped by greed and really thinking about whether or not they could have the Cloud Qin gold statues and the arts to use the weapons if they pledged loyalty to the court. All in all, they had their reasons for their reluctance. Yin Liren, on the other hand, was the only complete lunatic who would not hesitate to dissect the deities in the sky when he was determined to kill someone. He would not bother whether they were the chief of the prairies or the emperor of the Great Qin dynasty. Neither Emperor Phoenix's speech nor Han Bailing's affected his belief in the slightest. The only thing that decided whether or not he was to attack was the loophole on the target. At that moment, Emperor Phoenix finally showed the most fatal loophole in Yin Liren's eyes. Therefore, the world-shaking fourth sword was unsheathed, blinked, and blossomed. Ah! Emperor Phoenix did not expect that Yin Liren would be so crazy that he dared to attack actively when he clearly did not win the head-on clash a moment earlier. This time, he was truly caught unprepared. He could even sense the coldness leaking into his crystal suit that was about to freeze his bones. Yin Liren's sword auras were so extraordinary that they could even pierce through the crystal suit and the light membrane. Thankfully, a few fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards reacted in time. They raised quite a few enormous light shields in front of Emperor Phoenix for protection. After a few explosions, 2 light shields were shattered into smithereens by Yin Liren's sword auras. They ended up as brilliant fireworks and vanished into nothingness after flickering for a moment. The might of his sword was that intimidating. The attack broke the tension and the impasse between the two parties immediately. Do it! Qi Zhongdao glanced at Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada. He knew that the hesitant guys from the 6 major sects were not dependable and that he could only count on the 2 super nascent soul stage cultivators there. The heaven-flipping seal rotated in midair, releasing dark golden brightness instead of silver. The air immediately began cracking amid spluttering noises. The Imperial Guard's movements were slowed down, as if they had been mired in invisible swamps. They had obviously been weighed down by dozens of times the standard gravity. Do it! Han Bailing grinned hideously and roared to Qi Chongsheng and Wan Mingzhu too. They were lawless, brutal people in the first place and had absolutely no concerns. Their most sordid and lethal magical equipment was launched and aimed at Emperor Phoenix and the Imperial Guards, darting toward the targets in mysterious streaks of brightness. Wan Mingzhu also dashed toward the black skeleton-like colossus under the cover of a few zombies. CR*P. Li Yao sighed gloomily on the bridge. The locals of the Ancient Sages sector did not know the first thing about strength. They had no idea about the formidability of the crystal suits. Even though Emperor Phoenix's guards were only in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage or even the core formation stage, they could also unleash astounding damage under the enhancement of the crystal suits. As he expected, all the crystal suits were releasing weird light ripples, allowing them to break free of the super high gravity. Then, while glittering soundlessly, the attack units on the shoulders of the crystal suits and the 2 sides of the thighs were all activated. Almost every crystal suit was holding 2 powerful storm bolters in their hands. Chapter 1493, The Black Skeleton Awakens. The more than 10 crystal suits had all been switched to the heavy firepower form. The bullets and the arced light were sweeping across the entire room like a storm. The surveillance light beams were immediately occupied by the colorful brilliance, as if 100 volcanoes were erupting inside the warehouse of the colossi at the same time, with the scorching magma flowing everywhere. The powerful magical equipment of the modern cultivation civilization from the Imperium of true human beings was not something that the locals of the Ancient Sages sector could imagine or resist. When the storm bolters began talking, some of the ignorant cultivators did not even know what was going on. It was not until the whips of light slapped the weaker cultivators among them in half, and smoke popped up from the fractures that were as smooth as mirrors, that the rest of the cultivators were grasped by utter horror. Not good. Get out of the way. What magical equipment is this? Why is it so quiet and powerful? The 100 locals of the Ancient Sages sector, suppressed by the crazy firepower of more than 10 crystal suits, were fleeing in a flurry and hiding behind the colossi as covers. The more sluggish ones among them were often ripped into shreds by the crossfire of the storm bolters and the honeycomb-based tiny flying swords. The armor and magical equipment that they had refined themselves boasted absolutely no defense. They were as vulnerable as if they were made of paper. Only some of the primeval treasures that they had picked up from the ancient battlefield were capable of resisting the roars of the storm bolters, the crystal cannons, and the other modern weapons. the insignificant counterattacks launched by the locals of the Ancient Sages sector, on the other hand, were all blocked by the enemy's crystal suits. Except for the feeble ripples of light that they raised on the surface of the crystal suits, there was no deeper effect. Both Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, Yin Liren, and Master Bitter Cicada's side, and Han Bailing, Qi Changsheng, and Wan Mingzhu's side were caught unprepared. They did not expect that the enemy's quirky armor would be so powerful. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu had only just dashed into the air when two Imperial guards lunged at her and blocked her way with a saber of light that they triggered from their armor's arms. Wan Mingzhu sniffed and opened her twisted mouth, spurting out a gray tornado that seemed to be made of mosquitoes. But the gray tornado was burned up by the fire of spiritual energy the moment that it reached the target's body. From deep inside the breastplate of the two Imperial guards, a few sharp, high-pitched sound waves were unleashed. They attacked together and pushed Wan Mingzhu's soul out of the puppet. Dozens of whips of light immediately slapped toward Wan Mingzhu's real body from all directions. Wan Mingzhu shrieked and retreated in a hurry. However, the few gold zombies that had always been with her and almost refined into clones were minced into pieces by the whips before they had a chance to counterattack. Mother White Lotus's face was gloomy. She was shaking so violently that white smoke was popping up above her head, forming shivering lotus flowers, as if mushrooms were growing on her head. Qi Zhongdao and Han Bailing looked at each other. The leaders of the two sides finally came to understand how sordid Emperor Phoenix was and how terrifying the forces behind him were. Qi Zhongdao did not hesitate anymore. He roared toward the high-level cultivators of the 6 major sects behind him that were at a loss. What are you waiting for? Do you really think that the Emperor will let you go? The Emperor will only dismember the 6 major sects and reward his new subordinates who serve him well. The 3 saints, 3 rapscallions, and Master Bitter Cicada. 7 super nascent soul stage cultivators that represented the peak of the Ancient Sages sector, suddenly dispersed and attacked Emperor Phoenix's Imperial guards from all directions. Under their lead, the high-level cultivators of the 6 major sects also recalled their contradiction with Emperor Phoenix in the past. Some of them had even communicated with the Dark Cloud Prairies in the past in secret, and Han Bailing apparently had evidence of their betrayal. So, their outcome would not be too good either way. They simply followed the 7 experts and charged at the Imperial Guards. Although the Imperial Guards were equipped with crystal suits, their own cultivation did not seem to be too high, at least no higher than the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. Also, they were not perfectly adept at the usage of their crystal suits. Moreover, there were less than 20 of them after all, and they had almost 100 high-level cultivators opposing them, including the 7 super nascent soul stage cultivators such as Qi Zhongdao and Han Bailing. The defense line of crystal suits of the Imperium of true human beings immediately shook while the locals of the Ancient Sages sector attacked without caring about the casualties. Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar, Heaven Battering King Qi Changsheng, and the rest of them were merely hovering around the Imperial Guards without having a head-on clash with them. They were trying to bypass the defense line from the sides and directly pick out the guy who had crawled into the black skeleton-like colossus. For the cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage, when they were moving at the highest speed, it was difficult for even the crystal suits to lock onto their unpredictable traces like smoke and mist. In order to stall them, Emperor Phoenix had to spare another few Imperial guards. The defense line in front was even weaker than before. Finally, the abdomen of a crystal suit from the Imperium released clusters of mottled sparks. With the ear-splitting sound of metal being twisted, its movement gradually slowed down. A critical unit on the crystal suit must have been hit, resulting in its performance parameters plummeting. Although it had not retreated from the battlefield yet, the scene significantly boosted the morale of all the locals of the Ancient Sages sector, who had realized, to their amazement, that the weird armors were not invincible and that they could also be broken and torn apart. For a moment, the locals of the Ancient Sages sector attacked more fiercely than ever, while Emperor Phoenix and his Imperial guards could barely hold their position. However, their aim was not to completely block or to annihilate the 100 high-level cultivators on the opposing side, but to stall them for as long as possible, Key. When Emperor Phoenix's defense line was about to collapse completely, an ear-splitting explosion of spiritual energy echoed behind him, which seemed to pour a bucket of cold water upon the heated battlefield. Not good. The Cloud Qin gold statue has been activated. Han Bailing, Qi Zhongdao, and all the other high-level cultivators on the two sides gasped. Ah! The deity has succeeded. The deity has succeeded. Emperor Phoenix was overjoyed. He was laughing so crazily that it almost sounded like he was crying beneath the cold mask. All the locals of the ancient sages sector were gazing at the black skeleton-like colossus that was resting on top of the black iron throne at the end of the temple. Weird ripples of spiritual energy spread out non-stop from the spiritual residence at the chest, as if a translucent light ball was expanding, exploding, and blossoming. The waves spread into the air and obliterated the impurities floating in the air into pure nothingness, transforming them from materials into energy. The sound that they made was like the heartbeat of the colossus that had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. Countless crystal clusters that were entangled on the long, slender limbs were also glimmering in dark red, as if blood was truly flowing inside the body. The speed of the flow was becoming higher and higher, transmitting the redness to the key parts on the body. Pa! 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 The thick tubes that were connected to the colossus from the warehouse in various directions were all disconnected. They were jerking and struggling in midair like headless boas. From the holes that they left after they broke free, crimson spiritual energy was spurting out and circling around the colossus, condensing into a protective layer that looked like both a layer of armor and a cloak. 2/3 of its body were hidden behind the bloody mist, making it look even more mysterious and daunting. At the center of the skull mask of the colossus, in the middle of the cross-shaped dent, the lone crimson eye shivered for a moment before it rolled along the dent swiftly. The previously lackluster, cross-shaped dent was ignited with a layer of glittering redness, turning into a dazzling red cross. Crack! 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 The black skeleton-like colossus broke all the restraints and stood up on the throne. It lowered its head and stared at the locals of the ancient sages sector below its feet coldly with the red cross on the facial cover. The colossus was around 30 meters tall, almost as tall as a 7-story tower. Under its indifferent stare, all the locals of the ancient sages sector, be they in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage, had a strong sense of being overwhelmed. Many of them were trembling with the heartbeat of the colossus. "I've found it! On the bridge!" Long Yangjun suddenly exclaimed in delight. "I have found a teleportation array in a crystal compression room near the warehouse of the colossi. It can be activated at any time. Near the warehouse of the colossi?" Watching the guy who could be a special agent of the Imperium claim the colossus that he had called dibs on, Liao could not have been more anxious and infuriated. He almost hated that he could not rush into the warehouse of the colossi, kick the guy out, and take his place immediately. "Of course." Long Yangjun glanced at him. "We cannot show up in the warehouse of the colossi directly. Otherwise, everybody else will grow suspicious of us. This crystal compression room is empty, and the door is locked. But there's an energy transmission tube that is connected to the warehouse of the colossi. We will be able to sneak into the warehouse of the colossi through the tube without alerting anyone. However, what are we going to do even if we do sneak in successfully? I don't think that they will be able to compete with this colossus even with the two of us. I have a solution." Liao stared at the 20 or so colossi that were lying on the maintenance platforms in the grand illusionary land. Some of them appeared to be mostly done in repairing. He had been the top colossi expert in the Star Glory Federation 100 years ago. As long as he was even some time, he would be able to activate one of the colossi. But he had to be fast. If the special agent of the Imperium of true human beings suppressed all the locals of the ancient sages sector, it would matter little even if he showed up. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Seeing that the colossus had completely been controlled by one of his people, Emperor Phoenix could not have been more satisfied. He retreated to the feet of the colossus together with the Imperial guards who were wearing the crystal suits of the Imperium. Raising his hand, he shouted loudly, "Now that the Cloud Chin gold statue has been activated, it doesn't matter if I tell you now. This is deity Rain Cloud, an ancestor of the Zhu family of the Thunderous Qian sect who has been training in the deity's realm since he embarked on the path of ascension 1,000 years ago. The deity knew that the ancient sage's sector was in chaos and that the foundation of the great Qian dynasty was falling apart. So, he specifically visited the mortal world again to help me rebuild the great Qian dynasty and save the people of the world." What? Qi Zhongdao, Han Bailing, and the other locals of the ancient sage's sector were all greatly surprised by Emperor Phoenix's absurd tale. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not having the slightest idea what was going on. Many of them were bulging their eyes and mumbling. Is it really a predecessor from the Thunderous Qian sect who has ascended to the deity's realm? So to speak, is there really a deity's realm? A deity, a legendary deity. No wonder he can manipulate a Cloud Chin gold statue. It's impossible. It's fake. Fake. I think it's true. Had it not been for the enlightenment of the deities, how could Emperor Phoenix have risen miraculously after only several years? And where did they find so many powerful treasures? That armor must have been brought from the deity's realm. It's the deity's armor. Qi Zhongdao and Han Bailing looked at each other and noticed the intense suspicion in each other's eyes. Gloatingly, Emperor Phoenix grew more and more excited until he was almost roaring in the end. "Why are you mortals not kneeling down before deity Raincloud, who has arrived at the earthly world? The deity is almighty, and the Cloud Chin gold statue is even more magnificent. You will easily be crushed if he wills it. However, deity Raincloud is too benevolent and merciful to go on a killing spree. As long as you pledge loyalty to the great Qian dynasty as obedient subjects and listen to the commands of me and the deity dutifully, except for the flagitious leaders of the rebellions including Han Bailing, Qi Changsheng, and Wan Mingzhu, you will all be pardoned, with rewards that are beyond your expectations. Those who follow Raincloud shall live. Those who don't shall die. Kneel! Kneel now! Kneel! Kneel! Kneel!" All the Imperial guards around Emperor Phoenix stepped forward at the same time and roared loudly. Their voices, enhanced by special broadcasting rune arrays, exploded among everybody like 10,000 bombs. Everybody's head was dizzy, and their mind was disturbed. Some of the core formation stage cultivators who were less capable and the nascent soul stage cultivators who were too heavily wounded to maintain their level were truly frightened. Their faces were pale, and they felt the strong urge to kneel down and pledge loyalty to the inviolable. Liao almost choked in fury after seeing that on the bridge. The so-called deity's realm and deity Raincloud were obviously bullsh**. It was clearly fictitious drivel that a special agent of the Imperium of true human beings had fabricated. Liao gnashed his teeth and asked, "Is the teleportation array ready to be activated?" "Soon. It is now being charged with spiritual energy. I'll have to check if it can function normally, considering that it has been left in use for hundreds of thousands of years," Long Yanjun said very calmly. She narrowed her eyes and continued swimming in the ocean of light. Teleportation arrays were highly dangerous magical equipment that did not allow any negligence. With the tiniest error, half of Liao might be teleported to the head of the warship and the other half to the rear or even directly into a wall, making his internal organs meld with the metal in the wall. It would be very awkward if that happened. Emperor Phoenix's words blew the minds of every cultivator in the Temple of the Colossi like a sweeping tornado. Right when everybody was still startled, an indifferent voice that was clear, deep, and unworldly echoed from the depths of the black skeleton-like colossus. "There is no need to fret, my young friends. I severed my connection from the mortal world and ascended to the deity's realm 1,000 years ago. The ancient sage's sector has nothing to do with me anymore. But recently, it occurred to me that I left something behind in the past, and that I was still associated with the ancient sage's sector. This issue concerned the path that I am walking on right now in the deity's realm. So, you can also say that fate arranged for the ancient sage's sector to encounter this deity again. I have come to the mortal world this time partly to help the progeny stabilize the great Qian dynasty, so that the world will be peaceful and prosperous, and partly to select a batch of devout, fortunate cultivators to ascend to the deity's realm together with me to explore the endless truth path of immortality. We will become supreme, immortal cultivators and deities that everybody worships. That is my destiny in the ancient sage's sector this time. This is a rarely seen opportunity. Your connections with the deity's realm are unpredictable. With the deterioration of the ancient sage's sector, if you miss the chance to embark on the path of ascension to the deity's realm, it will be impossible for you to go there by yourself for the rest of your life. Now that everybody here is fortunate enough to have heard my offer, it is evident enough that fate is smiling upon you. As long as you listen to my commands, you will all have chances to ascend to the deity's realm and become deities. The tone of deity Raincloud was flat and unattractive, mixed with the innocent nonchalance. However, to many cultivators, it was like scorching magma that was almost boiling their hearts from their ears. Deities? I am connected with the deities? Ascend to the deity's realm and become immortal cultivators and deities? How splendid and spectacular the deity's realm must be. I will die without regrets if I have the chance to visit it in person. Nobody in the ancient sage's sector has ascended to the deity's realm for thousands of years. It is practically impossible for us to find the path of ascension on our own. For a moment, many of the high-level cultivators from the 6 major sects were gulping, and their eyes were glittering in greed. The subordinates of Han Bailing and the other rapscallions were somewhat stunned by deity Raincloud's captivating promise, too. Even if they did not intend to defect, they all saw all kinds of bizarre illusions, and they could not help but let loose of their hands that were grabbed their weapons. Wait! Vague confusion emerged on Qi Zhongdao's dark face, but he came back to himself the next moment. Calming himself down, he bowed to the black skeleton-like colossus respectfully according to the manners of a junior and a disciple. Then he stood straight, craned his neck, and looked at the skull head of the colossus in midair. You must forgive us for not greeting you properly, deity Raincloud, as we were not informed of your arrival. However, there is something that I have to ask for your enlightenment on. You claim to be an ancestor of the Zhu family of the great Qian dynasty from 1,000 years ago. I wonder, who were you exactly? How bold of you! Emperor Phoenix glared at him. Do you think that an ancestor of the Zhu family's name, when he walked the mortal world, can just be blemished by anyone? It doesn't matter. A calm voice came over from the black skeleton-like colossus. Before I ascended to the deity's realm, my name in the world of mortals was Zhu Tsangshui. I had a nickname among the cultivators, which was Thunderous Fire. However, that's all from 1,000 years ago. I've been freed from all that. It barely has anything to do with the deity Raincloud that is standing here right now. Thunderous Fire Zhu Tsangshui? The cultivators furrowed their eyebrow and thought hard. The nascent soul stage cultivators all boasted astonishing memories, and few super experts from the thunderous Qian Hall had been capable of ascending to the deity's realm over the past 2,000 years. Soon, somebody recalled who he was. About 1,200 years ago, the thunderous Qian Hall, which had not claimed the country yet, indeed had such a great expert in the divinity transformation stage. He had even worked briefly as the leader of the law-enforcing department of his sect. However, it had been the era of turbulence when the old dynasty was decaying and the new dynasty had yet to be established. All the main sects had been fighting and killing each other, and the entire ancient sages sector had been consumed by war. Tremendous cultivators in the divinity transformation stage and the nascent soul stage were involved in the gory fights, many of whom disappeared without a good reason. Thunderous Fire, Zhu Tsangshui, was one of them. He had gone missing during an adventure to explore the relics of the primeval predecessors, never to be seen again. For the thunderous Qian Hall at that time, the uncanny disappearance of a divinity transformation stage cultivator had been quite a heavy blow. The accident had almost sent the sect to its doom. At that time, everybody had thought that Thunderous Fire, Zhu Tsangshui, had been ambushed by the enemy and killed under the collected attack. Even his bodies had been shredded and burnt. However, It was not entirely implausible that he had found an opportunity to ascend in the relics of the primeval predecessors and thereby rose to the deity's realm, leaving the mortal trivia behind him. Qi Zhongdao, however, was not entirely convinced. Taking a long breath, he asked toughly, I didn't know that you were Senior Zhu Cangshui, who went missing mysteriously 1,200 years ago. The deity's realm is indeed a place of wonder, where anything can happen. However, do you have any evidence that can prove that you are Zhu Cangshui? How dare you? You are too rude. If there were a pair of hands in his voice, Emperor Phoenix certainly would have grabbed Qi Zhongdao's legs and split him apart from the center. The deity has degraded himself by showing up here, and you are still so insolent and disobedient. Master Righteous One, I think that you have been bewildered by the evils. Young friend Qi, Deity Raincloud's voice turned solemn. He was even more aloof and aggressive than before as he demanded, What do you mean? Are you doubting my identity? Not a doubt, but a certainty. Before Qi Zhongdao replied, Han Bailing laughed aloud not far away and shouted, I am very certain that the so-called deity Raincloud is just a counterfeit. There's absolutely no way that you are Thunderous Fire Zhu Cangshui, or a deity who has descended from the deity's realm. Han Bailing, greatly insulted, Emperor Phoenix jumped to his feet as if a bee had stung his bottom. I am the emperor that fate has designated for the renaissance of the great Qian dynasty, and I am watched over by the ancestors of the Zhu family. It's only reasonable that deity Raincloud supported me after he returned to the mortal world. What's strange about that? Fate has designated you for the renaissance of your family? Was it him who told you the bullsh asterisk tea that can only fool a 3-year-old? Only such a naive, ignorant boy like you would buy it without thinking, not even knowing that he was simply manipulating you like a chess piece. Little Emperor, Han Bailing snapped. After a slight pause, he continued coldly. Secondly, if you are truly a renowned deity who has returned from the deity's realm, and you are here to sever your connections with the mortal world after preparations, you should have brought countless ultimate treasures in the deity's realm, such as the Cloud Qin gold statues. They are the priceless treasures for the cultivators of the mortal world. But are they precious for the deities, too? Can you not find any of them in your place, but have to steal them from here? Exactly. Han Bailing's questioning refreshed a lot of cultivators. The actions of deity Raincloud were too weird. If he were really an omnipotent deity, why did he not reveal his identity in the divine capital? And why was he fighting over the Cloud Qin gold statues with them, the cultivators of the mortal world? Was it possible that there was not a single Cloud Qin gold statue in the glorious deity's realm? Qi Zhongdao looked at Ba Xiaoyu, Yin Liren, and Master Bitter Cicada, hinting at them to slightly move toward Han Bailing and focus their attention on Han Bailing and deity Raincloud. What Han Bailing had said was exactly what Qi Zhongdao was suspicious of. Qi Zhongdao believed almost 80% of Han Bailing's words. This deity Raincloud was 10 to 1 a counterfeit. Whatever he was exactly, they had to take precautions in case he suddenly attacked anyone. Thirdly, the more he spoke, the more fluent Han Bailing became. He chuckled for a moment and continued. The real deities must know every detail about places like this divine palace. Also, judging from the fine armor on your body, I don't think the tempests and snowstorms on the land of Eternal Land are a problem for you. Why didn't you come to excavate the divine palace earlier on your own, but arrive together with us? There's only one possible answer. Before Wang, she discovered the divine palace. You did not even know of the existence of the divine palace. Even if you did, you couldn't determine the specific location of the divine palace. Can a deity who doesn't even know where the divine palace is be a real deity? That's hilarious. If deity Raincloud cannot give satisfactory answers to all 3 questions, I fear that you can barely convince everybody here. Who knows what kind of evil being is hiding beneath the skin of the so-called deity? Who can be certain that the so-called deity's realm is not another way of saying a bloody hell? Had it not been for the blockage of the grand illusionary land, Li Yao would have rushed up to Han Bailing's face and applauded the monarch from the prairies. Li Yao had thought more highly of Han Bailing's ghost Qin than the murky Great Qian dynasty in the first place. However bad the classical militarism was, it was still more or less an advancement compared to the decayed and rotten world of the ancient cultivators. Han Bailing's head was particularly clear, too, and he had stabbed into the three critical issues with the special agent from the Imperium so quickly, making it impossible for the guy to continue acting. It was truly gratifying. Emperor Phoenix was shaking in fury. The brilliance on his crystal suit was rising, and the string light was releasing cracking noises. He was almost determined to die together with Han Bailing. Zhu Zhongyo, I suggest you clear your mind and get everything straight. Han Bailing said behind the shield. Do you not know what you are made of? Even if your ancestor has indeed returned, why should he go through all the trouble to support you? Supporting anybody else would have saved him a great amount of time and effort. I know that you are an ignorant baby who has been dreaming about reviving the great Qin dynasty and satisfying your ancestors. If that is the case, it is all the more reason for you to figure out whether or not this guy of unknown backgrounds who claims to be deity Raincloud is an ancestor of your family. If you accept a random guy as your ancestor and introduce a wolf into your house, your great Qin dynasty may be destroyed in the end. In such a case, all the ancestors of your family will roll in their graves. Emperor Phoenix was blushing and stammering. He hesitated for a long time, only to come up with no rebuttal. Even deity Raincloud, who was hiding inside the black skeleton-like colossus, was rendered speechless and failed to answer the questions openly after a long silence. However, the flames of spiritual energy spreading out of the gaps of the black feathers were growing more and more fierce. Deity Raincloud, I have washed my great neck, waiting for you to behead me. Han Bailing suddenly raised his voice and burst into laughter. Then he declared resolutely, However, I can be killed, but I will not be fooled like swine before my death. I believe that all the cultivators here are the same as me. Speak. Who are you exactly? Han Bailing's last demand contained immense spiritual energy. It exploded in midair and echoed inside the temple for a long time, waking up a lot of cultivators who were staring at deity Raincloud in a keener and clearer way. Whispers came over from the high-level cultivators of the 6 major sections. That was close. I was almost fooled by the guy just now. On second thought, it does not make sense. If he is truly a deity, all the questions will be barely explainable. Why didn't he reveal his identity a few years earlier, but have to steal the Cloud Qin gold statues while hiding in the exploration team? Why did he support Zhu Zhongyo, a guy without any other help whom he can easily manipulate? If he had revealed his identity in the court a few years ago and demonstrated the remarkable performance of the deities, he would have been acknowledged by the royal family. We certainly would have believed him. But right now, he has jumped out of nowhere and asked us to believe that he is an ancestor of the Zhu family without any proof. This is rather imposing. The whispers soon evolved in a tide of doubts and suspicions. Some people even emboldened themselves to ask, If I may ask, Lord Deity, Han Bailing, deity Raincloud finally opened his mouth. His voice was solemn and sharp, filled with killing intent. He said, one word after another, This whole time, I have considered you to be one of the trickiest people of the ancient sages sector, only secondary to Wang Shi. But from what I've seen now, you have far exceeded my expectations. You are not as reckless as you appear. You are smart, really smart. No wonder you can compete against the whole world with only the dark cloud prairies. However, I don't need to explain or prove my identity to you at all. Had it not been for the benevolence of the heavens and my own lenience, I would have activated the Cloud Qin gold statue and killed all of you. I don't believe in the benevolence of the heavens, or that you are a man of lenience. Han Bailing was truly a tough man who was fearless of death. He was bold enough to sneer before a colossus more than 30 meters tall. You haven't killed us either because you can't or because you were trying to exploit us more. There was another moment of silence in the colossus. Deity Raincloud seemed to have been choked by Han Bailing. It was not until a long time later that he finally said, Han Bailing, if you choose not to go against me, it is not necessary for me to kill you. You, Qi Changsheng, and Wan Mingzhu are the same. You are all deeply connected with the deity's realm. 2. If you can pass my test, I can also consider taking you to the deity's realm, where you will enjoy infinite benefits and opportunities. Han Bailing was dazed for a moment after hearing the reply. He did not expect that deity Raincloud would be so friendly. Before he figured out how he should respond, Emperor Phoenix had already jumped up and shouted in utmost astonishment. Elder Master, what did you say? Are you planning to pardon Han Bailing, Qi Changsheng, Wan Mingzhu, and Wang Shi? That's not what we agreed upon in the beginning. Didn't you promise me that you would hand over the four rapscallions to me, and I would be free to mince them into pieces and crush them into powder? The young emperor hated the four rapscallions who had savaged the great Qian dynasty so much that he completely lost his calmness. Deity Raincloud was silent for a moment before he casually said, "After you ascend to the deity's realm one day in the future, you will understand that everything in the mortal world is just a hallucination. If you are obsessed with meaningless hatred, your heart will be corrupted, and your level will stagnate forever. Why don't you just let it go?" I can't let it go. Emperor Phoenix was almost crazy. He screamed while waving his arms and legs. I don't care about my cultivation. I don't want to ascend to the deity's realm. I only want to revive the great Qian dynasty. I just want to be the greatest emperor in all the dynasties that have been recorded. The greatest emperor of all time. I just want those evils who scourged the great Qian dynasty to be demolished. Elder Master, you promised me that you would mince them into pieces. Each and every one of them. You have gone mad, Emperor. Deity Raincloud's voice was full of agitation and dissatisfaction. A stream of spiritual waves that had been compressed to the minimum was generated in front of the black skeleton-like colossus like a thin, tiny bug and pierced toward Emperor Phoenix brutally. The young emperor immediately began screaming in the most desperate way, as if his brain was exploding only to be stopped by the helmet on the crystal suit. He was apparently in excruciating pain. Holding his head, he bent his body like a shrimp and was almost writhing on the ground because of the suffering. The screams, each higher than the last, made all the locals of the ancient sages sector in the area feel their heads were dizzy regardless of their stance. Although Emperor Phoenix was the youngest, one of the top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector, he had demonstrated unbelievable capabilities during the struggle for the throne in the divine capital the previous year. His cultivation might not have been as high as Yin Liren's or Qi Zhongdao's, but the gap was not huge. They were approximately at the same level. Even such an expert had failed to defend against deity Raincloud's casual attack. Was it because deity Raincloud's cultivation was unimaginably high? Or was it because he had planted a certain barrier in Emperor Phoenix's body in order to manipulate him as a puppet like Han Bailing had said? The latter appeared to be the more plausible possibility, because when Emperor Phoenix was cramping hard in excruciating pain, the Imperial guards around him, who should have been loyal to him, were merely watching coldly. None of them gave him a hand. Such a fact made Emperor Phoenix even more devastated. His twisted screams almost sounded like sobbing right now. Han Bailing, deity Raincloud, did not look at the cramping Emperor Phoenix any longer. He shifted the enormous skull of the skeleton to Han Bailing and the other rapscallions. The deep red crystal camera was gliding non-stop in the cross-dent, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking about. Although I cannot bear to watch the ancient sages sector mired in war, and I want to keep the great Qian dynasty stable forever, it doesn't mean that your ghost Qin, Qi Changxing's heaven-battering army, and Wan Mingzhu's White Lotus cult must be eliminated. As long as you pledge loyalty to me obediently, I will certainly figure out a proper solution. I guarantee that all of your subordinates will receive tremendous benefits. As for the few of you, infinite opportunities will be waiting for you in the deity's realm, which will certainly increase your cultivation and allow you to sprint for the divinity transformation stage. Han Bailing looked at Qi Changxing and Wan Mingzhu and sniffed. He was wearing all kinds of expressions and did not give a reply. That goes for everybody here. Deity Raincloud turned the skeleton skull to Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and the other experts of the 6 major sects behind the 3 saints. He declared thunderously, "It is meaningless to chew on my identity. The fact is obvious that I possess power that is beyond your imagination. I can manipulate the Cloud Qin gold statue, and I can offer you tremendous ultimate treasures from the deity's realm to guide you toward the divinity transformation stage and help you embark on the path of immortality. Is it not enough to prove my identity and to convince you to pledge loyalty to me? I will give you one last opportunity. Kneel before me right now. There are dozens of cloud sheen gold statues here, but no more than 20 of them are intact and functional. However, there are 100 of you here. If every cultivator is given one cloud sheen gold statue, only 20 lucky dogs will be qualified to claim the primeval treasures that can dominate the world and the universe. Whoever kneels down first and pledges loyalty to me sincerely will be rewarded with a cloud sheen gold statue. I will also teach you the corresponding usage and even the way to break into the divinity transformation stage. Deity Raincloud's words were as shocking as thunder. Fewer than 20 cloud sheen gold statues. Great secret arts to break into the divinity transformation stage. For the locals of the ancient sages sector who were struggling and groping in darkness, the temptations were too alluring to resist. With everything progressing so far, the shrewd elders and leaders of the 6 major sects had mostly realized that the mysterious person inside the black cloud sheen gold statue was most likely not the senior expert Zhu Sangshui of the thunderous Qian Hall. Otherwise, his answer would not have been so obscure and ambiguous. But so what? Deity Raincloud was not wrong. His identity was not important. What was important was that he had in his possession the powerful treasures from the deity's realm, and that he was aware of the methods to manipulate the cloud sheen gold statues. Most importantly of all, there were only 20 cloud sheen gold statues at most that could be allotted. 20 cloud sheen gold statues for more than 100 super experts who were all above the peak of the core formation stage, and more people were hiding outside on the warship. Right. There were also the tricky people such as Wang Shi and Master Spiritual Vulture who had not shown up yet. Chances were that they had already been bought by Deity Raincloud and were lurking in the darkness, ready to launch a critical strike at any time. It was a very simple arithmetic question, but it was also the most complicated conundrum. Don't be tricked. Sensing the disinclination behind him, Qi Zhongdao grew anxious. He is trying to divide us. Don't be fooled. United. We must remain united. Exactly. Han Bailing also gnashed his teeth. He is definitely not as powerful as he appears to be on the surface. If he was, he would have gone on a killing spree and suppressed everybody with brute force. Why would he bother wasting so much time talking to us? As long as we stick together, more than 100 experts above the core formation stage will certainly be enough to defeat a single cloud sheen gold statue. The two of them echoed with each other, but the elders and leaders of the 6 major sects were not moved much. Stick together? It's not so easy. Yes. If more than 100 experts above the core formation stage are united and charge forward without considering the sacrifices, there might be a slim chance that we can crush Deity Raincloud. But who will lead the charge and be sacrificed first? Besides, just because I don't surrender doesn't mean other people won't. As long as some 20 of the 100 people choose to surrender and cause trouble behind us, there is absolutely no way that we can compete with Deity Raincloud. By then, those who choose to resist will be crushed into smithereens by Deity Raincloud, and those who surrender in advance will probably be rewarded with a cloud sheen gold statue and the secret arts to break into the divinity transformation stage. Similar ideas were rolling over inside the eyes of almost every elder and leader of the 6 major sections. When they looked at each other, they felt that other people's eyes were filled with electricity and hooks. Shivering, they thought of a new problem. Even if I don't surrender and other people do not want to surrender in the beginning, how will they know what I am thinking, and how can they be certain that I will fight to the end? There are only 20 cloud sheen gold statues. The earlier you surrender, the more benefits you will have. As long as the number of traders reaches a certain threshold, the resistance will be meaningless. Then, when we can't trust each other, the best option for them is to surrender earlier than I do. I don't know whether or not they will surrender, and they do not know whether or not I will surrender. Even if we do not want to surrender in the beginning, as soon as we believe that there is a decent likelihood that other people will surrender, We will have no other options except to surrender in advance in order to get the cloud sheen gold statues and the techniques to break into the divinity transformation stage. Such thoughts were popping up in the heads of the 100 high-level cultivators from 6 major sects at the same time. The locals of the ancient sages sector were caught in a classic prisoner's dilemma one. Their eyes were all glimmering. The ambience grew weirder than ever for a moment. The room looked like a vulnerable high tower that had just been burnt by fire and already reached the brink of collapse. The burnt wood was caught in a weird silence after creaking for a moment. One tiny breeze at this moment, or even nothing except a wait of 1 to 2 seconds, and the high tower would completely collapse. Boom! Qi Zhongdao knew the nature of the people of the 6 major sections. Any words would be useless. Without saying anything, he summoned his spiritual energy and boosted the heaven-flipping seal to smash the black skeleton-like colossus. Heaven-flipping seal? Ha ha ha! Deity Rain Cloud chuckled in amusement. Crimson tides of spiritual energy surged on the surface of the colossus, and dozens of tentacles extended out of the waves toward the heaven-flipping seal, showing absolutely no sign that they were under the influence of the heaven-flipping seal. In the meantime, the 30-meter-tall colossus stepped forward heavily. While the world was shaking, the blood-red crystal veins wrapped around the slender arms dashed out like hundreds of vipers and darted toward the critical parts all over Qi Zhongdao's body. Qi Zhongdao had focused almost all his spiritual energy and soul power on the heaven-flipping soul. It was impossible for him to dodge in time. Yin Liren, however, blinked out from the back. His sword auras spread out into hundreds of electric arcs and slashed toward the blood-red crystal veins of the black skeleton-like colossus. After a series of crisp collisions, Yin Liren's sword exploded into the finest powder. Shwa! The moment when the secret sword exploded, something deep inside Yin Liren's pupils seemed to have exploded, too, as if his soul had been severely wounded. The sword maniac was still expressionless, but he was biting his lip harder and harder. And you, Han Bailing, come on together. Let's see if I can go on a killing spree today. Deity Rain Cloud grinned hideously. The crimson whips scattered in midair like 100 vipers, drawing dozens of weird curves and arcing behind the round shield where Han Bailing was hiding, interweaving into a fatal web instantly. Despite his enormous body size, Han Bailing was not slow at all. The moment that the whips connected with each other, he turned into a gray shadow and jumped out. The whips did not halt at all after missing the target during the first attack. They took a weird turn and continued darting toward his back. Watch out, my lord! Seeing that all the space around Han Bailing had been locked onto, a nascent soul stage cultivator from Ghost Sheen was greatly shocked. He lunged forward without caring about anything and was stabbed precisely by the sharp thorns at the front ends of the whips. The spiritual shield of the nascent soul stage cultivator was as fragile as a piece of paper, and the cultivator from Ghost Sheen was immediately riddled with almost 10 holes. At this moment, the nascent soul stage cultivator from the prairies, best known for his toughness and cruelty, had been pierced through brutally by almost 10 blood-red whips, which tied him up and strangled him like a bunch of boas. Wu Lihan bulged his eyes. His spiritual energy surged out crazily as he tried to destroy the blood-red whips. However, from every cluster of sharp-edged, gnarled crystals, a weird power was released incessantly, suppressing his spiritual energy until there was nothing left. Crack! 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 Exploding noises of bone fractures echoed inside Wu Lihan's body. As the blood-red whips tightened, his hands, feet, and head all gradually twisted into extremely unnatural postures. Wu Lihan's face became more and more twisted, but dazzling brilliance was still beaming out of his bull eyes as he stared at Han Bailing, apparently giving all his hope to the magnificent monarch on the prairies. My lord! Wu Lihan's throat moved with difficulty. After he had just squeezed out those 2 words, the blood-red whips that had long been buried in his flesh and blood suddenly constricted brutally. After a bam, he was crushed into a cluster of broken, bloody mist by the extreme force. The bloody mist spurted out and fell to the ground into the fuzzy pattern of an enormous human being. It seemed to be falling upon the heart of every local of the ancient sages' sector. 2. Casting a bloody shadow over their soul and their determination. A seasoned nascent soul stage cultivator who had been famous for a long time had been strangled by deity Raincloud as easily as if he were an ant. Han Bailing's eyes were bloodshot. He roared in the most painful and infuriated way. However, behind him, Qi Chongsheng and Wan Mingzhu, a few experts from the Ghost Qin, the Heaven Battering Army, and the White Lotus cult were slightly trembling after looking at each other in bewilderment for a while. The appalling techniques that deity Raincloud had demonstrated subdued many of the subordinates of the three rapscallions. The always ready to bend, selfish guys from the 6 major sects were even more wicked than them. The quick-minded and shameless ones among them had already coughed and kneeled down quickly. Please accept your junior's sincere respect, deity Raincloud. Inside the bridge, Li Yao smashed the picture in midair brutally, blowing the elder of the 6 major sects who kneeled first into broken ripples. Damn it, the guy has almost got everything under his control. When exactly can we take action? Li Yao felt so anxious that he was almost choking, yet there was nothing that he could do except pace around the room. It's working, Long Yangjun exclaimed in a low voice, her eyes glittering. A new grand illusionary land was blossoming slowly next to the surveillance picture of the Temple of the Colossi, like a translucent flower. This is the teleportation array on the Niwa warship. Long Yangjun furrowed her eyebrows, as if she had picked up something from her memories. The Niwa warship has adopted a very advanced teleportation paradigm. There are not fixed teleportation arrays. The surveillance picture, the grand illusionary land, and the teleportation arrays have been integrated into a whole. As long as the corresponding technique is activated, and you are completely enshrouded by the grand illusionary land, you will be teleported into the cabin displayed in the grand illusionary land. So advanced? Li Yao raised an eyebrow. After pondering for a moment, he took off one of his boots and threw it into the center of the grand illusionary land. Teleporting the body wasn't a joke. He certainly needed to run an experiment first. Long Yangjun played with part of the threads of light shot out from the crystal processors with her small finger. Then, after a flash of light, Li Yao's boot appeared to be unpredictable and illusionary, although it seemed to be on exactly the same spot. Li Yao extended his hand to snatch it, only to pass through the middle of his boot and catch nothing. The boot had indeed been teleported to the cabin as displayed in the grand illusionary land. Fantastic! Li Yao waved his fist in excitement. He extended his hand to Long Yangjun. Let's go now. Long Yangjun looked at his hand carefully and frowned. What's the meaning of this? We're going together, of course, Li Yao said matter-of-factly. It's not like I'm going to fight a life-and-death battle in the warehouse of the Colossi while you watch the fight enjoying a cup of tea here, right? I'm aware of that, Long Yangjun replied casually. What I'm asking is, why are you extending your hand to me? It means that I'm going to hold your hand so that we will pass through the teleportation array simultaneously, Li Yao said straightforwardly. You aren't so childish as to believe that I completely trust you, are you? If you and I are to be teleported separately, what if you are wicked enough to teleport yourself to an inconspicuous cabin next door while teleporting me directly in front of this black skeleton-like colossus? Wouldn't I be caught in a very awkward situation? But there won't be any problem if we are teleported hand in hand. If you have any ill intentions during the teleportation process and something goes wrong, our bodies might be melded, and we will simply die together. Long Yangjun stared at Li Yao coldly. Li Yao looked back at her without any guilt. Long Yangjun took a deep breath. Fine. Cracking noises were echoing inside her body again as it shivered slightly. Weird spiritual energy in a helical form spread out of her pores and danced around her. Li Yao blinked. What are you doing now? I do not like to show in public with my real look. It will be better if I transform myself into what I always looked like. All right then, as your wish. But can you change your body after we are teleported over? Why? Because I'm not comfortable holding the hand of a man. It feels weird. The clock was ticking. In the surveillance picture of the warehouse of the Colossi, except for the three saints, the three rapscallions, Emperor Phoenix, and Master Bitter Cicada, more and more locals of the ancient sages sector were kneeling down before deity Raincloud as a gesture of obedience. Long Yangjun glared at Li Yao and, having no time to argue with him, set up the teleportation parameters without saying anything. She then adjusted all the crystal processors in the bridge to the hibernation state again. In the end, she grabbed Li Yao's hand and stood at the center of the grand, illusionary land. Dull noises were echoing in Li Yao's eyes. The picture in front of his eyes blurred and became unpredictable. He felt like he was at the bottom of an ocean, with bubbles exploding right next to his ears nonstop. He was about to ask Long Yangjun when the teleportation would begin, when he blinked and suddenly felt that it was weird. He found himself in a dark, narrow cabin, and the glittering forest of pillar-shaped crystal processors had entirely vanished. He had truly walked into the picture and been teleported from the bridge to the room next to the warehouse of the Colossi, sticking his ear to the wall of the cabin. Li Yao could even sense the surging spiritual ripples from the black skeleton-like colossus that were crushing the cabin wall like furious tides in humming noises. Such a teleportation method was too amazing. Li Yao went to Long Yangjuan's ears and asked in a voice as feeble as that of a mosquito, "Hey, do you know how to pilot a colossus?" Since a special agent of the Imperium was right next to them, they could not be too prudent. If their voices were a bit louder, they might be caught by the enemy through the colossus. Since you are obviously deeply connected to the Nuwa clan, and you look like a decent warrior, there is no reason for you not to know how to manipulate the colossus, which was the best magical equipment for the elite human beings in the primeval wars, right? Theoretically speaking, you should be an expert when it comes to colossi. Try to think, are any of your modeled memory pieces about you launching an ultimate skill yelling and shouting while you were sitting in the middle of a giant iron shell? Well, Long Yangjun furrowed her brows so hard that water was almost dripping off. She shook her head after a moment of hesitation and said, "I can't tell. My memories are too chaotic. In many cases, I don't know if I am capable of doing something until I try it. It's like how I didn't know that I remembered so many complicated passwords and the operations of the crystal processors until I saw the mainframe crystal processor on the Nuwa warship. I think that I will only know whether or not I can pilot a colossus when I crawl into one and have a try. Then let's get one." Li Yao gnashed his teeth. "We will sneak into the warehouse of the colossi together and go our separate ways, each looking for one colossus. If one of us is unfortunately noticed by deity Raincloud, we will help distract the enemy for the other guy. Don't be intimidated by the guy. He may look awesome right now, but this must be the first time that he has ever used a colossus in such a form. It is impossible for him to parse the advanced techniques entailed in the colossus, and the best that he can do is unleash some fundamental skills. As long as we each find one colossus, there is a great chance for us to make a comeback." Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and said, "But in such a case, our identities will be very suspicious. There are no other options right now." Li Yao made the decision instantly. As long as we can truly control two colossi, we will be taking the absolute initiative. We may be doubted, but so what? By then, whatever we say will be the truth. In any case, it will be better than watching deity Raincloud controlling the situation and even your worship later while doing nothing, right? Long Yangjun snorted. It was precisely what she did not want to happen. She transformed into the appearance of Wang Shi without a sound. Glimpsing at Li Yao, she said coldly, "You will crawl through the tubes up above, and I will walk through the main gate from the side." Li Yao was dazed for a moment. "Why? The situation is more complicated than we anticipated. Chances are that still more unexpected changes are going to happen later. It will be best if we do not unveil the cooperation between us so early. We might be able to gain more benefits if we pretend to be hostile to each other." After saying that, instead of waiting for Li Yao to reply, Long Yangjun opened the door of the cabin softly and disappeared around the turn of a pathway as agilely as a cat. Li Yao pondered for a moment and realized that Long Yangjuan's words did make a lot of sense. He spat toward the center of his palms and dashed up to the tubes, crawling over to the warehouse of the colossi that was one wall away. After stopping at a narrow turn that was almost a right angle and squeezing himself into the other end almost one bone after the other, Li Yao successfully entered the warehouse of the colossi. Feeble light and raucous noises were coming over from the end of the energy transmission tube up ahead. Theoretically speaking, the tube should have been connected to the colossi to provide external spiritual energy for them while they were under maintenance. However, Long Yangjun had carefully observed and analyzed the situation from the Grand Illusionary Land just now. This particular tube had been ripped apart from the middle and was dangling like a boa that had been cut in half. That must have been caused by the destructive battle hundreds of thousands of years ago. Therefore, Li Yao needed only to crawl forward for a while longer before he had the chance to jump off from the fracture of the tube. The key was timing. Lying on his back near the fracture of the tube, Li Yao retrieved a probe camera that could be twisted to any angle from his cosmos ring. He extended part of the probe camera out of the fracture and stuck his eyes to the other end of the tube, observing the situation in the outside world. During the time that he had snuck into the warehouse of the colossi, almost 30 cultivators had already kneeled around the black skeleton-like colossi. Most of them were the elders and leaders of the 6 major sections. Some were the soldiers from the Heaven Battering Army, the White Lotus Cult, and Ghost Chin. Everybody lowered their eyes in silence, not looking at the brothers and companions around them. However, the ecstasy and greed in their eyes were obvious. It was a relief for Li Yao that none of the 9 super nascent soul stage cultivators, including the 3 saints, the 4 rapscallions, Emperor Phoenix, and Master Bitter Cicada, had kneeled down and pledged loyalty. Of course, Emperor Phoenix was a special case. The young emperor had only just struggled from the barrier reactions that caused him an excruciating headache. He was still cramping subconsciously on the ground. The little emperor seemed to have finally come to the realization that deity Raincloud was unlikely to be his ancestor and that he had been manipulated like a puppet by the guy. He was in a daze with a twisted and devastated face, as if the blow was too fierce for him to bear. This is not good. Almost 30 high-level cultivators have pledged loyalty to the special agent of the Imperium. There are also the fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards equipped with the string-like crystal suits from the Imperium, whom he has already controlled since the very beginning. The locals of the ancient sage's sector's advantage of numbers has been lost. Li Yao calculated the comparison of the enemy's abilities and his, and felt that the battle was going to be perilous. To make matters worse, those guys who had not kneeled down and pledged loyalty to deity Raincloud, yet were not necessarily reliable. Their decision was based on some very simple logic. The promise of deity Raincloud was that whoever kneeled and surrendered to him first would be rewarded with a Cloud Chin gold statue. However, 30 people had already kneeled down, and there were only 20 Cloud Chin gold statues in total. So, for the latecomers, they did not seem to be in a hurry to show their attitude, and they could negotiate more about the possible benefits. Gloomy chuckles came over from the black skeleton-like colossus. Deity Raincloud laughed and said, "Very good. The 28 of you have proved your connections with the deity's realm. As long as you are loyal to me and obey my commands dutifully, I will certainly fulfill my promise and grant all the Cloud Chin gold statues here to you after they are repaired. As for those who haven't made a decision yet, the 28 cultivators here will be your example. The Cloud Chin gold statues here have been claimed. But it doesn't matter. The Divine Palace is a large place. Relics from the primeval battles are everywhere. Naturally, more remains of the Cloud Chin gold statues can be repaired and made use of. As long as you surrender to me, I will certainly repair more Cloud Chin gold statues and give them to you. Even without the Cloud Chin gold statues, the divine armor that I have brought from the deity's realm is also priceless. You have seen their power just now, but I only have a limited number, too. Not everybody will have the privilege of enjoying them. The Cloud Chin gold statues and the divine armor are both my generosity and a gesture of kindness from the heavens. If you refuse the gifts from the deity's realm time and time again, don't blame me for launching thunderous attacks to discipline you. Ascend to the deity's realm together with me, or go to hell together with the few ignorant fools here. Make your choice now, everybody. Both sweating hard, Qi Zhongdao and Han Bailing roared at almost the same time. Don't believe his *T. He who offers generosity without any reason certainly has other ill intentions. Qi Zhongdao shouted. The fact that he promises such abundant rewards when we have just met proves that he is certainly up to something else. A great plot must be hidden behind all this. Whoever believes his words will be entirely devoured from the body to the soul without leaving the slightest residue. Even your sect, your family, your hometown, and even the entire ancient sages sector may be doomed forever. Han Bailing, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and said, let's attack together. There are so many core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators here. If we work together to suppress him, we will still be able to elicit the secrets about the cloud, Qin gold statues, and the deity's realm from him. The information will definitely be more trustworthy than what he deigns to tell us. Han Bailing truly deserved to be a rising hero on the prairies. His words were much more seditious than Qi Zhongdao's. Even if deity Raincloud was not a real deity, he still looked intimidating enough when he controlled the Colossus. However, Han Bailing was not in the least frightened. He was even trying to persuade everybody to defeat and interrogate the deity by taking advantage of the weakness of humanity. The situation was caught in an impasse again. Those who were qualified to appear in the warehouse of the Colossi were all high-level cultivators above the core formation stage. Naturally, none of them were easily tricked. Everybody knew that deity Raincloud's additional promise was too inflated. It was true that other Cloud Qin gold statues might exist in the corners of the Divine Palace. However, from what they had seen on their way there, most of the Cloud Qin gold statues had been shattered and were beyond repair. Some of the remains had even heavily rusted. Even if the Cloud Qin gold statues could truly be repaired, they would not be nearly as powerful as the 20 Cloud Qin gold statues there. That was the thing about humanity. They had all surrendered, except that some surrendered faster than others did. As a result, the rewards they would be given were of different qualities. Also, the rewards were super magical equipment that concerned a cultivator's life. Nobody would find such an outcome acceptable. Their minds that had lost balance needed time to recover. Many people began to carefully think about Han Bailing's proposal. Was it possible that they would get more valuable intelligence if they suppressed this deity Raincloud together and interrogated him? The things that deity Raincloud offered to say were highly untrustworthy. Perhaps only 1 out of 100 statements would be true. However, if he fell into the hands of the many cultivators there, they would have all the time in the world to dig out whatever information was inside his head. The air immediately grew intense. The cultivators standing and kneeling, even if they were next to each other, seemed to be divided by bottomless chasms. The brothers and life and death companions a moment ago were all releasing unmistakable killing intent. Li Yao looked for opportunities in the invisible forest of killing intent. He glanced at the other floor of the warehouse, only to discover that a corpse was slithering slowly and quietly toward the maintenance platforms. It was exactly Long Yangjun who had transformed into the form of Wang Shi. Time to work. Li Yao licked the black skeleton-like colossus with his eyes affectionately. He still could not quench his desire for this particular colossus. He secretly made up his mind that he would kick deity Raincloud brutally and occupy the dream colossus. Li Yao calmed himself down and adjusted the angle of the probe camera, scanning the few colossi on the maintenance platforms near the exit of the energy transmission tube. There was a small colossus around 15 meters tall on a maintenance platform to his left. Although the left arm had been shattered, the rest of the body was still intact. Also, Li Yao had used Draconic Phoenix with only one arm before. With his abundant experience in using a crippled colossus, he was 70% certain that he could activate it. There was also a super heavy colossus in the corner to his right, which was about 25 meters tall, but more than 20 meters wide, making it look like an enormous tortoise that had stood up on its feet. The colossus was also very tempting, but it was too far away. Li Yao was not confident that he could sneak into the place safely without alerting anyone. As for their performance differences, it was not the most important factor. Based on Li Yao's abundant experience in dealing with colossi, it would take at least a year and a half to familiarize oneself with a brand new colossus. The special agent of the Imperium had only just accessed the black skeleton-like colossus. Chances were that he had not figured out the basic operation menus yet. It would be impressive if he could activate 10% of its combat ability. Shwa, 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 shwa. Thousands of routes and 10 times more data entries popped up in front of Li Yao's eyes, congregating into 7 different operation plans. A battle was to break out soon. He had to take action immediately. Taking a deep breath, while the black skeleton-like colossus was dealing with Qi Zhongdao and Han bailing with its back against him, Li Yao extended his head out of the fracture of the energy transmission tube. Right then, out of the blue, a cultivator standing on the ground accidentally raised his head and noticed Li Yao. There were more than 100 cultivators with the keenest senses below him. Li Yao could not wait until everybody was lowering their head before he crawled out. Li Yao was about to jump out when he perceived the stare. He immediately felt cold sweat coming on. He zipped his mouth at the cultivator, hinting for him not to talk. Speaking of which, he had once met the cultivator from the Thunderstorm Valley before and even helped the guy adjust his flying sword. The astonishment on the elder of the Thunderstorm Valley flashed and soon disappeared. He slightly nodded in acknowledgement before he took a deep breath, widened his eyes, and shouted at the top of his voice, "If I may inform the deity, somebody is up there, there." The next moment, an enormous hand more than 2 meters both in length and width passed the end of the tube brutally. It kneaded the messy rubes and rails in the dome of the warehouse and dragged them down. Deity Raincloud had attacked furiously in the black skeleton-like colossus. Had Li Yao not reacted promptly enough but dawdled for half a second longer, he might have been grabbed by the enormous hand of the colossus, with his flesh and blood pressed together with the steel residues. Li Yao had no time to curse the vile snitch. He was still drifting in midair and had not landed. The 30-meter-tall colossus was right next to him. Compared to the out-and-out black iron tower, he looked truly insignificant. It was like a battle between a mouse and an elephant. As it happened, the elephant was also entangled with countless extensible crimson vipers that could be long or short as it desired. After Deity Raincloud missed the first attack, the whips on the torso and the arms darted out in ear-splitting noises again, evolving into dozens of sharp spears that bit the critical parts all over Li Yao's body. Looking at the fawn-like thorns on the crystal clusters, Li Yao felt that he had been terribly bitten by the vipers. Li Yao's body immediately turned into a cluster of gray mist as he activated his small-scale movement techniques to the maximum. Yet, quite a few crimson whips with their hooks and thorns ripped almost 80 bloody wounds on his body ruthlessly and took away many a piece of his flesh along the way. After the dozens of whips passed by, Li Yao was immediately soaked in blood. Li Yao and Deity Raincloud's confrontation only happened for one moment, but it was like a bucket of oil added toward the sparking ambience. Attack! Qi Zhongdao and Han Bailing roared at the same times. Their flames of spiritual energy soared dozens of meters high instantly and almost formed giants similar to the size of the black skeleton-like colossus. The heaven-flipping seal, the best magical equipment of the ancient sages sector, was rotating at a super high speed again. Silver, glittering brightness was spreading out between the silver balls and the round rails. The super high gravity pressed down like an invisible mountain. The air around the black skeleton-like colossus almost entirely froze. Han Bailing shook his hammer that looked like a bear claw in the air, too, and a layer of translucent, golden light was dancing around the weapon. He clenched the rear end of the hammer with both hands and bashed it on the ground brutally with a bellow. Boom! 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 Invisible spiritual waves moved toward the black skeleton-like colossus below the ground and did not burst out until they reached the target's legs. They erupted like invisible firecrackers and exploded at the knees of the colossus. The technique to consolidate spiritual energy, transmit it below the ground, and keep it condensed until it jumped out and exploded in midair in order to cause the greatest damage to the target showed Han Bailing's most subtle control over his spiritual energy. Li Yao could not help but feel amazed while holding his head and running in a hurry. As the two super nascent soul stage cultivators attacked with their full might, the rest of the top experts launched their techniques. Despite the shortness of Yen Liren's sword, it was unleashing an overwhelming aura that was more than 10 meters long. This time, he was not pursuing agility, but simply improved the damage to the maximum. It was almost like he was smashing a ferocious tornado toward the black skeleton-like Colossus. There was no telling what deity Raincloud's concerns were, but it appeared that he did not want to have a head-on clash with Yen Liren's secret sword. However, Master Bitter Cicada's Pearls and Heaven-Battering King Qi Changsheng, who had turned into burning flames, were attacking him, one from the left and the other from the right. As a result, he reacted more slowly than he should have. After an ear-splitting boom, a surging tide was raised on the red shield around the black skeleton-like Colossus. It was almost like Yen Liren had slashed apart a bottomless ocean. Deep inside the breastplate of the black skeleton-like Colossus, in the middle of the spiritual residence, deity Raincloud roared in anger and embarrassment. The attack might not necessarily have hurt him, but he was definitely shocked and humiliated. He shouted in the utmost fury, "Die! You will all die!" Ba Xiaoyu the beggar and Mother White Lotus, Wan Mingzhu's fighting styles were both swift and unpredictable. The two of them were hovering around the black skeleton-like Colossus in two streaks of brightness, one translucent and the other solid, like two buzzing flies. No matter how furiously deity Raincloud bellowed and how hard he shooed them away, he was not able to get rid of them. Instead, they were launching attacks toward the Colossus' head to disrupt deity Raincloud's senses. The three saints, the four rapscallions, and Master Bitter Cicada should have been standing on two incompatible sides. However, under the daunting oppression of the mysterious deity Raincloud, they had to let go of their grudges and conflict for the time being and fight against the common foe together. They were all nascent soul stage cultivators whose fighting sense had reached the peak. Although it was the first time that they had cooperated, they seemed to have rehearsed their moves hundreds of times. Their attacks were incessant and flawless. Deity Raincloud was barely able to defend himself in the flurry. With the assistance of the many super nascent soul stage cultivators, Li Yao was finally able to get away from the weird, bloody claws of the black skeleton-like Colossus. He took a breath in relief before he suddenly had a weird feeling. Something was not right. If this deity Raincloud was truly a special agent of the Imperium of true human beings, his combat ability seemed too weak with the Colossus. Li Yao's heart suddenly pounded. He immediately realized that the black skeleton-like Colossus was likely extremely difficult to pilot and would put a heavy burden on the pilot's spiritual energy and soul. Or maybe it had certain hidden problems that were yet to be fixed. It was also possible that the Colossus had been installed with mysterious barriers and locks. All in all, the special agent had not completely seized control of the Colossus yet. He had not even brought out 5% of the Colossus' combat ability. This was an opportunity. Li Yao had planned to crawl into another Colossus nearby to join the battle. However, after noticing that the special agent's capabilities were not as high as he had imagined, and that the situation was so chaotic, he changed his mind. The Colossi on the maintenance platforms nearby might not be functional. Now that he had been exposed, it would be practically impossible for him to get a few uninterrupted minutes to crack the operation system of a brand new Colossus. Since the enemy's capabilities were not as high as he had imagined, and almost all the super nascent soul stage cultivators were united against the special agent of the Imperium, maybe he could crawl into the black skeleton-like Colossus and launch attacks toward the special agent directly. Should he have a try? Li Yao observed the whole battlefield calmly from the dome, like a black ape whose feet were clutching the gaps on the ceiling. The warehouse of the Colossi had completely turned into a simmering ocean of fighting will. The situation could not have been more chaotic. Although deity Raincloud was unable to annihilate the super nascent soul stage cultivators with the black skeleton-like Colossus instantly due to the uncanny restraints, he was certainly not alone, but assisted by more than 10 fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards, who were wearing the string-like crystal suits and loyal like puppets. After being enhanced by the crystal suits, they boasted combat ability at least in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, and their remote firepower could not have been fiercer. Furthermore, he had 28 high-level cultivators who had knelt and surrendered to him. The traders had no choice but to follow him to the end now. Even many of the cultivators who were standing had other plans like that snitch. They were suddenly attacking their companions, trying to impress their new master with their contributions. Protect the deity, shoot down Qi Zhongdao and the rest of them, and buy more time for the deity. It is not a deity, but a devil that must be eliminated. Idiots, take down this so-called deity rain cloud, and we can draw more benefits out of him. Chances are that more Cloud Sheen gold statues are waiting for us. Surrender now? Repent now? The cultivators who had been mixed up previously were completely lost. Everybody's spiritual energy was surging out like flames, their eyes bloodshot and their killing intent raging. The 10 or so fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards marched toward Qi Zhongdao and the other super nascent soul stage cultivators without considering the cost, trying to stall the enemy even at the cost of their own lives so that deity Raincloud would have more time to catch his breath and organize a counterattack. The cultivators who were loyal to the court, Cloud Sheen, the Heaven Battering Army, the White Lotus Cult, or in general, the Ancient Sages sector, were marching toward those fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards. The pre-immortal cultivators who had just pledged loyalty to their new master and were obsessed with the idea of ascending to the deity's realm and embarking on the path of immortality, naturally, harassed those cultivators without letting go of them. They were like a bunch of vipers who were biting each other's tails. There was no telling who was going to be torn apart by the enemy. When everybody was mired in a hellish slaughterhouse, only two people remained calm, as if they were not involved in the issue. Li Yao and Long Yangjun. Li Yao watched Long Yangjun approach a colossus stealthily and crawl into it without alarming anyone. He could not help but feel overjoyed. However, after only several seconds, Long Yangjun crawled out again and made a gesture of confusion toward Li Yao. She simply leapt out and joined Qi Zhongdao, Han Bailing, and the rest of them to attack deity Raincloud together. Are you serious? You don't know how to pilot a colossus? You are a shame for the elite warriors of the Nuwa clan's army. Li Yao gritted his teeth so hard that smoke was almost popping out from his mouth. Boom! 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 As Long Yangjun joined the battle, of the 10 top experts of the Ancient Sages sector who were close to, or even beyond the peak of the nascent soul stage, Li Yao and Emperor Phoenix were the only two who had not launched attacks yet. Faced with such a luxury lineup, even deity Raincloud and the black skeleton-like Colossus felt overwhelming pressure. As the blade auras and the primeval treasures exploded around him non-stop, the black skeleton-like Colossus was drowned in a series of dazzling blasts. He stomped on the dome so hard that it nearly broke. With the counterforce, he lunged out and avoided the jabs of 2 crystal clusters at a dangerously close distance. Finally, he landed on the back of the black skeleton-like Colossus softly. Hiss! Li Yao's skin immediately burnt into a series of blisters because of the surging flames of spiritual energy on the Colossus. Blackened, he seemed to have fallen into magma. It was because the anti-infiltration system of the Colossus had been fully activated. The Colossi were large magical equipment whose height varied from 10 meters to dozens of meters. Although they were suitable for the super-large targets such as starships, star fortresses, and planetary strongholds, they could be a bit clumsy when they were faced with crystal suits that were usually 2 to 3 meters tall, or even the cultivators without the crystal suits who were extremely nimble, especially when such small targets drew close. The anti-infiltration system was deployed to address such an issue. It could be compared to a layer of invisible thorns and strings made of spiritual energy that enveloped the Colossi. Li Yao had dashed to the back of the black skeleton-like Colossus without the protection of the mystic skeleton battlesuit and been pierced brutally by the thorns of spiritual energy. He immediately felt 10,000 arrows piercing through his heart, and he almost fell off the Colossus involuntarily. He gritted his teeth and dealt with it, not planning to summon the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Furthermore, the situation was too chaotic. Qi Zhongdao and the other super nascent soul stage cultivators were launching their most powerful magical equipment toward the black skeleton-like colossus without any reserve. His mystic skeleton battlesuit, like the crystal suits from the Imperium of true human beings worn by the fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards, was a product of the modern cultivation civilization. Although they were of apparently different styles, the locals of the ancient sages sector, who had no knowledge of crystal suits, might not be able to tell the difference at all. If he put on his crystal suit recklessly, and the super nascent soul stage cultivators mistook him for another enemy and attack, it would be quite awkward. More importantly, Li Yao was still not sure about everything. He felt that there was still more to the Divine Palace. Right now, the issues with Long Yangjun and Emperor Phoenix had mostly been explained, and the special agent of the Imperium of true human beings had revealed his hideous face too. However, Li Yao still felt that there was more to uncover. He did not have any proof. It was just his intuition. Although his intuition could prove to be quite unrealizable at times, it had also saved his life many times. Therefore, Li Yao decided to believe in his not-so-reliable intuition one more time. He would not expose his identity unless he was forced to before the last anomaly was found out. He moaned feebly. Blood was flowing out of his nostrils and his gums, and his hair was standing up and emitting the burnt smell because of the electric shock. His fingernails were exploding before they darted out of the fingers. Li Yao gritted his teeth and competed with the thorns of spiritual energy of the black skeleton-like colossus with his own greenish spiritual energy. Grabbing the uneven plate armor on the surface of the colossus, he crawled into its neck one step after another. Shwa! Suddenly, a few whips rushed close, trying to blow away the little bug that had crawled onto the body of the colossus. Li Yao reacted quickly enough to dash to the side. The whips slapped the back of the black skeleton-like colossus brutally, raising a large cluster of black and red sparks. It was obvious that deity Raincloud had not gained full control over the black skeleton-like colossus yet. Otherwise, he would not have made such a clumsy mistake. However, the overall situation was not necessarily in Li Yao's favor, because the 10 or so fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards wearing crystal suits had lunged close. The cultivators loyal to the ancient sages sector who were chasing after them were stalled by the pre-immortal cultivators who had surrendered to deity Raincloud. The cultivators and the pre-immortal cultivators had been the closest brothers and comrades a moment ago. They were most familiar with each other's attack patterns and the features of each other's magical equipment. Now that they were engaged in a fierce battle, it was impossible for the battle to end quickly. Nobody could break free from it. Therefore, Li Yao, Qi Zhongdao, and other super nascent soul stage cultivators were faced with not just a powerful colossus, but also 10 or so fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards who were extremely tricky to deal with in their crystal suits. The monk and I will stop them. You go and dig open the iron shell quickly. Boss Xiaoyu shouted at the top of his voice. He and Master Bitter Cicada charged at the fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards, only to be caught in an interconnected net of fire that was almost like a boiling swamp. They were not able to break free from it at all. Qi Changxing and Wan Mingzhu looked at each other. The heaven-battering king's body turned translucent again and looked like an iron statue that had been heated to thousands of degrees. Mother White Lotus was unleashing flames of spiritual energy that looked like blossoming lotus flowers too. The two of them charged at the fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards. The 4 super nascent soul stage cultivators worked together and finally managed to block the charge of the fiery Phoenix Imperial Guards. As a result, Li Yao, Qi Zhongdao, Han Beiling, Yin Liren, and Long Yanjun were the only 5 top experts attacking the black skeleton-like colossus. The pressure on them immediately soared. Li Yao felt particularly overwhelmed. The invisible thorn seemed to have pierced deeply into his nerves and bones. With every step that he took, he would feel excruciating pain from every cell in his body. The 5 of them all felt that their spiritual energy was going to run out. Even though they were burning their life and soul to unleash their spiritual energy to the most brilliant maximum in order to compete with the Colossus, such a state certainly could not last long. After fighting for such a long time, deity Raincloud might not have consumed much of his spiritual energy and physical strength, but their breathing was becoming more and more haggard. Ha! Qi Zhongdao had to manipulate the heaven-flipping seal and dodge deity Raincloud's attacks at the same time. Finally, he was caught by the fiendish claws of the black skeleton-like colossus in his sluggishness and was blown away. Boom! Deity Raincloud seemed to be getting more and more experience with the black skeleton-like colossus as the fight continued. Faced with only 4 super nascent soul stage cultivators, his agility was greatly improved. Having just blown away Qi Zhongdao, he had a head-on clash with Han Bailing. Naturally, Han Bailing was no match for the colossus that was more than 30 meters tall. He vomited blood and retreated quickly like a dry leaf in a storm. After deity Raincloud blew back 2 super nascent soul stage cultivators with 2 hands, the hole that looked like a mouth below the cross on the face suddenly opened. A pillar of light around 1 meter in diameter suddenly erupted out toward Long Yangjun. Although it did not hit Long Yangjun, it caught Long Yangjun in the turbulence of spiritual energy. She suddenly lost all her speed and fell to the ground as if she were being snatched by an invisible hand. Crack! Yin Liren was the only one who was still slashing his sword as calmly as ever. His every attack hit exactly the same spot on the black skeleton-like colossus breastplate, where deity Raincloud crawled in, without the slightest error. The seemingly indestructible plate armor of the colossus had been cut with a tiny crack by the terrifying sword maniac. It was a pity that, before he had the chance to further expand the crack, he did not have the support of any powerful companions around him except for Li Yao. Hee. Deity Raincloud's low laughter was echoing from the crack. Not even wearing divine armor, and with just an ordinary sword, you can deal damage to the Colossus. Cloud Qin Gold Statue. Yin Liren, you truly deserve the title of Best Sword Cultivator of the Ancient Sages sector. Killing such a talented swordsman who has a good chance to break into the divinity transformation stage will be too wasteful. Stop now. Don't act foolishly like a moth that is darting into a fire. I can make an exception for you and pardon you for your impertinence. You will be granted with the most abundant reward. Yin Liren was not moved at all. Even his eyebrows, should there have been any, would not have furrowed. He was still focused on shooting his sword oars at the crack on the breastplate of the black skeleton-like colossus. There was neither sadness nor delight on his face. He did not seem to be in the middle of a fierce fight, but simply having some fun. And you, having gradually assumed the advantage, deity Raincloud grew more and more at ease in his tone and his posture. He turned the enormous skull head toward Li Yao, who had just crawled to the colossus' shoulder. Master Spiritual Vulture, you are truly a pleasant surprise for me. I didn't know that you would be resolute enough to crawl on the surface of the Cloud Qin Gold Statue for so long while holding back the excruciating pain. But it's useless. All your struggles are futile in front of the powerful treasures of the deity's realm. Just give up. With his mockery, dozens of whips rose up from various directions. The sharp crystal clusters at their front ends opened slowly like bloody mouths, and redness, signifying intense spiritual energy, was blazing. They gazed at Li Yao like countless crimson eyes. Li Yao's heart fell to the bottomless valley. But a crazy fighting was rising slowly from that valley. With everything proceeding so far, it was meaningless to conceal his identity. He did not know why this special agent of the Imperium had not established star beacons and summoned the main troops of the expedition army to the Ancient Sages sector in the past years. However, he would apparently do so after he occupied the Nuwa warship. Once the Nuwa warship and the Ancient Sages sector fell to the expedition army of the Imperium, and the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators here ended up as the mercenaries of the Imperium, the Federation would be doomed to failure. Li Yao would rather die before he allowed such a thing to happen. Thus, he had only one option: summon the mystic skeleton battlesuit and have one last attempt to see if he could break through the crack caused by Yin Liren's sword in order to have a head-on clash with deity Raincloud. Come on, let's see which of us is braver. This colossus is mine, Li Yao roared in his heart. His cosmos rings almost turned into exploding supernovas. His telepathic thoughts had already flooded into them and found the mystic skeleton battlesuit, ready to retrieve it. Yin Liren launched the last attack with perfect timing, piercing through the crack into the spiritual residence of the black skeleton-like Colossus. Right then, abrupt changes took place inside the Colossus.